Good morning and welcome to beautiful downtown Norwalk, Connecticut for the March of Madness, our second qualifying event of the 2024 NHRL season. My name is Luke Stengel. Joining me here in the broadcasting booth is my best friend and brother-in-law, Chris DeSico, who is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Chris.
Thank you, Luke.
Chris, I've actually never asked you how old you are. I'm assuming mid-50s? 60s?
This shirt was probably made in 1972, so that actually tracks.
All right.
Yeah, but no, I'm ageless. I'm a timeless being.
Good. Nice. I always suspected. Now, as a birthday gift, we are going to be, showing you hundreds and hundreds of robot fights today. Can you believe it?
All for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Luke.
We had a chance to see some incredible robots upstairs in the pits last night. We got an early preview, and our very first fight of the day is something that I am really excited about seeing. We're going to be showing you back-to-back fights here on the Brett Zone all morning long and into the afternoon, and you're going to be seeing legitimately like 200, 250 fights over the next 5 or 6 hours.
Non-stop action.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I hear that we have a fight already loaded here into Cage 5. Now, this is Black Havoc over in the pink corner facing off against Ominius.
That's ominous.
Yes, Ominius here in the blue corner, driven by Kevin Biagini, and Black Havoc over here in the pink, driven by a couple of kids from Red Hook, New York, Chris.
Oh, wow, our backyard, Luke.
Yeah, now that's one town over from me, so I have to vote, to root for the Red Hookers. And over here with Ominius, it's a perfect scale model replica of Ominous, the BattleBot.
3, 2,
so I've got to cheer for that too.
Fight, robots, fight.
Now, Ominous, as you know, Ominius, sorry, it is a Omni-Drive, 3-wheeled vert.
Oh!
Wow. The kids have stuck the landing. What is happening?
It looked like maybe the fork was stuck directly into the plywood floor.
Wow. Oh, that's a good hit there, Black Havoc. And Ominius is doing the thing! Oh no! Wow, that is a fast tap out from Kevin Biagini and Ominius. Wow, the kids from Red Hook have won their first match of the day. Fantastic.
Well, there you go. With your support, Luke, it happened.
Wow.
Ominius, of course, making the smart move with its vitals there, tilted in direct view, is going to try to avoid unnecessary repairs and took the tap out.
There you go. Now, I can see loaded here into Cage 2, we have a fight that is in progress. And, although here we're going to go to 7 next. We're going to go to Cage 7. Glacial Undercut facing off against Master Control Bot. This is also a fight in progress. Here at NHRL's House of Havoc, we have 6 beetleweight cages, and we fights simultaneously in these cages so that we don't have the stream go until 2 o'clock in the morning anymore. Now we can see Master Control Bot here is, as you can guess, the SSP kit. Oh wait, no, that's Glacial Undercut. I was right. Okay, Glacial Undercut is the horizontal here, and Master Control Bot is this SSP kit. Glacial Undercut seems like it may have been flipped on its head at some point in this fight. 50 seconds left because it is an overhead horizontal, Chris.
Yes, it's currently in the overcutter configuration.
Now that's a good pin from Master Control Bot, as you would expect.
Yeah, the SSP kit built by Seth Schaefer. You can check him out on YouTube and buy this kit yourself. Really robust beetle weight. It's a perfect bot to kind of get started and to explore. It's built for control. It's built for reliability.
20 seconds left, and Glacial Undercut's at an odd angle. Wow. High centered under its opponent. As we enter the last 10 seconds of this match, this one will go to the judges. Now, as a special treat for all of you in the Bread Zone, I'm going to show you a little bit about how the sausage gets made. We've moved to a new judging system over the course of the last couple of events. This is relatively new, where we will cut the footage of your fight and send it into a judging queue so they can watch multiple video angles and watch it, replay sections of it, and then they vote using software, which is fantastic. This allows us much higher judging fidelity, I would say.
Attention to detail.
Yeah, because if it's a really, really close match, you can go back, you can watch it from multiple angles, and there's not necessarily like a time limit on when you need to send in your judge's decision. For judges, too, it's nice because they can get up, make a sandwich, stretch their legs, come back and look at their queue and see the fights that have happened while they're gone, versus having to sit glued to a chair for 10 hours.
Yes.
With their eyes like this, Chris, okay?
I've been there.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go over to cage 6. I can see loading into cage 6, the Reaper in the pink corner facing off against Ankylosaur. Now, Chris, I love a dinosaur-themed robot. I love a Thagomizer-style robot. It's a Thagomizer-style dinosaur-themed robot, Chris.
Oh, my goodness.
Ankylosaur, of course, you know. My toddler is just starting to get into dinosaurs, so I have to relearn all of my dinosaurs over the course of the next, 6 months. But the Ankylosaur, you know, I do know it had that heavy club-like tail.
Yeah, I mean, I think that...
And it would whip around.
I think it's aptly named because you don't want this thing anywhere near your
5,
ankles.
4, 3, 2,
good, Chris.
1. Fight, robots, fight.
Now facing off against a overhead spinner. Now I wonder if Ankylosaurus can get right under that blade.
But we are not seeing any spin up from Ankylosaur. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
But just taking advantage of this 10-second pin.
It's a good 10-second pin. Oh, it seems more like a 12-second pin. Look at this thing. Wow, Bart had to go in there and separate these two robots. And the Reaper is not reaping, Chris. It's not reaping.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Oh, you reap what you sow.
That is a huge hit. Okay, I can hear the spin up from the Ankylosaur. The Reaper is dead in the water. Is the referee asleep, Chris?
No.
No.
You just can't hear him over the hum of Ankylosaur's weapon.
There is Nick from Team Bloodsport. I love to see Nick.
Knockout.
Looking dashing in his ref jacket.
He bought that with his own money, Chris. I was talking to him about it.
Well, it also doubles as a Beetlejuice costume.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
So, there you go.
So I think the winner there is Ankylosaur and dinosaur-themed Thagomizer-style robot. Fantastic.
It's it's a design that we've seen growing in popularity in the last 2 years, and it's one of my favorite designs. We'll see Maximizer 12 today, which I saw in the test box last night, which was absolutely terrifying.
He's the #1 ranked 12-pounder here at NHRL for a reason.
I think that you could take that bot and just drop it straight into the 30s, and it could hold its own.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I saw Sean Becker last weekend, the original builder of Thagomizer from Southern California, and he is now all in on Strike Point, this new design that he's working on in Southern California, and he's just delighted by all of the many Thagomizer-style robots that are out there in the world. I think that he is an innovator at heart, you know, and for him, he loves that he has built 2 really interesting meta-breaking designs. So it is awesome. It is awesome to see that. All right, let's go over to cage 5. Let's check in. I can see loading in. It's Cyanide facing off against Ghastly. Now, Cyanide, I'm assuming, is this pill-shaped robot. Is that right, Chris?
I think so. And then
Ghastly is, I think, the lifter here. Oh, Colby has just given me a very interesting fact. Cyanide is a robot that is a vert that can turn into a horizontal, kind of like Sidewalk Slammer from last season.
Right. Okay. I see. So that whole configuration on the front is able to pivot and rotate to drop it down into a horizontal configuration.
That is really, really cool.
Ooh, I can't wait to see this.
Yeah. Yeah, the way that Sidewalk Slammer worked is that there was an actuator that pulled an actual pin, a physical pin, and then it dropped down into the horizontal configuration. It's a really interesting. Oh, is that? Wow, look at that. Cyanide, run by Tom Wynn, here from Team Applesauce in Longwood, Florida. Flying in here all the way from Florida with this very interesting beetle weight. Oh, it's already in the horizontal configuration, Chris.
Well, it's a bit of a diagonal right now.
Oh, he can actuate it back and forth. What?
That is so cool.
Tom, what? Wow.
You get a lot of interesting things coming out of Florida.
That is really interesting. Facing off against Ghastly, which looks to be a pretty conventional two-wheel drive egg beater. The two-wheel drive egg beater is kind of like the Toyota Camry of combat robotics, you know? It's like
right.
so reliable.
5,
it's pretty
4,
easy to
3,
acquire, and you know, it's going to take you like 250,000 miles before it starts to break down. Wow! A good box rush from Cyanide here.
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
There goes a piece of the side armor package off of Cyanide.
One of those wheel guards is gone. Tom here trying to get into the vertical configuration. Oh, no!
There goes the other one.
Oh, Ghastly!
That's all right. That's what they're there for.
Tap out.
Oh, and Tom taps out. That was a strategic tap out.
I'd say so.
And Ghastly continues to run. Wow. Okay. That was exciting, Chris.
Yeah, you don't know what to expect with such a a unique style bot.
One of the things that that Jason Vasquez, the builder of Sidewalk Slammer, was telling me when he came and ran it was like the actuating motion was too much weight. So that's why he came up with this like physical pin.
The pin, yeah.
And now here at the beetle weight level, I mean, you have an actuator, not a lot of armor, not a lot of weight left for armor.
True.
All right, we're gonna go over to cage 2. We've got Trick or Beater here in orange and black, facing off against Cookie Crumbler in blue. Wow. Trick or Beater here is this Halloween-themed robot. And Cookie Crumbler has landed a successful 10-second pin here.
Pretty cool configuration for a beater bar on Cookie Crumbler with this wedge in the back.
Yes.
Certainly something that can be used to your advantage against another egg beater.
Oh, I love the theming on Trick or Beater. Like, that is so... It's very Halloween themed.
All right, we're getting an unstick now.
Yeah, this is going to be an unstick.
But I'm not seeing a lot of life in Trick or Beater. Does it have power, Luke?
This is... It's on theme, you know, for Halloween. It's dead. Okay, Chris? Cookie Crumbler is your winner here. Winning by knockout. I do love a good theme, Chris. You know, like cookies.
Yeah.
You could dress up as like a cookie monster or something.
I heard that
cage side.
they picked up Trick or Beater at Spirit Halloween, which actually just opened here in March. This morning, which
right.
is that's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see a lot of medieval costumes upstairs, Chris. So.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's because it's the March of Madness.
Tight zoom in, Colby. All right, I hear that
The March of Madness.
Oh my God, literally, we can't make those faces. We're gonna become Discord-like emotes, okay?
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we're loading into into cage 3 here. I can see Impact from Lars Elliott facing off against Kill It With Fire from Kokoto Mane. I don't think that you could have 2 more different robots in the field. Impact is an assassin. It is a contract killer here in white. Coming off of a very strong showing at Motorama. This thing is designed for destruction. It is designed for evisceration. Kill it with fire. Delicate, experimental, beautiful.
Angular.
Just articulating, just amazing. Kill it with fire, this flamethrower that's attached to this long arm here on the robot. And Impact is just designed for ground game, speed, and destruction. You would not believe how fast Impact is. Now, the question, of course, is how does Lars play this? Is it a quick KO? Is this a 10-second knockout? Does he play with his food a little bit? Does he allow Kokoto to put on a show for all of these great people in the audience who love Kill It With Fire? They love flamethrowers.
These are 2 great builders, and Lars is known as one of the best drivers in the weight class right now. Just kind of came, in like
best
a storm.
drivers, period. He's a young driver, but he's also just one of the best. He's not the best young driver. He's just one of the best drivers, period, in the sport.
But with the long fork configuration with Kokoto, I mean, it really is going to come down to how the bots orient themselves, how aggressively Lars tries to get around the side.
How Lars is going to get around to the side, for sure.
We'll see. Kill It With Fire has a wide body style, is able to turn it's very nimble. And as you can see up there, taped on the top is I think it's like a kitchen, like for creme brulee, like a torch.
Yeah.
I hope the tape holds.
Kokoto Mane has brought us the most delightful robots this year. Serial Killer, Kill It With Fire, The Power of Friendship.
The Power of Friendship.
And I love the build ethos. It's one of these, he wants to build something that is really cool. Every single one of his robots is cool.
It doesn't get more fun than that.
I don't know if there's a worse matchup for Kill It With Fire, honestly. This is a sledgehammer at the other side of the box.
All right, and Brett is trying to go home. Brett, you're drunk.
Brett, just get out of the way. I'll bet you it's going to be a fast box rush and just like destruction, Chris.
Only time will tell, Luke. All right, the drivers are ready.
Kill It With Fire, are you ready? The match in cage 3. Building in cage 5.
5.
Here we go, Luke.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh my God, he's up to full speed! Oh! Pounding Kill It With Fire in the air!
Oh, an eyeball has come up and Kill It With Fire.
It sounds like a bandsaw in there, and Kill It With Fire's arm is broken!
Oh, and the torch is gone. Oh!
That is a roofing. Kokoto, how much longer?
Kokoto's companion bot is under impact. High centering him though. So that's a pin. But
Wow.
Kill It With Fire, that looks like that fork is stuck into the plywood. Impact giving him a nudge, freeing him up.
Lars Elliott, one of the most aggressive drivers in combat robotics, and he hasn't even graduated from high school, Chris. Kill It With Fire, dragging around that dead flamethrower head like some kind of disembodied eyeball.
Oh, that's graphic.
He's tapping his own eyeball, Chris. And that is a tap out. Speed and
Tap
brutality
out.
from Lars Elliott and Impact. I love the little shrug from Kokoto, just like, what can you do?
He has more tape.
Yeah, I knew it was going to happen.
Oh, we got a free lipo there in the center of the box.
Now, in the qualifying rounds, the rounds that we're seeing now, if you win 2 matches, you are into the main bracket. If you lose 2 matches, you are out of the main bracket. So Lars Elliott has just racked up his first win. There is a lipo battery in the box here. Sketchy, great. But yeah, he just needs to win 1 more, and he will have earned his spot in the primetime bracket.
All right, we're gonna jump over to cage 7. Oh, this is
Right.
interesting.
Ooh, this is one of Lindsay's most anticipated fights. This is Mako facing off against Alex Pick and Zane. Now, in the blue corner here, we can see Zane. This is a Droopy-esque robot. These are dual horizontals at an angle. So it creates this like 10-inch radius of death around the robot. Facing off against Mako, which I believe is an articulated hammer saw. So a modified SSP Sawblaze-esque kind of robot.
It's just such a difficult matchup for Mako because you don't want to drop that thing anywhere near those big, heavy overhead spinners. So it's like the only option really that Mako would have is you have to try to either flip Zane, which means that you have to get close to it, or maybe like apply a pin
5,
so you can
4,
use the box to your
3,
advantage to stop those
2,
overhead spinners. But
1.
Fight. Robots fight.
these Droopy-esque style bots, they're just scary to even get close to.
Wow, Alex Pick and Zane just bringing chaos here in the box. Now this qualifies as non-traditional locomotion. Oh, getting embedded right into his opponents.
Oh, interesting. Mako is actually using a saw blade instead of like a more traditional hammer saw wheel. So he's out to cut through armor, not just deliver a big hit.
Wow. Now I can see one of those weapons on Zane running. He needs to be running both of them. If Mako is successfully, oh, no, they're both spinning.
Oh.
Wow, that's another good pin from Mako. Yeah, there we go, landing another good hit.
Oh, and you see it's actually doing a good job cutting through some of that armor on the bottom of Zane.
Julian Papazian here, the driver and builder of Mako. And now we are going to, we're going to jump over here to cage
Tap
1,
out.
where we just see, I believe that this is that an actual tap out? Nope.
So
That
this
was
is
probably a graphic from earlier.
This is Maximizer, the Thaggy style robot versus Caldera 12. This is a huge matchup, Luke.
Huge matchup. This Maximizer from Jake Hoffman is the #1 ranked 12-pounder in the fields. And Caldera 12, built by Glenn Boxall, who runs the #1 ranked Beetle weight, but he's still looking for success here in the 12-pounders. Now this is horizontal on horizontal action, and it looks like the weapon on Maximizer might be down. Yeah, I have not seen that weapon running on Maximizer. Caldera 12 racking up damage points.
Oh no. There are some parts flying off of what I believe to be Maximizer. I see a free wheel in the box as well.
It looks
And
like
that's actually off of the right side drive of Maximizer. So down a weapon and down a wheel.
wow, Glenn Boxall looks like he is winning this fight with Caldera 12, slaying a massive opponent very early in the day.
With this wide shot, now I see that there is a free belt over on the far side of the cage. That's likely the reason why that weapon is not working on Maximizer. Or it could also be off of Caldera, who... Oh, wait, no. Caldera is spinning. There we see Glenn. Very happy.
Jake Kaufman putting down his transmitter. Glenn Boxall is your winner, slaying the #1 ranked 12-pounder in the field. Glenn is very happy about that.
Glenn is a legend. Wow.
I just heard Jake say, push me back to the door. Wow. Now, Colby, in production, do we know the outcome of the Mako and Zane fight from previously? Mako winning that by tap out, Chris.
Oh, wow.
Wow, okay. Mako racking up a huge win there. Their first win of the day. They just need one more to get into the bracket. Now here what we're looking at is a little bit of heartbreak here on the part of Maximizer fans all over the world. Maximizer having a rough first fight of the day.
The day is young.
Being pushed back to the door. Wow. And I can see right there in the box, there's a wheel on the ground. Precision from Caldera 12. Now Caldera 12 had their debut showing one event ago where they went 1 and 2, so not a great showing. Entering this competition ranked number 76. Killing the #1 ranked robot is going to do great for their ranking. They've single-handedly leapt into the 50s now here, I think, with the rankings. We're going to go over to another big box fight here in Cage 4. Oh, wow. Look at this.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Things have gotten really big, really fast.
Wow. This is Project Liftoff 12. Facing off against Grandeur. Grandeur. Wow, they put a U in the middle of their robot name, Chris. Grandeur.
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 Five.
I already have
4,
difficulty saying
3,
robot names as it
2,
is, Chris.
1.
And so we'll see here in a second, Project
Robots
Liftoff 12,
fight.
a melty brain of all melty brains. But not melty braining right now.
Yes, Project Liftoff 12 needs to spin up here.
Oh boy. Ah,
Here
there you
we go. That squealing spin up of Project Liftoff. Facing off against Grandeur here, a big wheeled vert.
Ooh, some issues with Project Liftoff 12.
Well, that's a good pin here from a little ace-style mini-bot. Wow.
There we
Project
go.
Liftoff 12 sounds like a TIE fighter, and Grandeur looks like a TIE fighter,
Oh,
Chris.
interesting.
Yeah.
Good analysis. I like it.
Yeah, that's what you can come to expect here. Now, you can see this, this was a brand new floor right before this fight, so you can see exactly how Project Liftoff moves across the box, and it's just putting divots into the floor like crazy.
It's potentially going to lead to some imperial entanglements.
I love it. It's good. We can't even get Jake a chair. Is there a chair? Oh, okay, all right. Up here, we've got Jake. We're going to be talking to him right after this match. 1:20 left here. Project Liftoff trying to rack up damage points here, but having trouble finding his opponent in the box.
Both of these bots currently have the accuracy of Stormtroopers.
Well done, Chris. Now, one of the challenges with the Melty Brain is that as you scale up in weight, the physics really work the smaller the robot is, the less that it weighs. At 3 pounds, Project Liftoff is absolutely terrifying. At 12, at 30, at 150, at 250, the physics are different because you're not getting that really rapid spin up that you would see from a really light robot like a Beetle weight. 20 seconds left here. This one will probably go to the judges, barring something catastrophic. And we're gonna have to be looking at aggression, damage, and control. Oh, good hit right here as we send it to the judges. Final 2 seconds. All right, going into that judging queue.
And
now,
while
Chris,
they deliberate,
Chris, very exciting. We have Jake Hoffman up here at the announcing desk with oh my goodness,
Whoa.
with Maximizer,
That's the right one.
I was
wow.
thinking of Thagamizer style robots.
can we set this up here while
go
we
ahead.
talk to you about what happened in that
Can
match?
we hold it?
Well,
I want to hold it, Chris.
Well, yeah, hold it. I just want
Hold
the
it.
camera to see if it
Cradle
can pull
it.
in a tight shot of, look at the front armor on Maximizer right now.
Caldera is nothing to play with. It is not the same bot that bought in January. It has improved so much. I cannot wait to see more from the Boxels. I mean, they have brought the performance of their 3-pounder to the 12, clearly.
Now,
look at
now,
that.
what happened in that fight, Jake?
Caldera is a tough opponent. That's
Yeah.
what happened. I lost my belt pretty early. Got to investigate that problem. He took both of my wheels. No one's ever taken a wheel off this robot.
That's
and
so
he
crazy.
took both in one fight.
Wow.
And I drove it like it was rented until I couldn't anymore and had no wheels.
Now,
So,
we missed, for those that were watching along on the live stream, we missed like the first 20 seconds, but it seems like
Yeah.
a lot happened in that 20 seconds
Yeah.
because by the time we joined, you weren't spinning. What happened?
I don't know yet. We got to go investigate that. But the belt came off. I think some debris got sucked into it or something. But we got to go investigate that, figure it out. We'll keep fighting. We're good.
Now,
We got 2 more.
how hard are the repairs that you're facing here?
TBD.
Okay.
It could be all day.
Yeah.
Could be.
Good
Probably
luck,
not.
Jake. Can't wait to
Probably
see
okay.
it back in the box again. You've got
Can't wait to be back.
one more chance to
One more
stay
chance.
alive.
Yep, and I fight the loser of Grandeur and Project Liftoff, which
Okay.
will be, it's under JD right now.
Yeah, there you go. All right,
Wow.
thanks, Jake. Best
I
of
don't want
luck.
to fight
Good
either
luck.
of those robots. So
Have at it.
thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to go over to cage 5 here. We've got Eruption facing off against Splash. Now, we saw the Boxels here in cage 1 winning against Maximizer, and Brian Boxel is running Eruption here in cage 5. So they are still downstairs, both Boxels. Now, Eruption is Brian's custom egg beater spinner. It is very fast, it likes its angles, and it has a tendency to bounce around in the box. Pretty chaotic. Facing off against Splash.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, Splash is
Fight,
one of our
robots,
Chinese
fight.
robots here. Now, this is a miniature Railgun Max from the team behind Railgun Max. Very cool.
All the way here from China.
Traveling out here, I hear that Elaine Wu is in the audience. She's up in the pits, I should say. She's running 2 robots. This is their 3rd robot that they're running. A miniature Railgun Max. This is their experimental platform. They're trying out new technologies and currently doing the thing, Chris. Now, it is so thrilling every single time I get to see a robot from another country. I love seeing Chinese robots. Oh, fantastic.
Tap out.
Brian Boxell not allowing me to finish that thought, just going in and ripping off those wheels. Fast tap out. Now, the Railgun Max team, really made a splashy debut on BattleBots, picked up a lot of fans, and then just disappeared after COVID. COVID lockdowns meant that the team was not able to travel to competitions, but now, 4 years later, coming out all the way to Connecticut, they want to come and see the House of Havoc themselves. Elaine runs her own events in China. She is an event organizer there. And there is a massive Chinese robot fighting scene. And it is really cool when we get to see a little glimpse of it. There are dozens and dozens of teams in China.
Yeah.
We got to see some of those, this week with, they traveled over to Russia and they were fighting in a big heavyweight competition over there. You can see footage of that online. It's really interesting. Look for it. But that is a whole corner of the globe, a whole corner of the combat robotics community that we don't really get a lot of visibility into. There are tons of teams in India, China, Russia, Pakistan that are building robots and fighting robots just in that community. And they take a lot of inspiration here from NHRL and from BattleBots, but they very much have their own scene. Their robots are evolving in that corner of the globe.
Absolutely.
Separately from ours. So getting this kind of cross-pollination is very cool. We're going to go over to Cage 7. We've got Dysfunction facing off against Skew. Now, Skew here is this vert, and Dysfunction is the horizontal. Skew landing a good pin. Wow.
Oh boy.
Skew has like an off-centered vert. That's really interesting.
Oh, it is a skew.
It is a skew, Chris. Wow, okay. Dysfunction being saved here by the house spot. The weapon looks like it could be down on Dysfunction. And Skew was just waiting patiently for its prey to come down off of the rail here. Wow, really dictating the pace of this fight. Minute 20 left in this fight. All right, we're going to leave this fight early, and we're going to go over to Cage 1, which is currently loading in. Grim Ripper facing off against Dumbbot. Now, Grim Ripper here is in the pink corner, and Dumbbot is here in the blue corner. Dumbbot run by Zach Jacob here from the University of Cincinnati. Facing off against Grim Ripper from Nelson Barros from the Skeleton Crew. So, you saw the Halloween-themed robot before in Cage 2. This is the same group that is running two robots. And these 12-pounders, this is a pretty good matchup here. Grim Ripper has this interesting armor skirt around it.
Very cool.
You love to see that. Let's see how smart Dumbbot is, from these kids from the University of Cincinnati.
We have a big showing university teams here at the March of Madness. We have University of Cincinnati, and then there's a wave of folks from ASU, Arizona State University. I believe they're running 6 bots, and there's like a dozen builders
5,
here from the school. It's
4,
pretty cool.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, a good start here from Grim Ripper. You can hear that spin up from Dumbbot. Wow, you can see a ton of power in that vert as Dumbbot.
Oh.
Gyring up when it tries to turn. There's some barely controlled power, and they have landed on the mini-bot from Grim Ripper.
Oh! Collateral damage there.
A little shower of sparks. This weapon is running so fast that they're not able to turn reliably.
Oh, no.
Oh, and they're
floor.
upside down, cutting into the wood.
Oh, wow.
And there's smoke and flames. Wow.
Oh, no.
That is not
boy.
good.
We're going to need some Bondo.
Wow.
Bondo in cage 1.
Okay, you know what that smoke was from? It was from friction. They were trying to start a fire on the floor. High centered on something. Dumbbot is doing the thing. Wow, floor repairs come out of any winnings that you have today here, Dumbbot. You have to watch out for that.
I really love the design on Grim Reaper.
It is very cool. All right, now Grim Reaper, they have an opportunity to come over here and try and self-right their opponent violently.
Oh!
Here we go. With 60 seconds left here, we're going to go over into cage 6. That's what I hear. Well, we have a fight in progress, I believe. This is Caldera facing off against Codename Pinto. Now, Caldera here is the #1 ranked robot here in the Beatles, and this is a massacre. Codename Pinto on its head. Oh, wow. But it's still spinning. 30 seconds into this fight. Now, Caldera and Glenn Boxell coming off of a big win in the 12s. And, oh, wow,
Big
that's
launch coming out of
huge
Codename
roofing.
Pinto. Caldera just got introduced into the ceiling.
But it looks like the that armor package on the front of Codename Pinto is not looking right. And it seems
There it
to have
goes.
spent more time on its head than on its feet in this match, Chris.
Yeah, definitely some parts flying off of Codename Pinto, but it looks like it's reoriented itself and it's back in this fight.
Now that is a good pin here from Magma. I believe it's called Magma, the mini-bot from Caldera. Driven by Brian Boxell. His dad, Glenn, runs this orange robot, Caldera.
Now, is Codename Pinto, does it have that wedge stuck under the side rail? Look like it. It's getting its one unstick now from our house bot. With a little extra nudge to see if it can get it driving again. But we're not seeing a lot of movement out of it.
Those wheels are spinning, but it's high-centered on something, I think.
It might be part of its own armor.
Now, can the Boxels come in here and help extricate Codename Pinto? I will say, Codename Pinto, a very cool custom robot. You can tell that it's custom because they've stacked this blade together,
Knockout.
and that is just not a shape that you conventionally see. There are some angles that really were a problem for Codename Pinto.
Absolutely.
Finding itself on its side, finding itself on its head a lot. And Caldera, just absolutely bulletproof, very simple design, and you know.
There's the reason why it's ranked #1.
Yeah, yeah. No shame at all in losing to the #1 ranked robot. All right, we're gonna go over to cage 7. We've got Bean Buster facing off against Polywhip. Now these are two-wheel drive egg beaters here. Polywhip here has green wheels, and Bean Buster has a green weapon. Now, Polywhip is a Hudson Valley team, Chris, from DJ Jezu from Poughkeepsie. Yeah. Now, this is very close to us. You know, we probably live 20 minutes away from DJ. And I just love to see how many Hudson Valley builders there are in the fields at each of these competitions. It makes me happy, Chris. It's certainly the most interesting thing that's happening in our region, you know? We live in a pretty sleepy area.
When not building bots, they make pickles, and they brought me some pickles for my
Yeah.
birthday. How wonderful is that?
Yeah. And when I'm not announcing bots, I'm like picking apples, okay?
Yes, and there's only a few things to do.
Yeah, make pickles, pick apples. That's it.
Now, Bean Buster here is showing some good control and aggression, kind of owning the center of the box, while Poliwhip tries to find some advantage to get in there and change the direction of this fight.
Polio's weapon is down and really just trying to show some kind of control points here. Bean Buster looks like it might be high centered on a piece of trash here inside of the box.
Besides one weapon down, not a lot of damage so far recognizable on either of the bots.
Chris, you're going to be delighted. Bean Buster is from a team from Red Hook, New York.
Oh
These
my.
are literally right down Highway 9, these two robots. They are neighbors, Chris.
This fight might actually follow them home.
Yeah, there you go. Now with 10 seconds left, it looks like this one will go to the judges. We got some impaired driving from Bean Buster and a dead weapon from Poliwhip. Two Hudson Valley teams. You gotta love that.
And that's your match. And then we get away from the driver.
Wow, very cool. Yeah, Chris, my town is in between Poughkeepsie and Red Hook. This is fantastic. I love it.
You should have a rematch in your backyard.
Yeah, here you go. I'll invite them over for like a robot barbecue. So we're gonna go and check in with Cage 5 here. We've got Demetrius facing off against Mrs. Buff. Now, Mrs. Buff is one of the robots that I was looking for here in the competition because it is autonomous. Now, Mrs. Buff uses an overhead camera to find its opponent and go careening into it. Now, taking a look at these stickers on the robot, I believe that Mrs. Buff's minibot is just dead. That AI is not working, Chris. 2 minutes and 19 seconds left here in this fight. Oh, look. Oh, we saw a little spark of life from the AI robot. Oh, it's right there, Chris. The little AI robot.
The little AI that could.
All right. This white robot that is vibrating around. Dimakaris, Chris. I think...
Dimacris? Dimacris.
Dimacris?
Knockout.
I feel like we need a Greek person in here to rule on this. Okay. That was a knockout, and I think that Mrs. Buff here has lost this fight. The autonomous minibot, I was really, really hoping to see it do well, but fortunately it was a non-factor in that fight.
Maybe it needs a firmware upgrade.
I really love the idea of autonomous robots. We haven't seen much success from autonomous robots just yet here in the competition, but that I feel like is the next leap forward.
Yeah, more and more teams are kind of like, integrating new systems into their bots, like we see, like with Joey and Yoshimi, using like advanced technology to just push the bots forward a bit, And we've seen infrared sensors and things built into some of the melty brains and stuff that
Fight, robots,
just give you that advantage of like making a little bit more order out of the chaos because of how fast some of the AI technology works.
Now going over to here to cage 6, we've got Scrambled here. It's got an egg on the top cover, facing off against Sparkle. Not a lot of movement. Oh, are they going back to their
the match
starting
is paused.
squares? Sparkle here is another Chinese robot. Sparkle run by Elaine Wu from Railgun Max. Oh, very cool. And now again, this is another Beetleweight version of Railgun Max. That thing looks fantastic. It kind of looks a little Brazilian inspired, you know, with that big chunky armor package in green on the front. Very interesting. Facing off against Grant and Scrambled. Scrambled has competed here a lot here in Baby Blue. And finding early purchase here on Sparkle.
Now, Grant is 13 years old, and this is his 3rd year competing at NHRL, so he started when he was 10.
Yeah, pretty cool. Now, Elaine Wu here and Sparkle getting their one save from Bart. Trying desperately to get this robot back to life here. And our teenage driver here in Grant is just waiting, ready to re-engage as soon as Sparkle comes back to life.
Like a short order cook, just ready, spatula in hand.
Saw a little twitch, a death twitch here from Sparkle's weapon.
The wheels are spinning, but without that drum firing, you just can't reorient themselves.
Knockout.
Wow, Grant earning his first knockout of the day against Elaine Wu and Sparkle. I love their scrambled t-shirts. There's Elaine. Wow, fantastic. Here with an entire team. Elaine flew into LA on Monday, and so she spent the last week here in the US, slowly making her way across country, I'm assuming. Maybe flying. Maybe it's a quick trip across the US.
It's, I mean, we had one competitor here from New Zealand, I believe, at our January event, but
Jeff.
this might be the furthest anyone has traveled.
Yeah.
That is a haul.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see, what is that? Like a 14, 15-hour flight with, probably 40 or 50 pounds worth of robot parts and components, getting through all of the customs, with,
Right.
A massive robot and a bunch of little robots. And, spending some time in the U.S., like kind of beating jet lag, fantastic. It's like an robot stuff for Elaine, which is very cocool. Love to see Chinese robots. We're going to see a lot more of them. I think that Elaine has 2 or 3 Beetles and then one 30-pounder that's in the box, in the roster, I should say. I've got it marked here. But first, we're going to go up to the pits.
Here's our first shot of the pits for the day. Wow, it's bustling up there.
Wow. Dr. Magnus Ambrose Detritus, just walking past the pit camera there. Fantastic. We can see a good overhead shot of Seth Schaefer from Just Cause Robotics picking the best seat in the house here up in the pits because people can see his logo front and center, Chris. Fantastic branding. Now, there's something like 300, 400 people up there. Oh, wow. Oh, look. I can see people in medieval costumes, Chris.
I think I see a Roman legionary, too.
I think that's Seth's brother. It's almost exactly Seth's brother. Now, see, here's the thing. This is my favorite. It's like Where's Waldo? We, for true super fans, they'll be able to pick out their favorite builders from this cacophony up there. This is fantastic. Wow. Now this is an overhead pit cam that's right above Lindsay's desk, I think. So she's off camera below, and pit control to the left. It's fantastic. The next time you come to the House of Havoc, sign up for the VIP tour so you can go and see the pits yourself. So yeah, very good. All right, we're going to go over to robot fighting here in Cage 6. We've got clearing. Clearing.
We have Timber versus
we have Timber.
ER
Yes.
Stingray 2.
Yes. Good, Colby. We've got Timber from the Weiss family over here in the pink corner facing off against ER Stingray 2. ER Stingray here run by Paul St. Armand, the organizer of the Hartford event, Makerspace CT, where they ran 8 weights over there, facing off against, I believe this is Lydia Weiss. And Timber. Now, Lydia is an 8-year-old here from Burnt Hills, New York, and she is running this really cool red robot here. Timber is one of her favorite songs. That's what she said in her intake form.
5.
And previously,
4,
she stuck a bunch of glitter to the
2,
back of the robot. I don't see
1.
glitter this time. This looks like a
Robots
considerably
fight.
more deadly and menacing robot here from Lydia.
It's an interesting shape to the bot. I like it a lot.
The really cool thing that I like about the Weisses is that they allow their kids to design robots and they help them build them, which is just so cool. That is absolutely the way that I would do it. Wow, and Timber's doing great. Now Timber is running a conventional wooden saw, like a wood saw blade there. Another reason why it's called Timber. As an undercutter. Wow, and that saw blade digging into the plywood.
Big hit from ER Stingray 2.
Now look at this. Now it is it's a horizontal spinner at an angle. Wow, that is very cool. Now, is Lydia able to get mobility here when she's inverted?
ER Stingray 2 just gave its own mini bot a little bit of a love tap. We see a message there written on the undercutter from Timber.
I think that those are lyrics from the song, Chris.
Oh, I didn't know that, Luke.
Tap out.
Thank you.
The tap out from Lydia Weiss. Your winner here is ER Stingray 2. All right. Well done, Paul and team. Your first win of the day. We're going to go over to cage 5 here shortly. Now, here in Cage
Tap
5...
out.
Oh, Omnivore just won that fight. So for fans of Omnivore, wow, you got to see the last few seconds of it. That's great.
And back to us.
Yeah, there you go. Now, just to kind of, if you're joining us, here, middle of the stream, these are our qualifying rounds. If you win 2 fights here in your qualifying rounds, you advance automatically into the bracket. If you lose 2 fights, you are out. So people could be fighting potentially up to 3 times here in the qualifying rounds as they're trying to fight their way desperately into the bracket. We're going to start our primetime coverage later in the day, and that is pretty far into the bracket. That is our real, fully produced, best of the best, really, just kind of killers in the box. And that is going to be a really tight, 3-hour show. And here on the Brett Zone, this is for the super fans, people who, set their alarm for 2 o'clock in the morning in Australia and they watch it all day long, just slamming Red Bulls and, asking weird questions on the live chat,
It's the weird part of the morning.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Now, Chris, I have to say, I love this shirt. Is this real velour?
I think it is. It was made from a couch.
Do not get close to a flamethrower. You are going to go up in...
Maybe not the wisest costume decision, but you know what? It's the March of Madness, Luke.
We do have the fire marshal here on, I'm pretty sure that he could save you, I suppose, if you do have a problem. But
Make sure to stick around. All I'm going to say is make sure to stick around for the qualifying day, because things might get a little bit more abstract, especially as the hours go on here.
you think it's going to get weirder through this stream here?
Oh,
Is that
I
right?
think so. We have a lot of folks that have joined us here today who have a penchant for sword and sorcery. So if
Yeah.
that is something that you're interested in, I think you're going to be delighted.
Okay. All right. That's good. Yeah, I saw Kyle running around in a full barbarian's costume.
I think that's just what he wore as he came up from Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the highway there.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to fight for your life.
You got to assert dominance.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the best way to do that is with a full fur pelt and a leather headband.
Yeah, of course. Good. Yeah, all right, awesome. Now, we're also doing something else cool today. We are going to be running these things called Havoc Challenges later in the day. So we're going to be running these special little mini games inside of the box, stuff like King of the Castle, Top of the Castle.
Yeah, it's like a King of the Hill inspired a game.
King of the Castle. Okay, good.
King of the Castle.
We're going to be doing like a balloon fight, I think. So yeah, lots of fun stuff planned for you today. Feel free to stick around the entire day and hang out with us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So it's like a Mario Kart inspired mini game where each bot's going to have 3 balloons attached to them, a la Mario Kart,
Right.
the old school SNES version. And you need to pop all 3
They still
balloons.
do Mario. They still do
With the balloons?
Yeah, yeah. in
I
the
haven't
latest
played
version.
Mario Kart since I don't know,
It's Chris's
1990.
birthday today. So wait, let me see if I can guess. Wait, how old were you when you were playing Mario Kart? In your 40s, I'm guessing.
Yes,
40s
well,
or 50s?
Super Nintendo still has a very
Chris
big
is
place in my-
90 years old
One.
today.
Fight, robots, fight.
The first Mario Kart I ever played was just on horses.
All right, are we gonna go to a fight here, Colby, in cage 7? I can see knife fight and obsidian here. Oh no. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we are in cage 7. Knife fight and obsidian. Knife fight here is this long lifting robot here that's currently in the pink corner, and obsidian here is this blue robot. Wow, that is a really interesting looking robot.
That's a pretty gnarly sounding hum. What is that coming out of?
It has to be the weapon here, the dead weapon on Obsidian. The builder trying to fire up that weapon. Now, Obsidian, this is a Northeastern Robotics team here.
Obsidian is pretty zippy.
Yeah. Oh, getting entangled there. I saw a loose weapon belt on Obsidian. That weapon will not be coming back for the rest of this fight. This is now Knife Fight's match to lose here. They have successfully killed the weapon. Now Colby over in cage 1, we've got another big box fight, and I just saw a huge shower of sparks. So we're gonna go over into cage 1. Wow, Promheta here winning this fight, tipping Tough Love onto their head. Now Tough Love run by Leanne Cushing from Team Valkyrie on BattleBots. But yeah, Tough Love, tough bounce here up against the rail.
I don't believe that was a formal unstick. I don't know if Flo made... Oh my goodness!
For Promheta!
Tough Love still mobile, despite that massive hit.
Wow, Zach Knight and Promheta.
Out.
Leanne tapping out, wisely saving her robot for her second qualifying fight of the day. This match is over. All right, we're gonna head over to cage 5. I can see Silent X in the box fighting against Carl. Carl's the name of the robot, not the name of the driver. I suppose you could name a robot after yourself. That would be pretty funny. And, Silent X here from Jameson Go. You know, combat robotics, greatest of all time here, Jameson Go. Facing off against Carl. Now, Jameson, in his intake form for this competition, promises us that he's here just for fun with Silent X. And he said that he might be running a rubber weapon.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love that. It does look like Silent X has kind of changed its shape a little bit. Like it's a little bit longer.
A little bit
than
longer.
normal.
That's
yeah,
totally. I see it. Maybe that's the reason why you would kind of bring a rubber weapon out. You're bringing something not quite as lethal to just test the functionality of it.
Carl run here by Jacob Kent from Hope Valley, Rhode Island. This is a robot that is ranked number 281, going 2 and 4 across the last 2 events. Jameson Go, either the weapon's not running or he's turned it off.
I'd imagine maybe whatever caused that weapon to stop functioning might be the same reason why Carl's front right wheel is locked up.
I would be really surprised if Jameson lost his weapon. I think that he probably turned it off. We're going to see a little burst of, you know, showing the weapon maybe at the very end if he's not able to achieve a knockout.
Yeah, sometimes you do see a weapon turn off and then in the last few seconds fire back up. That's just the driver letting the judges know that their weapon is still active so it doesn't get counted against them in any of their tabulations.
Facing off against Jameson Go is one of the greatest thrills that you can have here at NHRL. I'll talk to builders and they'll tell me all about, oh, you know, my very first fight was against Jameson Go, you know? Oh yeah, see, weapon's there. Jameson just turned it off, Chris.
It's a long day.
And 30 seconds left, he's turned up the weapon, showing that he has, you know, full, you know, he hasn't been damaged. Oh no, oh Jameson high centered on the mini-bot from Carl. What? All right. Releasing that pin. This one will go to the judges. And, yeah, well done, JMO. Looks like this is probably a win for Silent X. Silent X is always a robot to watch in the roster. Even though he is not the highest ranked Beetle in the competition today, he is one of the best builders in the competition today, which makes him always dangerous when it comes to the bracket. I didn't see a rubber weapon. It looked like that was pretty conventional metal. But,
yeah, I mean, it was black. It was hard to tell.
Just the way that it was moving, you know. It didn't have the rubber wobble, you know.
I mean, there's different kinds of rubber, Luke.
What? What do you mean, Chris?
Well, there's some that are more flexible and some that are less flexible.
What are you talking about? What kind of rubber doesn't flex?
There's a variety of different types of rubbers and urethanes and things that you can pour and things that you have to cut with a water jet. It's there's just like metal. There's a variety.
These are
not
corners of the internet that I
just
don't go to, Chris.
They don't just like put a tap in a rubber tree and all rubber's the same.
What do you mean a rubber tree?
Where do you think rubber comes from?
From like, you
well,
know.
I mean, some of it's made from oil, but some of it, like, you know, you would actually they would harvest the material.
There's trees that have rubber coming out of them.
You could say it that way.
What?
Yeah. It was a manufactured process using an actual agricultural thing. That's how rubber was made.
I'm going to Google this, Chris. I don't know about this.
The world of information is at your fingertips, Luke.
All right, listen. Chat, I'm sure we have some rubber experts, you know. Just let me know. I'm reading it. Here we go. Wait, like they're putting tree rubber on cars and stuff? Is that right?
That's how it used to work, yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to go over to cage 4. It's another big box fight. Got loaded in Butterbots facing off against Ambiguously Dynamic Duo. Now, Butterbot, I believe, is a University of Cincinnati robot.
I think that they're actually spread all over.
And ambiguously dynamic duo is from Joshua Reinhardt here from Norwich, Connecticut. From Team 90s Kids. Love it. Love it, Chris. Now, were you a 90s kid? Today is your birthday.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple
Or did you
versions
know-
of a 90s kid, though. You know,
Yeah.
there's an early 90s kid, mid 90s kid, late 90s kid.
Okay. Were you like an early 70s kid, maybe?
I was that too.
Okay.
I grew up with a lot of
5,
hand-me-downs.
4,
So, despite
3,
being young in the 90s,
Which
I had
70s?
I had a lot of
70s and the
Robots
1970s,
fight.
Chris. All right, we've got the ambiguously dynamic duo here in black, and there's two of them appropriately facing off against Butterbot. Whoa, there's
Oh, boy.
fire! Oh, I love it!
Oh, this butter might melt.
Oh, they're both flamethrowers, Chris.
Whoa! Wow!
Facing off against Butterbot.
I
Will
love
Butterbot melts, Chris.
Oh, this butterbot's assaulted.
Assaulted.
Tap out.
That's assaulted butter. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, Fluffy stepping in with the fire extinguisher. Oh, this was almost a hot grease fire here.
Wow.
Look at the char marks on the floor. Oh my goodness.
Look at the char marks, you know, like on Butterbot. Wow, you could not have a more appropriate matchup, Chris.
Wow. Butterbot went into the match with a little bit of a limp in its left side drive, which gave its opponent the opportunity for torching.
Wow, awesome. I think the Butterbot's gonna need to be pushed to the door here. Wow.
Whew. That will wake you up.
Yeah.
I love a flamethrower. I love a flamethrower.
Now this is ambiguously dynamic duo's first win ever with that robot. Their overall record improves to 1-2. They've won their first qualifying fight of the day. They're just one fight away from getting into the roster, getting into the bracket.
That is so cool. I want to see more flamethrowers, especially making their way throughout the day, the qualifiers to get into the bracket. It's awesome when you can see, a flamethrower, which is a really difficult bot style to win with because, you really need to be able to lock in a pin or have some semblance of control so that the time it takes for fire to do its thing, gives you the advantage. And that is not an easy thing to design your way through.
All right, now we can see that we're going to go over to cage 5 here. Loading in, we've got Verticalizer facing off against Titan. Now, Verticalizer picked up a lot of fans with a kind of improbable design in January. These are dual vertical spinners on the end of a Thagomizer tail. And they spin in, they're counter-rotating so that they cancel the gyro.
It's tongue-in-cheek. I love it.
It's weird. It's ambitious.
There's just a joke of just throw an egg beater on it. Well, they took it one step further and threw 2 on it.
That's true. I do like that. I can't believe they have the weight for that too, Chris. Isn't that amazing? This is a Team ASML robot, and they did great in their debut. Really looking forward to seeing how it does against Titan.
Five, 4.
And that is Titan there in the blue corner.
2,
Titan
1.
run here by Cole
Robots
Wilson
fight.
here from Avon, Connecticut. This is a brand new beetle weight from Cole. Tough matchup for Cole's first fight with this new robot.
There might be some gremlins in Titan's weapon system right now.
Now, I'm reading here in the intake form that Titan has a weapon that can theoretically spin at 300 plus miles an hour, and it's inspired by Uppercut on BattleBots.
Maybe that's what's happening right now. It's just spinning so fast we can't even see it.
Oh yeah, it's spinning at exactly the frame rate. That's perfect. I do find it interesting that that robot is so chaotic and kind of has a tendency to tip forward. The weight distribution, especially at the Beetles, is so important. You know, you can very easily tip forward and you're in trouble. Wow. Okay, verticalizer landing a good hit. Minute 45 left here in the fight.
We've seen a few sparks of life from Titan's weapon, so it isn't dead in the water. It's just there's some kind of maybe a transmitter issue.
Now stuck on its head, we can see our Viking helmet, you know, wearing robot here. House robot coming in here to save Titan. And we're gonna go over to here to cage 1 because I just heard what sounded like a jet engine and my table is vibrating here.
Oh wow, yeah, it's almost therapeutic. Oh, and that is what's going on.
Wow, in cage 1 we have Catalyst 30 facing off against Animosity. Now Corey has asked us not to call it Catalyst XXX, okay? It is Catalyst 30.
I see. We're going with
Catalyst XXX is after midnight.
5,
okay?
4, 3, 2,
versus
1.
Animosity.
It's a scrambled channel after midnight, Chris. Okay.
From builder Alexander Grant.
Wow, that huge spin up, I think, is from Animosity. Oh, big hits! Wow.
Oh no! What is going on? Oh, I see that whole weapon on the front of Animosity looks like it's been bananaed. It's been pringled, you might call it.
Now, Chris, really interestingly,
that'll do it
this
too.
started off as a gas-powered robot, and I think it might still be gas-powered. Is this the first gas-powered robot that we've seen at NHRL? This is a throwback design from like the very earliest days of combat robotics. It looks like there's like a gas tank on the top, doesn't it, Chris?
That might be what is concealed inside of that housing, I believe.
This robot started life as a 15-pound gas-powered combat robot that ran in Florida. It's been redesigned into a 30-pounder, and now just one part from the older robot remains, the weapon bar hub. Wow, okay. Run by Alexander Grant from Newcastle, Delaware. Interesting.
But naturally, this robot and this type of design started in Florida.
Now, Corey Nason here with Catalyst 30, just building a robot that is designed to go deep into the competition here today. Corey Nason, one of our best builders, one of our most prolific builders, and building a really... I was talking to him before this competition. He was saying, previously, I was just function over form, just like total brutality, right? You know, I'm going to choose the most efficient design and not even care about what its colors are or what it looks like or anything like that. This is his first attempt at putting a little bit of art into the robot. You can see it has some interesting curves, and it's really designed to kind of have this visually interesting silhouette.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah. Now, previously, you know, his robots were interesting because of their brutality. They're really well built. They're really well driven. And I think that he is just iterating so much faster. And we are getting very close to a fully baked concept from Corey Nason. Beautiful, hard hitting, and yeah, really fully formed. All right, we're gonna go check into cage 8. Is that right, Colby?
I think we're gonna get a preview of this King of the Hill style mini game that we have here at NHRL. And look at these. There's like 4 ramps that lead you up to the top of the platform.
Yeah.
Also, stationed around this platform are 4 towers, which have to be knocked off, I believe, which we just saw.
Yeah, and I can see that this is Eric here. Now, this is the brand new robot here from NHRL. NHRL has developed Eric as a learning platform robot. This is a 2-pound robot, and once you sign up for the Havoc Academy, you get an Eric, and you build it together with your fellow cohorts. And from there, you can lobotomize Eric and take all of those components and put them into your first beetle weight, which is really, really cool. We're going to shout out here to Josh here, running the driving experience here in Cage 8. If you are here in the House of Havoc and you want to try Eric yourself, go down to Cage 8 and you can get a preview of King of the Castle. King in the Castle? King of the Castle.
King of the Castle.
King of the Castle. King of the. No, I can't do the voice.
King of the Castle. King of the Castle.
King of the Castle. Yeah, there you go. That's good. So you know that pop culture reference. So, you must be at least under the age of 60. That's, I don't know.
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Ricky is really the timeless one.
Oh, Ricky is a cursed Victorian child, okay? All right? That porcelain skin and those perfect features, okay?
He does look like an oil painting.
He's 250 years old. When he was born, he had one of those high ruffled necks. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For his first oil
just
painting.
Furls everywhere.
Yeah. He's immeasurably wealthy as well. Okay, because he bought stock in Standard Oil.
But he pays
years
for
ago.
everything in doubloons.
Yeah. Well, he's got a lot of them.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was crazy.
He's
in
a
the 1600s.
cash-based guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go over to Cage 1. Okay, loading in. We've got Floor Letter Word facing off against Ares. Now, Ares is the very first robot in 4 years from Team MIT. Now, the MIT team, of course, famously built Uppercut on BattleBots, and COVID happened, and the entire team graduated and moved on. When students returned to the campus at MIT, they found a totally gutted combat robotics program. And these students here have revived this program.
Resurrected.
There's actually just one team member from the former team that was carried over into the new team. And they're now building smaller robots. So beetles, and in this case, I believe this is a 30-pounder. Okay. I've just heard that we have incorrect information here on our screen. This is Vacatank. I can see.
Yes.
All right, they've got the cow costume.
I see the cow costume now. Yes, that should have been dead obvious.
Yeah, I'd only heard about Ares, so I didn't really even know what it looked like, Chris.
So I guess then Floor
They
Letter
arrived
Word
today.
and Ares have been moved to a different cage.
Good, Chris. I'm going to tell you, I miss my cow onesie, all right? Back in the freewheeling days where you could just wear whatever you wanted, all right?
I'm sure that we have another one laying around here.
I'm gonna allow that one to breathe there, Chris. That's pretty good. So we've got Vacatank here in the here to the right, facing off against who are they facing off against, Gil? Beast. Oh, Beast. Okay. Now, I saw Beast last night. Beast is here from Tyler Wright from Team Combat Ready Robotics from Arizona. Now, Chris, you've been working with them. You've been talking with them. Tell me a little bit more about the Combat Robotics program at ASU.
So, yeah, the students here have 6 bots in the field. I think there's about a dozen of them. ASU, they're in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, technically Tempe, Arizona. They have like this really awesome bubble with like lots and lots of builders and a lot of enthusiasm behind the program. They are all very cool. I got to know them a bit last night. I saw some of the other bots that they were working on. Boots looks hilarious. I can't wait to see
awesome.
Boots in the box. They are growing fast, and I love that their first foray here into NHRL, they're coming with so many bots and so many students, and that is something that I love to see.
All right, we've got Team Vacatank here, closest to us. They're making their way over into the pink corner. Beast will be fighting out of the blue corner here. If these robots can find their corners. Oh. Now, before this match, the Team ASU students, they came over and they gave us a little crocheted emotional support robot.
Yes, this thing is adorable and functional.
Yeah, the little wheels, they move, which is pretty amazing.
And the weapon blade spins in its hand.
This is their good luck charm, is that right, Chris?
Yes, this is their moral support.
Moral
crochet.
support Scrappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Gotta love that, Chris. Okay, Vacatank has successfully made their way over into the pink corner. Now, ASU was one of the recipients of NHRL's college grant program last year, and they used that money to build their own combat robot box in Arizona, and they've run their own competitions there as well on campus, which is very cool. So awesome to see these, this team come back to Norwalk, Connecticut, spend the little last bit of their money, on on travel here.
5.
Hopefully we
4,
can get an
3,
ASU University of
2,
Cincinnati matchup so we can spark
Fight,
that rivalry.
robots, fight.
All right, good movement out of the box for both of these opponents. Beast getting around to the back of Vacatank.
Oh!
Big hits.
Oh, wow. Grinding away at the Under Armour on Vacatank. Beast is doing a great job. Locking horns here, these two beasts of burden.
And I can see a weapon belt hanging loose off of Vacatank. Looks like they have lost that weapon in the first 30 seconds of this match. Oh no, 2 weapon belts are loose. All of the weapons are gone here in the box.
Well, Vacatank has 2 belts. So could it be both belts on Vacatank? I don't know. They're gonna have to get separated. So yeah, we see a pause in the match.
One of the belts is hooked on one of the horns from Beast. Interesting. All right, so we're going to go in here, pause this match, and they're going to take that little belt off of the Beast's horn here.
I think it's a harness, Luke.
It looks like both of the belts are off of Vacatank.
And we'll find out shortly if there is an issue with Beast's weapon or if they are just playing it safe and not spinning it up and potentially sucking one of those belts into their own weapon system.
True, true.
Now you have to pause these kind of matches very carefully because you don't know what's working, what's not working. So we'll see a Flo step in here and move these bots a little bit closer to the door so that we can get a little snip.
Now, one of my favorite Vacatank facts is that the driver of Vacatank is a gentleman named Lunch Buddy. First name Lunch, last name Buddy. And when I went to see him yesterday up in the pits, he was like, please call me Mr. Buddy, all right?
I don't know you that well.
Yeah.
So there you see Beast Weapon is working, but not a lot of movement out of Vacatank.
Yeah, that unstick looks like it may have taken it out of Vacatank. And they are counting out this cow-themed robot. Vacatank has already been helpfully pushed to the door. All right, that is a knockout for Team ASU, Combat Ready Robotics, and the Beast.
This cow is counting sheep.
right.
Oh, here we see, this is the moral support.
It worked, Chris. The beast won. Look at this. And
Look at the wheels.
it moves. Look at that. It's amazing, you know? Fantastic.
All right, we're about to jump here into cage 4.
5, 4, 3,
This is floor letter word facing off
Fight,
against Aries.
robots, fight.
Good quick start here from Team MAT and Aries, popping off one of the wheels from floor letter word.
Oh, incredible move out of Aries. Getting right around floor letter word and delivering a huge shot right to the back side of its armor.
Wow, that is a tap out. All right.
That was the unstick. Okay.
We got this violent unstick here. This match is still running. Could have sworn I heard the word tap out cage side, but I'm hearing things. One of these wheels is down, and this is an absolutely brutal match here from Aries on floor letter word.
With these big, heavy horizontals, you really need both wheels. You need to be level. Oh!
Tap out.
There. Wise.
There's the tap out.
Wise decision. Holy cow.
Wow, Team MIT is amped over there, Chris.
Whew.
And they should be. That was an absolutely brutal match with such precision. Killing a wheel, launching their opponent across the box, pushing them up into the corner, down a wheel, impossible to extricate themselves. And MIT victorious here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
We're going
fight.
to jump here into cage 6, where we currently have Beetlejuice versus Hyperdrive.
Oh, this is a great matchup. Hyperdrive here from Florida, Beetlejuice here from Massachusetts. Now, Beetlejuice here run from Ariel Smith from Team Pandemonium, and did incredibly well last year, qualifying for the finals, advancing.
Now, Hyperdrive has the orange-colored side rails. Beetlejuice is the horizontal spinner.
Tap out.
Wow, Hyperdrive winning their first match of the day and killing a pretty formidable opponent in Beetlejuice. Wow, Team MIT just continues to cheer over there. Wow.
They're very excited.
I heard a Warriors yell from the Team MIT side over there.
It is the March of Madness, Luke.
Yeah. Interesting.
The March of Madness. So there are plenty of warriors afoot.
Yeah. Yeah, the box is still locked. They're driving over to the door. They're so excited about their first
that must
win
be
here.
a huge rush. You know, the robotics program, you know, basically shutters its doors for a few years during COVID, and now you've brought it back and you're doing well. That has to be so exciting.
Yeah, winning a big first match. Floor letter word, formidable opponent.
Absolutely.
You know, Aries absolutely was the underdog in that matchup. All right, we're going to go over to cage 1. Now we're going to swap out Chris for Lindsay. Fantastic. Over here in cage 1, we've got Avalanche facing off against Steggy. Now Steggy is run by John Flack, who ran Extinguisher on BattleBots. You can see a good overhead shot of Steggy. This is a 4-wheel drive green robot that looks like it could be running an undercutter.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Good start here from John and Steggy. Landing a good hit on Avalanche. Both of these weapons are running at full speed. Looks like, oh, nope. The weapon on Avalanche looks like it could be down. Yep, the weapon on Avalanche is down. That sound that you hear is the punishing undercutter of Steggy from John Flack.
Tap
Wow, we've got a tap out here from Team Avalanche. Just as their weapon spins up. This match is over. There you go, John. Winning your first match of the day. Fantastic. Now, John has now advanced to college. You know, he is part of his school's combat robotics team. And it is very cool to see him having success here in his first match of the day. Now, I knew, I saw that in his intake form, it looked like Steggy is modular. And, you know, John building a modular robot in Extinguisher on BattleBots, so it's very cool to see him carry on that legacy here with his 12-pounder. So, yeah, winning his first match. Very cool. All right, now joining me up here on the broadcasting desk is my best friend, Lindsay Bear. Hello, Lindsay.
Oh, hello, Luke. How are you doing today?
Now, Lindsay, I feel like you have a pretty good estimate of Chris's age, right?
Yeah.
I feel like in the chat we've landed on somewhere between like 14 and 450, you know?
On any given day, I think he could be any one of those,
Yeah.
you know, just depending on what mood he's in. But I don't know. Can I reveal the
No.
secret?
Well, I mean, I think we're trying to figure it out through context clues, you know? Like, he made a Super Mario reference earlier, you know? So
Yeah.
was he working on the development team? Was he a Gen Xer?
No, Gen Z loves Super Mario.
Oh,
Yeah.
he might be Gen Z.
Yeah,
Oh, everyone's speculating the wrong direction. It
Yeah,
should
it's-
actually be,
it's down.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Problematic for you as you know, his spouse, I would say. Well, who's
know
the
what,
oldest Gen
Luke?
Zer? And should we be calling the police right now?
No, I think the oldest Gen Zer, they are in
They're
their
of
20s.
they're of marriage
They're
age.
of legal marriage age. I cleared it in every state. We're okay. It's all above board. Don't investigate it.
Okay. There you go. Good. Good.
Yeah. So that, you know, take that as you will.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, another clue. He's married. Okay, there you go. All right, cage 4.
Oh, thank goodness.
Gonna go over to cage 4. Wow. Oh, do you see? Okay. Do you know, like on the Looney Tunes when someone would crash through like a wall, you could see just like a burnt, like little like you know, shape of a robot over in you know, like in the plywood here.
It is early in the day, Luke, and this floor, several of these floors have already taken quite a beating. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from whoever this terrifying Viking man is.
This is from the creature or creature. Yeah.
Caleb. Caleb Hecht really understanding the assignment today.
This is
And-
another robot from ASU. So, yeah, Caleb flying out here from Arizona.
I love all of the Arizona representation today. I know that their robotics club has been working towards this for quite a while. So it's just exciting to see them here in full force and in full outfit.
Now, Chris was willing this fight into existence because this is Team ASU versus Team the University of Cincinnati. So this is a budding college rivalry here in combat robotics, I guess depending on how these robots perform here.
Arizona versus Ohio is a tale as old as time.
Yeah. It's like who is calling to scam me on the phone? Okay, Arizona versus Ohio. You know,
I do like.
which state is this call center located in? You know.
Yeah, both. I do like that Ohio is.
I'm gonna guess
building-
Arizona and Ohio lead for elder fraud in the U.S. Okay.
We gotta bring awareness here. This is really what this program is here for today, is RoboScam Awareness Month. Robots come in all shapes and sizes, and some of them scam you on the phone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, a good start from the Beetle. Oh, no, sorry, the good start from Creature here. And BRRT here is this big invertible vert being tipped onto their head up against the rail, with the Creature eating into BRRT's wheels here.
It's still trying to fend off the mini-bot, though, so being a good little nuisance there. Now, Bert here, I wonder if it's spelled like that because it's like Bert, but cold as ice.
Oh, wow. One of the wheels is gone.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Wow.
It
Big
does not
hit here.
need wheels to launch you across the box.
Wow. 2 minutes left here in this fight.
And looks like the weapon now is down on Bert.
Yeah, this lifting mini-bot from Creature has pushed Bert up against the rail. Ooh, good lift there. Into the air. Lifting nothing.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Tap out.
And
That's a tap out. University of Cincinnati tapping out, and the rivalry is born. Look at this.
Way to go, Caleb. With his good luck skull.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like in Arizona you can just find those. You know?
That's what the cartoons definitely allow you to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, you just walk out into the desert for like 5 minutes.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. I love the costume. It's fantastic.
We've seen some good ones today. I think there are still more in store. And that excites me.
Right. Lindsay, fantastic.
What is this?
Oh, this is the mascot from Team ASU.
Oh.
Yeah, this is moral support Scrappy. All right.
Wow.
And little saw blade moves and the wheels move.
So for moral support, if you're looking a little down, he comes at you with the saw blade, and
he goes, "Hey, stop it!"
Yeah, you instantly have to perk up, or else you get.
You're amazing. People love you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah.
Very
Just
sweet.
just giving you moral support throughout the day. You
need it sometimes.
Yeah. Although it kind of looks like he gives you kind of unsolicited moral support. Like you're feeling okay, and he's still like, people forgot what you said in middle school. You're like, oh, why are you? What? I didn't need to know that now. Just having a great day.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Luke.
Yes, Lindsay.
So we here in the qualifying rounds, everything that happens here basically determines who makes it to the round of finals and semifinals later tonight. And that happens at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Prime time on the NHRL main YouTube page.
Yeah, you're currently on the Brett Zone
Yeah.
YouTube page. We have 2 YouTube pages.
Yeah, so make
subscribe
sure
to both of them.
right now, if you're not.
Yeah. It's good for the algorithm. Leave comments.
Yeah. You're going to want to like. You're
share.
going to want to share.
Share.
You're
Subscribe.
going to want to leave comments.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not leaving comments, what are you even doing?
Yeah. Just identify. Oh, where are you from? Oh, that's a good one.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
What's your social security number?
Yeah. Well, the Arizona and Ohio kids, they really want those.
That's like the long game here. They're like here to fight robots.
Yeah.
But really, they're
But
here
they
for
throw
your...
it out in the. Oh, did you like that fight that we just won? Send us your social security numbers. I need it for my vinyl siding job. At the the call center, Tempe. Okay.
This narrative, I'm really enjoying.
This is actually happening. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. All right, we're gonna go over to cage 1. I can see them loading in.
Ooh.
Enid's Revenge facing off against RoboCat.
RoboCat, no affiliation with Business Cat.
Oh, right. Well, Business Cat, I feel like, is an actual cat who just happens to run a business.
Yes.
RoboCat is a robotic cat made by people.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Would you rather work with a business cat or would you rather own a RoboCat?
I would rather work with a business cat. Oh, 100%. That's not even a question.
Business cat doesn't put needless meetings on your calendar. Okay?
No.
Business cat is all business. Sends you an email, okay, with action items.
But you know, like every meeting that Business Cat does schedule
Yeah.
is going to be super cute.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Sitting in that little chair at the head of the table.
All curled up. Like,
Yeah.
Just a little,
No one can
little
understand the
sleepy.
meows, but everyone has to just sit there and nod, you know?
I'd take that meeting any day. RoboCat, though, I don't know. It's a little scary.
Now, RoboCat, built by the University of Cincinnati Combat Robotics team. And Enid's Revenge, run by Luke Komarak from Mainville, Ohio. Oh my gosh, it's a Cincinnati versus Cincinnati fight here.
It was bound to happen. Jake is here with 27 students.
Yeah.
27 with 7 different bots across all of them. So yeah, something like this was bound to happen, and here we are.
Cincinnati versus Cincinnati
5,
robots here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Pretty conventional vert here from RoboCat, facing off against a very experimental, looks like a dual horizontal spinner from Enid's Revenge. Big hit, peeling up part of that top plate on Enid's Revenge.
I saw Enid's Revenge spin up in the test box yesterday, and it was terrifying, but now, with that peeled up armor plate, that's not where they want to be.
Yeah, high centered on their own damaged top plate. That one wheel just spinning helplessly.
The builder of Enid's Revenge worked some things out in the test box yesterday
Tap out.
and discovered a couple other problems that cropped up that he wasn't aware of.
Oh.
And he said to Jake, wow, it's really just one issue after another. And I feel like that should be the motto for just combat robotics in general, building.
Yeah.
It's just one issue after
Put it
another.
on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Wow, comma. It's just one issue after another. Yeah.
Welcome to the world of fighting robots. You will find that to be true time and time again.
Yeah. I mean, they did have a very ambitious build.
Yes.
So I can see them running into challenges there.
Ooh.
And look at that. I see William Marchese and Backlash Wave here in red facing off against Little Bob.
It is nice to see Backlash Wave back lashing in action.
Oh, wow. Popping a wheel off of Backlash Wave.
No. No, William, no.
Tap out.
William tapping out. Little Bob there winning their first fight of the day. Taking out a pretty big opponent in Backlash Wave.
Yeah, that's massive. Backlash Wave. I know William Marchese is here. He has finished 5th a number of times, and he really, really, really wants to qualify. But that was just a tough spot that he found himself in. But he has another shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of the cool things about Backlash Wave is that it's invertible. You know, it's designed for invertibility. You can pop it onto its back, and it will just come back and hit you. That's why it has those really interesting long forks on both the top and the bottom of the robot, kind of monsoon-esque
Yes.
in that way.
I'd love to see more of it and be able to use that invertible capability. That just wasn't the fight for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. It is so interesting to see how people spend their 3 pounds, you know? It's
Yes.
like, for him, he's like, invertibility is really, really important for me, so I'm going to spend my weight on this really interesting kind of design.
Yeah.
And other people are like, oh, no forks, weapon out front, you know, just here to smash. Other people, like the verticalizer, which we saw a couple fights ago, running dual weapons, super long body. This is the beauty of this sport, the really fascinating part of this sport, just seeing people's engineering choices.
It's like designing a character for a video game, and you get to put points and different things, like or a D&D character, you know. So it's interesting because I think what they choose also says a little bit about them as a person.
Yeah, interesting.
What would your philosophy be, Luke?
All weapon, no nuance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see it. You're brutal.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it.
Yeah. Primary weapon, strong opinions, okay? It's just a speaker inside of the robot, okay?
Speaking of building a bot, let's take a look at what's going on in Cage 8 over here.
King of the castle, king of the castle.
King of the castle.
All right, this is Eric the robot, which is our brand new robot from the House of Havoc. We've developed this in-house. This is a 2-pound learning robot that is a lifter, perfect for your very first robot ever, because you're not going to, hurt yourself while you're building it or driving it around your house. If you're interested in building an Eric yourself, you can sign up for the Havoc Academy. We're going to be launching our first cohort here very soon. And you can build this with a bunch of other people, dozens and dozens of other builders who are also building Erics. And once you're ready, you can cannibalize your very first Eric, take out these components, and put them into your first 3-pounder.
I love that. And if you are here today in person, go check out Cage 8. You can do this yourself. You can try driving these around. You can topple over some towers, throw some balls around. Highly recommend that you go do it. I think the moment you get your hands on a transmitter and you get to, experience driving a robot yourself, something changes.
Yeah.
There's a before and then there's an after.
It's true. Yeah, that's really true. It's fun to drive these things, and you can see just kids are lined up all day long just waiting to drive Erics here in Cage 8. Fantastic. I've heard that it's only $5 to drive this.
What a deal.
Yeah.
I would pay $50.
Would you?
No.
Okay.
I think 5 is good.
500.
Would you pay 500?
I am very wealthy, so yeah. I mean, I don't really.
What's it to you?
I don't really know what is $500. Yeah.
I mean, what the cost of a banana probably.
Yeah.
How much could one of those cost?
I mean, my bananas are delivered, but they're also peeled, so yeah.
Does that cause any oxidization?
No, they're peeled right before delivery. Okay.
Oh, so that's like an extra.
It's a premium
cost.
add-on. Yeah. That's why it's so expensive.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's really an honor to be in your presence, Luke.
Yeah.
Someone so
just doing this for
wealthy.
fun, $5 to drive, here in the King of the Castle. Pretty exciting. So, if you're here in the audience and you'd like to support NHRL, we need the money. So go over there and check out Cage 8.
$5.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Good. Okay. Well, we're gonna go and check out Cage 1 here. We can see loading in. We've got Blackjack facing off against Ratchet.
Ooh. This is going to be a good one, Luke. I sense it. I feel it in my bones.
Now, Blackjack is built by Drew Davis, our 10th grade English teacher from Schenectady. Now, are you following what's happening in Schenectady with Drew's students?
I am.
Yeah, it's very cool. He's building combat robots with his students here in high school in Schenectady. And he is one of our longest running builders here in the league. He's been fighting ever since our 50-day street days. And he has qualified for the finals in each one of the seasons that he's fought. So, yeah, fantastic.
I think Drew is quietly one of just one of the most important backbones of this sport.
Yeah.
He has been at NHRL since essentially the very, very, very beginning.
Yeah.
And I love what he is doing with his high school. Anything that you can do to kind of spread not only the awareness amongst students about, that this is something that they could do, but then foster and nurture that and give them a space to kind of just, you don't have to be good right away. You can just show up and bring some ideas and test them out and see where it takes you. That's, at the essence, I feel like that's what this is all about.
Drew's here with his two sons. You can see them here loading in. Oh, very cool, like a Nike sweatshirt here. Awesome.
Two of the coolest kids I've ever seen.
Yeah, very cool. They started off driving Bug, the mini bot, and now they've upgraded to driving occasionally the main bots. I can see. Let's see, is Drew going to be taking the transmitter or giving it to his sons? Very interesting choice here.
Well, this is not their first rodeo, let's say. They have driven before. They've had their own bots before. So Drew, handing over the reins. Have you seen two cooler kids? I mean, aside from your own.
My own child?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's not as cool as these kids. Not yet, you know?
Oh, Pepper, don't.
No,
in
listen,
10
when
years.
she's 8 to 10 years old, I'm sure she'll be of equivalent coolness, okay? But as a 21-month-old, she's not dressing herself or anything, She's not choosing her own style.
She just got a pretty sick
I will
leather
tell you,
coat.
she it's true, yeah, from her auntie. I will tell you that she's a terrible combat robot driver, okay?
Oh, man.
Has no idea where she's going or even what the objective of combat robotics is yet,
Get with it, Pepper.
Pepper, if you're watching the stream, Daddy loves you. All right, now they're facing off against Ratchet. Now, Ratchet is driven by Alex Wang from Team UMD, the Leatherbacks there in Maryland. And now this is a combination hammer saw undercutter. So that's pretty cool, Lindsay.
Not seen many of those.
You gotta love that. I love a combination robot, and I love a hammer saw robot. Oh, you can see the undercutter there on the back of Ratchet.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, a good start here for Drew Davis here in bright green. Immediately popping Ratchet on its head. And it looks like the power is out on Ratchet.
Oh, that was fast.
Ratchet is dead in the water here. Drew very helpfully pushing Ratchet back into the rail.
Tap out.
Quick tap out for Ratchet. Drew Davis and his sons are victorious. Well done, Drew.
Really, really well done. But I have to say, I want to see more out of Ratchet. That hammer saw undercutter is so interesting to me. And I hope that we can see it again later on in the day.
Yeah.
They don't look very pleased with that performance right there. But
Alex,
it's a learning experience.
Yeah, Alex has brought a ton of robots to the competition over the last 2 years. Brandon Bennett Young really spinning up the UMD Leatherbacks. Alex really kind of like taking that ball forward and keeping the club alive there at the University of Maryland and building really ambitious stuff. To build 2 independent weapon systems is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, just I think it looked like it was an electronic failure, one hit and, power was dead. Usually, I mean, something got unplugged inside.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that they can, take back to the pits and hopefully is an easy fix.
We've got another big bot fight here in Cage 4.
I think I see Bumble Blitz.
Yes, we can see Bumble Blitz over there in the pink corner facing off against Killer Whale here in blue.
Another William Marchese bot. Just saw him with Backlash Wave. And Liam King over there with Bumble Blitz, who recently came in second over at Motorama.
Bumble Blitz is just an absolutely punishing hub motor articulated overhead saw bot. Facing off against a vert here from William.
5,
Now,
4,
in William's debut with
3,
Killer Whale, the
2,
robot went 0-2.
Fight, robots, fight.
It takes some time to kind of figure out your bot. Whoa,
A
huge
good
hit.
spin up. Wow, and look that. Oh, the arm is canted.
Oh, wow. There is a belt on the floor that may belong to Killer Whale.
Now, very interesting, the killer whale has this hinge here in the middle, which means that the robot can flex in the center of its body. Really interesting robot here.
Oh. Bumbleblitz still has some life in it.
Yeah, Bumbleblitz's armor package is starting to come off, but that arm looks good. Also seen like some kind of weird angle here on the monitor. Belt is gone from Killer Whale.
Yeah, but William doing a really good job not allowing his bot to get bullied around by Bumbleblitz, who with that wedge should have a leg up on, pinning him and kind of controlling the fight there.
It's because the inside, the middle of the robot's so floppy. It's like hard to land a pin here. That sound that you hear is the hub motor on Bumbleblitz.
That is a terrifying sound.
Turning itself into a vertical spinner by driving backwards into its opponent of Killer Whale.
Liam is actually having more success, I think, bullying Killer Whale around with its weapon than even with that big wedge. When, driving backwards into him. It's interesting.
60 seconds left here in this fight. I really like this hinged body. It's like so difficult for Liam to land a pin here.
Woo.
It's a really interesting design choice.
William is doing a great job despite not having a weapon. It's an uphill battle for sure if he wants the JD here, but he's doing a fantastic job.
It does look like this one will go to the judges here in 30 seconds. William has done great staying alive after losing his weapon very early in this match. But really, Bumbleblitz, oh, very cool.
Oh, how sweet.
Look at this, it's a little Tokyo drift. Gotta love that. 10 seconds left. William has taken it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges.
He is just unpinnable.
And this is a closer match than it looks, Lindsay.
I am very, very interested to see how the judges score this one, or who gets the decision here.
Good round of applause from the audience. William Marchese bringing some of the most interesting and thought-provoking robots to the competition.
Wow. All right, both builders here, I think, should feel very good about their performance. But there can only be one.
All right, I just love that we're flying through so many big box fights so early in the day. Now, coming up very soon in the big box is TCC from the Combat Collective. Yeah. This is a robot that will be remotely piloted from Texas by a homegrown telepresence robot. Sterling Brown from the Combat Collective, excellent YouTube channel, by the way. Go and follow it if you're watching us. He follows combat robotics news from around the world, and he had an opportunity to dial in from his home in Texas here to Connecticut and pilot this robot. It is a really, really ambitious build, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to talk to him up here at the announcer's desk after that fight.
How incredible. It has been really fun watching that bot operate in the pits, because Sterling has actually been able to drive it from the pit desk, maneuver through upstairs, and then position himself in the safety line to check himself in for safety.
I know.
With there's like a little cone that has a screen.
It's like an upside down, like it looks like a tomato cage or something, and it's got a big smartphone at the top.
And not only that, but he is from Texas. There's a little cowboy hat right on top.
Yeah.
You gotta represent the state of Texas.
Yeah. I hope that at some point Sterling can come physically here to the House of Havoc, but this is the next best thing.
Yeah.
And that fight is coming up very shortly. I'm assuming that he is going downstairs in the freight elevator as we speak or something, the first robot human to come down in the freight elevator.
Yeah, you're not allowed to take that freight elevator if you are a human. It is off limits.
Yeah.
So, man, all right, that's the way to do it. That's the loophole.
Yeah. If you want to go down in the freight elevator, you have to confine yourself to a smartphone.
All right, I'm going to keep that in mind.
Yeah, okay.
The moment they say you can't do something, I want to do it, you know?
Yeah.
I want to take that freight elevator.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to go upstairs. We're going to check out the pits. Oh, this is a new game that we're playing, Lindsay. We're trying to see how many people we can identify. It's kind of like Where's Waldo?
Okay. Oh, I see a wave.
Yeah. Do people know that they're on TV now? Oh yeah, they can see. They can see up there. We've got a bunch of TVs. Oh, I see Keziah Sky right there in the front with Chainsaw Kitty. So highly ranked in the Beetle brackets that she doesn't have to fight until like lunchtime. Fantastic.
What a good
5,
place to
4,
be.
3,
We're going to go over to Cage 6 here.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, in Cage 6, we've got Sad Octopus facing off against Reboot. Oh, okay. Sorry. I read the wrong screen here. It's Wormhole facing off against Black Havoc. Wormhole here from Steven Vargas. And that Steven is running the horizontal here that just bounced around. Black Havoc is this black robot with the golden FingerTech Egg Beater bar. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left here in this fight. An explosive start for this match. Both of these robots are still running. Drive is looking good. Weapons are looking good. And Black Havoc has some googly eyes. You gotta love that. On the top of the robots.
Love googly eyes here at NHRL. Austin McCord, founder of NHRL, has the world record for largest pair of googly eyes. So definitely something we love to see here.
Go and Google that YouTube live chat. It's absolutely true.
Yeah. They used to be on the side of the building.
Yeah.
They were incredible.
You can see them from the freeway.
I don't know where they are now, though. Probably in a museum.
Yeah. Minute 40 left here. Both of these robots have been working great in this match.
However, I do see that Wormhole has a weapon down.
Right you are, Lindsay. The weapon from Black Havoc is still running great. But Steven is still in it, trying to rack up control points with his dead weaponed robot here.
You gotta do what you can without a weapon, but if he keeps spending more time in the air like that, it's gonna be hard for him.
All right, 50 seconds left here in this fight. The googly-eyed robot of Black Havoc is winning here. They just need to stay alive for another 40 seconds, take this to the judges. Steven being bodied around inside of the center of the box. Now each time that the Black Havoc lands one of these hits, racking up aggression points.
Yeah,
really dictating the pace of this fight. I think this is very clearly a win for Black Havoc. I'm
not a judge, and I don't pretend to be one, but if I had to try and make an assessment, that would be my call as well.
All right, they've taken it the full 3 minutes. Well done, Steven, for keeping the drive alive. This one will go to the judges, but I think this will be a relatively fast judges' decision.
Yeah. Nice job to all.
Okay.
So, Luke.
Yeah?
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Yeah?
Yeah. This is like the least sick that I've felt since like October, you know? When you have a toddler, you have to like kind of like gauge your health in like least sick to most sick. There's never well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't been well in a very long time, you know? But this is the least sick that I've felt.
Sitting just a foot away from you, I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah. I was telling, who was I telling? Kyle last night was like, I've gotten steroid injections like 3 times in the last like 5 months because I've been that sick. When like at the finals, I was like dying. I was literally dying, you know? And then I went and I got a steroid like injection the following week.
Those steroid injections, though, they
They
help.
just nuke your entire
Yeah.
system. You know what I mean?
All right, let's take a look at what's going on in cage 5.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm loving what I'm seeing here.
All right. Now
More
this.
googly eyes.
This is the Reaper here in the blue corner, facing off against Bin.
Bin. Why not?
Bin.
Bin.
Yeah, Bin.
It's easy to say. It's easy to remember. Bin.
Bin. Wow. Bin.
Bin.
5,
Look at Ben.
4, 3.
The Reaper run
2,
by Brian
1.
Thornburr from
Fight. Robots
Philadelphia.
fight.
Now
Both
this is
robots have googly eyes, Luke.
Oh, I love that. The Reaper has this very cool overhead spinner, but neither of these robots have met each other. 20 seconds down.
Bin on the loose.
Oh, they're both overhead spinners.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
That's chaos waiting to happen if we can just get them to meet.
Look at all of the speed holes on Bin.
Oh, there
Wow.
we go.
Okay, we've got 2
Look,
spinners.
I think it's going to happen.
Oh,
I think it's going to happen. No, Bin.
Lindsay, no!
Bin, no. Other way, Bin.
45 seconds and both of
Ben.
these robots have yet to make connection in the box.
Oh, okay, Luke. No.
I like how they're pointing like you gotta go that way. Like we don't know. What are you talking about, Ben?
Ben. Okay, the Reaper having no problem spinning. That's a pretty
Is
intimidating
the
weapon.
Reaper a walker? I think. What?
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
The Reaper has vibrating motors that make the bot hop in multiple directions. I didn't see any hopping,
No.
Reaper. I saw a lot of not escaping your starting square, Reaper. Wow, okay. They have ruled this as a double knockout because they didn't make connection. They're going to go to the judges, and I'm assuming this is going to be a win for Bin.
The promise that this match had to have 2 overhead spinners meet and cause havoc,
Yeah,
it delighted me. And
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it.
but this is better because they can just take it up to the pits and charge the batteries, okay?
Yeah, but they're
without
not-
any damage.
They're not going to meet again. We're not going to get the same match.
Freestyle later in the
Okay.
day.
Okay.
Okay? The people want it in freestyle,
The-
okay?
The people, the Lindsay.
Yeah, well, I
certainly.
want to see it too.
Okay. And
Yeah.
Luke.
It was that close. It was like they were
And then he
just-
like beeline the other
just-
way.
Yeah. But I liked how he was holding the transmitter. He was like this, like the robot could see the hand directions. You
It
know?
did have googly eyes, so maybe it
Oh.
could see.
Right.
We have
yeah.
autonomous robots. We have remote piloted robots.
Yeah. We've got sentient robots
Yeah.
apparently
Yeah.
who can see with their googly eyes. Yeah. Okay.
Dang.
All
I
right.
wanted that one. I really
Good.
wanted that one.
Oh, someone in the chat just said pacifist robot combat. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's robot combat when you like really appreciate your opponent's design and you're like, let's start fight.
At first, I thought maybe it was like a gentleman's agreement.
I
like,
honestly thought the
oh,
referee was going to let that go for very much
Yeah,
longer. You
yeah.
know.
Man.
All right, we're going to go into cage 6. I can see here in the pink corner we've got Project Tucker facing off against Glacial Undercut.
Luke, I can't get over the marks that Timber left behind on the floor. It does look like a very unhappy face. There's like the 2 eyes at the top, the
Oh, it's
nose
like a
in the
Rorschach
middle.
test.
Yeah.
You know, like what do you see? See, if you see an unhappy face, what does that tell you about yourself, Lindsay?
Okay, Luke, don't hate me. I see an unhappy Luke face.
Oh, stop it.
There's some resemblance.
This is very clearly a disgruntled, you know, like bao bun cart seller, you know, like somebody who refuses to sell me bao buns, okay?
I think if we got another overhead shot, you would recognize that maybe somewhere in there is there's a little Luke.
Somebody screen grab it and draw my face on there. Okay, I can see it. It does look like me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I make that face 90% of the time on the stream, okay?
5,
That is art.
4,
Art
3,
given to
Well
us
done,
by the
Lydia.
heavens.
Fight,
All
robots,
right,
fight.
here we go.
All right, good fast start here for Glacial Undercut and Project Tucker. Glacial Undercut here. The weapon is not running here on this black and blue robot. It looks like from our screen. Now inverted Glacial Undercut is now Glacial Overcut, and Project Tucker running great here.
It goes both ways. Glacial Undercut here is you can make it happen both ways.
A good pin here from Project Tucker. Project Tucker making an interesting choice to go with 4 wheels, and you know, this weapon really far out, you know, from those wheels. This is a very long, thin robot.
Not a common design, although it is I mean, you see 4 wheels and you know, a beater bar. You say, okay, I've seen that before.
Yeah.
But this is quite an unusual body here.
Now that beater bar is bumping along the floor. Wow, marring my beautiful face. Okay.
Oh no! Project Tucker, built by Joshua Phipps, who is a student at the Brooklyn School for Math and Research. I do love to see all of the student teams here, but not a lot of movement.
Tap
and we're
out.
Getting a tap out. I have to imagine it's by Project Tucker because Glacial Undercut is still mobile.
You know what? I can see myself in the Rorschach test. That's pretty great. Yeah.
I debated whether or not I should
No, it's
tell
perfect.
you, but
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
it's
Not hurt
a
at all,
high
but it's
compliment.
fine. Yeah.
It's a high compliment.
Yeah. I can see that we're loading into Cage 3 over here.
I
So
mean,
this is Project Liftoff.
versus
Fantastic.
Ghastly.
Now, Project Liftoff is one of our most dominant melty brains in the field, built by the Casmer family. Now, this is an absolutely brutal robot. It has 1 golden dumpster under its belt already in its career record. And it is one of the most effective melty brains on the planet. It is really mobile. It is highly controllable, and there is a ton of technology that's packed into that robot.
Ghastly over here is more or less a rookie bot. They came, the father-son duo, David, came in January for the new bot event. They were on the wait list, so they did some freestyle events. So this is his first time in the full competition.
Nice.
I can see David is
4,
super pumped. He's here with his dad.
2, 1.
Fight, robots,
And
fight.
this is a big fight to prove yourself here.
Good spin up here from Project Liftoff, finding its balance here in the box.
That is a loud robot move.
Big,
Huge hit.
big shuffle puck action here from Project Liftoff. Wow, you can see these spirographs in the floor. That is the cleated wheels on Project Liftoff.
Ghastly
such-
really holding its own.
It is such a unique sound from Project Liftoff. You can hear that squealing. Those are those cleated wheels, like finding purchase in the floor. Huge hits, big
Wow.
concussive hits here.
Wow! Excellent hit from Ghastly.
Gasly is just trying to stay alive here. That weapon looks like it might be down on Gasly.
This is just an arcade game in live action.
A minute 30 left here in this fight.
Oh, looks like Gasly is a little hobbled. It has taken so many hits from Project Liftoff. It was bound to happen.
Project Liftoff is victorious here. It is just a matter of time, I think, with this fight.
Luke, you
Gasly's
never
weapon
know.
just came back. Wow, popping Project Liftoff in the air. This fight is back on.
Wow.
65 seconds left.
This is anyone's match, Luke. For David's second ever event here at NHRL, this is momentous. Project Liftoff is the best it's ever looked, and he's still in the game.
Wow, one of those wheel guards is gone off of Gasly. 35 seconds left here. This is a destructive match. So much sawdust here in the box. And it looks like they may be taking this the full 3 minutes. This one will be going to the judges.
Whoa. Gasly now having the edge on Project Liftoff, able to bully him around in the corner, but it's broken free with 3 seconds left.
All right, they took it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges. Fantastic.
That was an incredible fight.
Now, Lindsay, as we await that judge's decision, we have Comet Robotics royalty up here. One of our very best friends in the sport. This is Jameson Go from Silent X. Hello, JMO.
Thank you.
JMO, how has your day been so far? I saw your one fight. You know, your first win of the day.
Yeah. Well, so I'm here.
Yeah.
And I'm not in the pits.
Okay.
That means something happened. And
what?
Well, yeah. So Silent X. Let's step back on the whole point of Silent. Silent X is an experimental platform for Silent Spring.
Yeah.
Somewhere a long list of things that I'm trying out that may be published into Silent Spring. One of which was, coming back to that hub motor design.
Yeah.
And then, this is the reason why I have the X platform, because one of the things that happened, that first hit, I got maybe one really big hit in that entire match, actually twisted the stator from its mount.
Really?
And when it does that, it's kind of like, turning at the hip and going a little bit too far, it's really bad for you.
Yeah.
So it's really bad for that motor. And I lost a few wires sequentially through the match to the point where I got up there and I looked at it and I said, not worth my time.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, so you're out of the competition for the rest of the day?
Yep, I'm out of the competition for the rest of the day.
Wait, does this mean you're going to be announcing with us for the rest of the day, JMO?
Well, you want me to be here?
Yes! You're so much better at this than we are, JMO.
Yeah,
That
we
is
can
to
just
be
take
seen.
off now.
Wow.
That is yet to be seen.
Wow, okay, awesome. So this is great. We're going to share the desk with you today. I am curious on that last match that you saw. Melty Brain's pretty cool. Project Liftoff, pretty cool. What did you see in that match? That we maybe have missed if we were just fans watching it.
Well,
or maybe we all saw the same stuff. That's fine too.
Honestly, I'm just kind of getting set up here at the desk.
Oh, good.
I didn't
good.
pay as much attention to that fight, honestly, as much as you guys were.
Yeah.
So I was not able to comment specifically on what the goings on in that fight.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a lot louder standing next to it. I don't think I've ever had to fight Project Liftoff.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
that
awesome.
would be a great match.
Yeah, that'd be a good match.
Well, wait for the actual, the refined Silent Spring or Silent X.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing that came today, if that fought, it would be over really fast.
Yeah.
Now, I heard that you might have also been plagued by UPS issues coming into this match.
USPS. We got to get the carriers correct.
Okay, I don't want to,
Shipping crises
shame the wrong one.
across the U.S.
Yeah.
No, but so that was luckily somewhat non-critical component. So
Okay.
it was top and bottom plates. Some features, some holes did change a little bit, and I was able to run the top and bottom plates from the older versions of Silent
I
X.
see. Got it.
They just have some big gaping holes. So if I were to fight, I don't know, a hammer or a hammer saw, I could probably fit my entire finger through some of those holes and poke some juicy wire bits.
Yeah.
Non-ideal things, but I was able to cover it with a copious amounts of tape.
Ah,
Yes,
Suboptimal.
suboptimal, as
Yeah.
someone would say.
Yeah. There we go.
now I do wonder, what was the decision behind the rubber weapon?
Oh, no, yeah. I saw it in your intake form. You were threatening to bring a rubber weapon.
That's right. Well, so NHRL this year has a new registration system, right?
Yeah.
And I was hoping for this event to bring Psycho, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Nice.
Yeah, so I'm wearing the shirt, But and then X was, I wasn't ready for a new Silent Spring because also amongst those the registration changes were rule changes, and those rule changes no longer allow for 5-pound, 3-pound robots. It sounds funny. So it'd have to do a little bit of a weight reduction, and so Silent Spring wasn't ready. But I had the wheeled version, and so I was gonna bring that into whatever form it was, something a little bit fun, rubber weapon. It could have been pretty fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Lindsay and I, we're both rubber weapon enthusiasts, so, we want to see it.
My dream is to build a tombstone, but the weapon is just a rubber stake.
Yeah. And call
won't
it.
do anything.
Wait,
Don't
what
let
is
your
it
dreams be
called?
dreams.
Sloppy steaks.
Sloppy steaks.
Sloppy steaks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to build like a Lynx inspired vert with a rubber weapon, big rubber wheel.
Do it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of unexplored technology with rubber.
Yeah. The
We've-
craziest
we've-
ideas, sometimes they pan out into something really amazing. And so we'd like to see it.
Yeah.
You might be onto something.
I feel
there.
like JMO is saying that we should build our rubber weapon robots.
That is the only encouragement I need.
Yeah, it's the only encouragement we've ever gotten for these rubber weapons. I'll tell you that, okay?
I love it.
Yeah.
JMO, you were actually one of the original announcers back in the day of NHRL. I remember
Yeah.
seeing you announce. You have been here since, 2018, 2019?
Since the very first event that we had for NHRL, back when we were in the old building. So
There were only 14 robots in that first event, too. Something really, really small. Yeah.
Wild. How have you seen this event, the sport, everything here change over the last number of years?
it just gets bigger and better. The level of competition just gets better and better. The facilities, everything that NHRL does is simply incredible. Just look at everything around here. It's grown so much. Also the crowds you see going throughout the day, the folks in the stands, it's just awesome. Yeah, wave hi. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Probably to a level that I don't think I could have imagined, in that short time span. It's really, NHRL has really done a lot for the sport. They've really kicked it up many, many notches, leaps
Yeah.
and bounds.
Yeah. It's so cool. We were there in the 50 Day Street days, with you back when there were no ticket prices at all. You could just wander in. There was no security at all.
No,
I'll
none.
tell you, this is how Chris pitched 50 Day Street to me. He's like, they have free Cheez-Its there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they still do.
Yeah. You can go there. We could eat as many cheeses as we want, and we could watch robot fighting, and we can just stand right next to Jameson Go. It'd be amazing. I think that you were part of the pitch too.
Which was the
Oh,
more
yeah.
lucrative, the Cheez-Its or standing next to me?
Cheez-Its, 1,000%.
I don't blame you. I don't blame
The
you.
idea, I could be
Let's be
eating
real.
Cheez-Its next to Jameson Go, that's pretty amazing. You know what I mean? And the first time that we went, Lindsay was like, "Oh my God, it's JMO."
Oh, don't zoom me out, Luke.
No. And
I'm
she was like,
playing
"Should I
it
go
cool
over?
here."
Should I go over there and say hi?" And we were like, "Yeah, no, he's
Oh,
just a normal person."
And I absolutely did not.
No. Yeah,
No.
no. We were like, "No,
Too scary.
he's a celebrity. We need to give him his privacy." Okay,
Yeah.
right?
What
Yeah.
year was that?
This is
2019.
2018.
2018?
Yeah.
2018.
Well, no, this is there wasn't
2019,
even
I think.
stanchions with the pits. It was literally you could just walk into the pits.
Yeah.
The fans could just walk in and just steal all the tools off of the tables. You know what I mean?
But they didn't, and that was cool. Thank you very much.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, no, back when it was literally just one box, one room, you know?
Yeah.
We were there. We were lurking, JMO. We were watching, okay?
All right, I believe there's a fight about to begin here
All right.
in cage 6. JMO, do you agree that that pattern looks like an angry Luke?
Can you see it? Let's like see the ear to the left.
The 2 eyeballs.
And I just look like I'm scowling a little bit, you know? And I've got a big, bulbous baby's body. You know?
I think I can see, like, how many degrees I need to tilt my head, like full
Like
90?
he's got a big frowning face, okay?
Yeah.
At the top near the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's calling a supreme ruler fight, okay?
Oh, Luke.
Oh, I love you, Jeff. Okay, we've got Black Beans here loading into the pink corner, facing off against Cyanide here in the blue corner. Now, Cyanide is very cool. Now, this is a combination horizontal and vert. Now, they're able to articulate that vert down into the horizontal position, very similar to Sidewalk Slammer from last season. And it is a really ambitious design, putting a lot of weight into that actuator.
Yeah, it's not an easy mechanism to replicate. Definitely, it takes a lot to build something that can withstand those hits. And that has to come out from some other part of the robot.
5,
Here we
4,
go.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Black Beans here coming out. Wow! Ripping a wheel off immediately from Cyanide.
And some piece of armor. Really struggling here. And yet there are so many exposed wires all over Cyanide.
Yeah, now Black Beans is a very
Black Beans,
interesting
I should say.
design. It's like, I could see there's one horizontal. Maybe they wanted to put it horizontal on the back, or maybe it's already gotten popped off. Interesting.
I love that one wheel has a wheel guard, but then the other doesn't.
Yeah, there's not even a wheel to guard it all, Lindsay. Oh, 60 seconds down, and there's just bot pieces everywhere.
It's only a flesh wound.
Wow.
Wow.
Somehow, Black Beans is your winner here.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm gonna need that last hit in slow-mo.
5, 4,
All right, let's see what's
3,
going on here in cage
2,
3.
1.
I see
Fight,
Alex Pick and
robots,
Zane.
fight.
All right.
Harold.
Facing off against Harold. This is another Weiss family team here.
This is a loud and chaotic fight right out of the gate.
Now, Zane is a Droopy-esque Robots from Alex Pick from Northeastern University.
Go Huskies.
And Harold has mounted its vert up at the top of its robot with the idea that its opponents drive up this ramp and get popped into the air by this egg beater.
This is the most destructive Zane has looked. Alex sent me a video before the competition, and I was surprised at how mobile it was. And that really came in handy here. Harold just a pile of pieces at this point.
All right, a round of applause here. Alex Pick advancing.
Wow.
It's a great demonstration of the power of Zane. I mean, I think when they're actually able to get stable and do that translation, there's so much power behind each one of those weapons.
I saw Alex come over and congratulate his opponent, give him a handshake and say, dude, that was awesome. So you can clearly see he's happy with that performance. He has been iterating on Zane for so many events now, and he's spent some time pitting with Tommy Wong and Droopy, and I imagine he's picked up a trick or two here or there that he was able to apply to his robot.
Now we have an update on some judges' decisions from previous matches. Project Liftoff is your winner from that Project Liftoff fight.
Interesting.
And Bumble Blitz was the winner against Killer Whale.
Okay.
So no big surprises there.
Yeah.
I do think that Project Liftoff fight was very close. Like the robot really had a back and forth fight all the way through. I love to see the reliability though. Project Liftoff needs to remain totally reliable the entire match, because if it loses its drive, it's over for that robot. Whereas, you see other robots, I can lose my weapon, but I can still drive and control. Really, really great performance from that team.
I think if Ghastly had been able to maintain its weapon the entire match, it might have gone a different way, but it did lose its capability for a good chunk of the middle. Oh, Luke?
Now, very exciting. Loading into Cage 1, I see Elaine Wu here from Railgun Max running Plasma Gun. Now, Plasma Gun is their scaled up version of the Beatles they've been running today, scaled down version of Railgun Max. This is an egg beater spinner here in the pink corner, facing off against Smack-O-Lantern here, which very helpfully has a Jack-O-Lantern face painted on the top.
Fight, robots, fight.
Look, I'm an unrepentant Elaine Wu fangirl, Railgun Max fangirl. I am so excited.
That's a great sound to it.
Yeah, it really does. It's one of those things that you learn to listen for, like it's a very symmetrical, deep sound. Like that weapon is running very efficiently. Good hit. Smack-O-Lantern is now on its head.
Looking a little dazed and confused after that hit there.
Tap out.
And that is a tap out. Your winner is Elaine Wu and Plasma Gun.
Oh, that must feel good. They flew into LA earlier this week, all the way from China. This is really exciting for them. Smack-O-Lantern, they had a tough matchup there.
I've seen footage of Plasma Gun fighting in other competitions, other 30-pound competitions, in that corner of the globe. And it is a robot that's done really, really well. And they're coming here to see if they can test it on the biggest stage for 30-pounders. And winning their first match of the day, all they need to do is win one more, and they advanced into the bracket for prime time.
Yeah, the last time that they were in the U.S., it was 2019. They were fighting with their heavyweight robot, and now this is five years later?
Yeah.
Is that how math works? I think so.
Yeah.
Wild.
An entire global pandemic later,
Yeah.
They're here in Connecticut. Okay, now loading into Cage 3, I can see Crush. From Chris Monroe, our local letter carrier from the USPS. Maybe he's the one who, failed to deliver your mail on time there, JMO. Facing off against Knife Fight. Now, Knife Fight is a conventional lifter, and Crush is looks like a dual vert. Now, last season, Crush was a conventional egg beater spinner, running a fingertech egg beater, but now it looks kind of like a Drisk-like, kind of thing.
I like the glow up.
Now, Chris is a really good driver. He's very aggressive in the box. He's actually pretty highly ranked here, too, today. Facing off against a control bot in the blue corner.
All right, so which one are you saying I should cheer for or against? I'm just kidding.
I think we should cheer for the U.S. Postal Service, JMO.
4, 3, 2.
I'm sure if it was up to him, he would have
Fight,
hand-delivered that
robots,
package
fight.
right to you.
All right, good start here for Crush. Popping Knife Fight back onto its feet.
Ooh.
A little standoff there.
Ooh.
Good self-right, though.
Yeah, good self-right.
Very smooth.
Now this is a oh no! coming out of knife fight.
Wow.
Wow.
That's just a defense mechanism.
Deploying the fog of war here. Okay.
Oh, all right.
We got a
nice
shot
little
here
thermal
of
cam.
our infrared camera. Chris Monroe and Crush just continuing to smash. But time and time again, that self-rider is working great.
Maybe it was a smoke screen. It looks like all the function is still there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Like that might be entanglement.
There's an interesting impact. It looks like when Crush hit Knife Fight, they did a little flip and stuck together.
Almost,
Oh, no! More smoke! Wow.
Wow. There we go. There we go.
What is this device? Usually when the magic smoke leaves, right?
Yes.
That's how all electronics are powered, by
Yes.
magic smoke. And when it leaves, it doesn't work anymore. So
I'm
Right.
convinced it's a smoke bomb.
It's like way too much smoke for like an ESC, but it doesn't really look like battery smoke.
yeah, battery smoke would be like a heavier, dense fog. It's synced to the
Yeah.
body usually. So I'm thinking this has to be some sort of
It's gotta be
ESC.
something.
Now this is interesting. We're pausing for an unstick.
We might pause for the fire extinguisher. Okay, yeah, we've got the
There we
spaceman
go.
suit. Gwen is coming
Gwen.
over in the astronaut suit here.
Gwen in homemade chainmail, perfect for this scenario right here.
Yeah, fully armored.
Fully armored.
Now this is like a full face ventilation system, so Gwen can go in there and blast these robots with a fire extinguisher. Typically that marks the end of the match, but it says that we're just paused here, so maybe we're going to put out the fire, separate the robots, and see if we can get this match going again. I'm just speculating, but interesting.
Now, Gwen, as part of her outfit, does have a fully functional sword. And I
Yes.
wonder if the sword will come into play to unstick these robots.
Yeah. Maybe Gwen can separate them.
Yeah.
Just by spearing them, you know? Skewering these robots. Okay. I can still see a tiny bit of smoke.
Yep.
This is typically where the fire marshal comes running over to inspect our safety precautions.
Now, luckily, they're also inside cage 3, which is, I believe, the flamethrower cage. So
It
has
is.
extra provisions for dealing with hot objects and ventilation, and also the thermal camera, which is very cool, or hot.
Yeah, a couple of competitions back, we had Dutch oven here in this cage, and it melted all of the connectors inside of the cage so that the cameras were drooping, the lights were just dripping all over the floor. So we came back, over the course of the last few months, and we raised the roof here inside of cage 3 so that there's just more room for that fire to go up. And it has, this really high-tech ventilation system, so it's able to suck out all of the fumes. There we go, Gwen.
There we go. Jameson, would you ever consider building a flamethrower robot?
Well, I would say the collective of my team does know how to make flamethrowers a little bit.
Yeah, you have some experience.
Would we build one at this scale? At 3 pounds is very difficult. I have so much respect for what Alex and the Dutch oven team were able to accomplish with that robot. Absolutely fantastic. In the larger weight classes, in the 12s and 30s, had considered it. Had considered it. I have this long list of things that I want to build, and the flame systems is like somewhere pretty far back. I think I've talked about things I really want to make, in the near term. I have not yet built a flipper robot. I think that'd be pretty sweet to do.
Like pneumatics or electric or what?
Well, I'm still... So I talked a lot about hydraulics.
Yeah.
I really hate dealing with the hydraulic part of it.
Yeah. Right.
So if there's some way of getting that sort of gas spring flipper with the retract in as an elegant a solution as what they have, I would be all for it, but we'll see.
Flipper would be really cool. Oh, going in again. Blasting these two robots one more time.
That negative air pressure system does such a fantastic job of just sucking all that bad air out of the cage and throwing it outside so that we're here feet away from it and we can't smell anything.
We've been at other competitions before where a lipo fire happens and they just clear the building for like 30 minutes. You
just have to deal with the lingering scent.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a rite of passage.
Yeah, we're all going to be part of a class action lawsuit in 30 years from now, okay?
Yes.
From ingesting lipo fumes. Yeah, exactly. No, but like here, you can have a lipo fire and the system just takes care of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty amazing, the technology that's in these boxes. These are not just normal boxes, you know? Designed for fire and flames.
Not normal robots.
Ooh, okay, I can see loading into cage 2. We've got Keziah Sky and Chainsaw Kitty.
Oh, Luke.
Our number 2 ranked robot here in the field today. This is going to be Keziah's first fight of the day. And there was speculation, a lot of speculation, by the podcasts going into this competition that this might be the event for Keziah and Chainsaw Kitty. Now, Keziah is also pretty superstitious, hates it when we talk about the robots doing well for the day, but I have to speculate it is my job. Keziah has advanced to like the number 5 position in the bracket multiple times last season for her rookie season. This is now the robot's sophomore season, and there is very much a clear path to taking home the first or second place finish, for this robot. This is absolutely the robot to watch today in the Beatles.
Have you fought Chainsaw Kitty with any of your robots?
I have not. I would look forward to that matchup. Definitely. It's such a fun robot to watch, and it's so dynamic. It hits so incredibly hard. Every time I see a robot that I think would be a great challenge, there's always the prospect of losing, but I think it would be a fantastic fight. Horizontal and vertical, that's the classic combination for guaranteeing a massive hit.
Yeah.
And that's really what Silent Spring is all about. And so I think it would be a fantastic fight.
I would love, love, love to see that. Hopefully this year. But Keziah is hungry. She has ended up 5th so many times. She is ranked 5 overall. This is the event that she wants to really break out of that pattern and show that, she's a qualifying bot for November.
So 5th place, ranked 5th.
Yes.
And
that's
too many 5s.
Yes, yeah.
How many times has she gotten 5th?
Oh.
Is it 5 times?
Oh.
I think it's only 3. But let's hope that today doesn't add a notch in that category. But 555, the number of the kitty.
Oh, got it. Yeah, that's good.
Dad, please just usher me off now.
Facing off against Absolute Zero here in the blue corner, and also helpfully in teal. Now, Chainsaw Kitty, the punk rock killer here in the pink corner, and this is a very fast, well-piloted, very hard-hitting robot. Chainsaw Kitty always puts on incredible fights. I cannot wait to see its performance in this fight and later today.
Man, look at that lineup right there. That is menacing.
That size of that motor is almost as big as the drive wheel itself.
Yeah.
Now, Chainsaw Kitty is really set up for knockouts. If we can, if we can see a knockout here, a one-hit knockout, that would be incredible.
I can see that Minibot though being a nuisance here on her opponent.
Absolute Zero's Minibot is just trying to find its way into its starting corner.
If it can get the drive down, I see it being a nuisance. That might be a big if.
All right, there you go.
With both teams running mini bots, it's always difficult to get an idea of what these two main bots are going to do, because that mini bot factor, the multi-bot factor, is becoming more and more prevalent in any NHRL fight.
So Eric Randolph is the builder of Absolute Zero. This is his first Beetle weight, and by day he's the treasurer for Team WPI.
Yeah, it's a very well-funded robot, Lindsay.
And a very well-funded team, let's be honest.
All right, we've brought down the entire mobile camera crew. They are assuming that this fight is going to be quick, brutal, and the start of a Chainsaw Kitty storyline today.
Here we go. Oh, I have butterflies in my
5,
stomach,
4,
Luke.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, a good start here for Absolute Zero. Chainsaw Kitty stuck in the pink corner.
No.
Chainsaw Kitty not moving at all.
Okay. All right.
Okay, some life. Chainsaw Kitty's coming in and out.
Now this is a pin on Absolute Zero from Knife Cat. But Chainsaw Kitty firing up that weapon, but the drive is not working.
Chainsaw Kitty's Minibot driver doing a good job of buying time to figure out these issues. Sometimes you can diagnose it. Box side, look at that. There's some motion.
Right. We saw a little spark of life from Chainsaw Kitty, but that robot is not running as reliably as we've seen it in the past.
And it has in the past been such a reliable robot. I don't know what may have happened here. Do you have any hypotheses, Jameson?
Well, it looks like when the weapon's going, it looks like the drive cuts out. It may be one of those issues where the weapon just demands a little bit too much and kind of saps the power from the rest of the controller. It's really hard to say.
Now, this is another pin from Knife Cat on Absolute Zero. Knife Cat has landed so many pins. The Minibot driver here is so highly skilled from Chainsaw Kitty. And really doing a great job of protecting the
There we
main
go.
robot.
Now what's going on here with Absolute Zero? Drive's working. Is there a weapon?
I don't.
No, the weapon
see
is
one.
down. Yeah, it's very quiet in the box.
I'm not sure the weapon was working to begin with, if I'm mistaken.
Wow, another good pin from the Minibot on Chainsaw Kitty.
Wow.
1:10 left here in this fight.
Minibot MVP here. Knife Cat really salvaging what has been an uneven performance here.
Knife Cat, yes, absolutely doing great.
Oh, here
Another
comes
good pin on
Absolute
Absolute Zero.
Absolute
Wow.
Zero's Minibot getting into the mix as well. We're going for a double pin now. Can Chainsaw Kitty pin the Minibot on Absolute Zero?
Chainsaw Kitty might be winning this alone on pins from the Minibot. Incredible. Hardest working Minibot in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Give that Minibot a raise.
30 seconds left in this fight. Somehow, Chainsaw Kitty might be winning this. Amazing. Wow, double pin here.
Wanted this
Absolute
to go.
Zero being outdriven by the Chainsaw Kitty
Wow.
team. Wow, landing multiple pins throughout, not giving up, sticking with it. They will take this to the judges. And the judges may be counting just the number of pins as they go with this score. Wow, fantastic work from Keziah. A lot of work up in the pits to work on that reliability.
Keziah known for chaos in the box, but also now getting to demonstrate her ability to control. Again, not how she really wanted that to go, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the judges do with that. The robot was more or less immobile for the first maybe
30,
minute.
40 seconds, yeah. Yeah, a surprising performance from Keziah.
Yeah.
But if I know one thing about the builder, we're going to be seeing a lot of work up in the pits, a lot of testing up in safety, and really figuring out what happened in that match.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the Minibots were really a factor in that fight. You know, Knife Cat's got these really long metal forks. Like, they put weight into those forks for a reason.
Yeah.
Very smart in this fight. Without that mini-bot, I think that this would have been absolutely lopsided in the other direction.
I think Chainsaw Kitty would have likely been counted out in the very beginning of that match for not being able to demonstrate movement. So, yeah, Knife Cat really saving the day there.
Yeah, fantastic work. You know, and like that's really the thing. I mean, like, this is a team sport. Like, your success depends on your team. Your team up in the pits, your team cage side, really can move the needle for you.
Yeah, and mini bots are also a danger. If your mini bot gets obliterated, and by the other team, that's a lot of damage that counts against you. So it's not just a no-brainer, oh, put a mini-bot in there.
Lindsay, that sound I hear is Gil screaming, it's multi-bots, it's multi-bots. In 2024, there's no such thing as mini-bots anymore. It's just multi-bots.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks.
The smaller multi-bot.
Yeah,
the smaller multi-bot.
Yes, exactly.
Rules-wise, multi-bot.
Yes.
The smaller one, the mini.
Yes.
Mini,
the miniature
right?
multi-bot.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That is correct. Yeah, there's no more official mini-bot terminology.
Yeah.
But
Right.
the smaller half. Of the
Yes.
multi-bot,
Yeah.
sure.
Exactly.
As a content designer by my day job, I have to be so strict with words that I am ashamed of myself right now.
Yeah.
But thank you, Gil, and I won't disappoint you again.
We're gonna go over to cage 3. I can see Kill It With Fire facing off against Rockfish. Now, Kill It With Fire from Kokoto Mane. Beautiful overhead flame bot. And Rockfish here, wow.
They've
Formal
really-
t-shirts here, Lindsay.
They've dressed for success here.
Now, I can see why, like they're facing off against a super popular robot here in Kill It With Fire. Kokoto Mane, just an amazing builder. I absolutely love his builds.
And their robot matches their theme. I'm impressed that Kill It With Fire was able to bounce back after that absolutely devastating fight with Impact earlier today. But this is not Kokoto's first rodeo here. And he has a full team behind him to, make sure that his bots are looking good.
I'd say by now, definitely a veteran of the sport and also known for very creative solutions. The power of friendship from a previous event definitely, I think, got a lot of steam. It was incredible, a drill robot.
Yeah, working.
So you never know what you can do now.
Yeah.
It's like the classic, can I put a gun on my robot? Can I put an EMP on my robot? Can I...
Rubber weapon.
Yeah, rubber weapon.
Yeah, everyone's talking about that.
3, 2,
And he
1.
proved that you can't put a
Fight,
drill in a robot
robots, fight.
and get into the batteries.
And I'll see if you can kill it with fire in this fight.
I want to see some fire here from Kill It With Fire.
Ooh, I see some fire. Some very, very targeted fire that now
Oh, I
there we
do.
go. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like an Estes rocket or something here.
I thought that was a laser for a second.
Yeah.
It's so
What?
pointed.
What is the mechanism? I must know.
Chris was saying that he thinks it's like a creme brulee torch or something.
Ah.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, there we go!
Kokoto, he's done it.
Kokoto pinning his opponent and shooting the inside with fire.
We have played. Oh. Okay.
Both robots are still functional.
Here we go, another good pin.
Kokoto.
Blasting the inside of the robot with fire. Rockfish!
Yes!
Rockfish being cooked alive!
That is one charred fish, Luke.
Another good pin from Kokoto Mane. Turning up the gas here on Rockfish's weapon, and it's
Looks like they got a belt.
It's wheels.
Wow.
I see it on the ground.
There goes the belt. This precision fire is so interesting.
Kokoto Mane pushing his opponent up against the rail, going weapon to weapon here.
Definitely really interesting. You see, usually a lot of flamethrowers have a billowing fire. This one is very direct, very pointed. Concentrated.
Wow, a great pin here. Yeah, what Ricky was telling me was the bluer the flame, the more efficiently and hotter it's burning.
Yep, that's right.
What about the greener the flame?
The greener the flame,
That's the cooler the flame is burning, yeah.
that's the more stuff we've shoved into it.
Wow, Kokoto Mane racking up multiple pins here, racking up damage as well. Oh, a great pin, high centering his opponent on top of his mini bot, blasting the inside with fire. He's gotten inside of the robot. Rockfish, no!
Wow! This is the fully realized kill it with fire.
You could not have a better matchup with these holes on the top of Rockfish. Kill it with fire, able to get deep inside of that robot. It's disgusting!
The Rockfish still continuing to perform. Look at that, the weapon still works, the
He's
drive
still
still
going.
works.
As we go to the judges, if it's anything other than a win for Kill It With Fire, we're burning down the building, Lindsay!
I think he might burn down the building regardless. One tiny little hole at a time.
Wow, great job, Kokoto.
Tough matchup, but man, what a joyous display for Kokoto.
All right, I am going to be jumping off, and Kyle is going to be taking my spot. Hello, Kyle.
Always a joy to see Kyle here.
Oh, nice blazer, too.
Kyle always dresses for success and just kind of puts the rest of us to shame.
You gotta add some level of professionalism. A little bit. So that fight was amazing.
What's your take on it, Kyle?
I love to see Kill It With Fire working the way it was designed to work. It was really cool to see lingering flames inside of the bot afterwards. That was just super fun. And Kokoto's such a delight to have around the box anyway. That was great.
I love it. I think, Kill It With Fire, this is a bot that has showed up several times. I think in the beginning, it appeared as almost, it was like an experimental art bot. Mm-hmm. They're here for fun, maybe not a fun time, like not a long time. But this was such an incredible display of like what it is capable of when it's not fighting a robot like Impact that's just going to destroy it in one fell swoop.
Now, I did just hear from back at the desk, apparently there were several pins during that fight that lasted longer than 10 seconds, which means that will affect the judge's decision for Kill It With Fire. Yeah. Despite what a great showing they had, they did hold a lot of those pins for 12, 13 seconds.
Now, was it because they were unable to disengage?
It doesn't seem to be the case. They were able to disengage at will whenever they wanted to. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, it's your responsibility to disengage regardless.
Of course.
So, we'll see. That's an interesting development. Well, we won't get an answer on that for a little while, though. So,
yeah,
we'll have to see how that goes.
Speculate at home. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to Cage 5 right now.
I have breaking news before, I guess this fight is underway. Chainsaw Kitty has defeated its opponent, Absolute Zero. So Chainsaw Kitty is able to show enough control to take home that win there.
Nice. What a comeback.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
All right, so the former Oreo till death out there fighting the omnivore. The scariest animals really are omnivores. Bears, killer whales, humans. I gotta say, I love the branding on Till Death. It's really cool. And they're sitting over there next to the Casmers in the pits. It's kind of like the Melty Brain section.
Yeah.
What is it?
Melty
A ring
Brain's
spinner?
gonna stick together.
Can't actually see. Is it a ring
No,
spinner?
no, it's a ring spinner. Yeah.
Ah,
Pretty cool, right?
it's working great.
Yeah. Oof.
I absolutely love that wedge/weapon design. I think it's articulating on the Omnivore.
Taking as many of these hits as they can. Bam.
We've got 7 seconds left here.
I mean,
This is going to the judges.
I cannot believe how much of an onslaught Omnivore has taken. Those hits are vicious. All right, so that one is
Wow.
also going to the judges, it looks like.
Both bots kind of looking good as new.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Going to come down to control and aggression for the judges. There may be some damage, just a little hard to see.
We'll do a
Love
demonstration
that.
function check to see if what is damaged. If anything functional is going to be, of course, worth more than cosmetic damage.
They're trying to make sure they do that after most of the fights now,
Yeah.
just to get the judges as much information as possible, just with the change in the way that we're doing the judging system. I like it, though. I like the new change with the judging system. It means that our judges get a little bit more sleep.
Yeah. Tweety's not up till 6 a.m. UK time.
Yeah, it's
judging
good.
from across the pond.
It's better for mental health. It's better
Yeah.
for everything, just generally. And I think we'll get better decisions out of it, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's we've had a pretty good qualifying round so far.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty good series of fights today.
What are some highlights for you, Kyle?
I think for me today, I've been really enjoying the 30-pound weight class. There have been some really interesting bots in there, and I absolutely love the new Catalyst. I think it's
Yes.
so cool.
It's devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. You got 3 big Apex Predators in that like weight class today. And any of them have a chance at winning this thing. But I will say I am looking to see Brennan Bennett Young finally get his dumpster in the 30s. I think that would be really, really great to see him get a win over Emulsifier.
5,
And so
4,
you're taking Mr.
3,
Roper out of
2,
that
Yes.
contention?
1.
I mean, he
Fight.
is ranked
Robots
high.
fight.
But yes, I am
Sure.
taking him out.
Oh, got a fight here. Red Pearl versus ER Stingray 2. A good hit on ER Stingray's mini bot from the start by Red Pearl.
Red Pearl, built by Megan Oyster from Ohio, and the robot was a gift from Megan's husband. What a gift. What a husband.
Come on, I want to see some weapons hit. A lot of good mobility, a lot of speed.
Almost. Oh, ships passing in the night here. There we go.
ER Stingray coming in for a massive impact there.
Okay, quiet there for a second after that big hit, but I think both weapons are functional again. Here, Stingray 2, built by Paul St. Amand from Windsor, Connecticut. And he runs the Maker Battles in Hartford, Connecticut. So go check those out if you want to, start building yourself and compete here, compete there, compete everywhere.
Yeah, this is one of those bots that started out as a kit. Originally, this was a vector kit. It has changed so dramatically over the years that it's been competing here. Now it's got a full custom weapon, full custom frame. Very little of that original kit still existing in this bot. Very quiet in that box right now.
With about 1 minute left on the clock, this may turn into a pushing fest. Although I'm seeing some mobility issues on Red Pearl. Can't seem to find her way.
Both robots still appear to have functional drive and weapon, but it definitely seems a lot quieter than when we started.
Yeah.
Oh, some nice pops.
That was a beautiful pop right there. Yeah, nice series of hits from Red Pearl.
Red Pearl coming into her own here.
Red Pearl beaching ER Stingray 2 into the corner. Will he call for an unstick?
There it is.
He will.
No weapon working on ER Stingray at this point.
2-1. That's the match.
ER Stingray getting the weapon back at the last second to demonstrate functionality.
That is something that the judges will like to see when they make their decision here.
Gotta love the Cookie Monster theming on that person.
Oh, Billy! Billy Nye here today. We wish that it were, but Jonathan Clark, you've got some Billy fans here in the audience.
I'm sure you can feel all that love all the way back in Colorado. We do have a copy of Billy in the Bomb Museum. If you want to check out a real-life Billy.
If you want its dead eyes to stare deep into your soul, we can make that happen.
I was going to say, is there an amount of love that we can generate here that would change Billy's expression? Is it possible?
Oh,
No.
No?
I think so. I'm hopeful. I'm an optimist.
You would be hopeful about that, yes.
I'm a believer as well, you know. Is it possible?
I believe that Billy has seen too much.
I've got another.
He's been through too much, guys.
But anybody can heal with enough love. I'd like to think. I do have a judge's decision for you.
Ooh, fun.
Kill It With Fire. Winner of that match.
Wow.
Yes.
All
Not
right.
surprising, I don't think. But
No, definitely, but that's great.
that performance was so well deserving of that award.
And a really rough first bout today. Wasn't really able to get the flame working. Plus, kind of ripped apart a little bit. What's going on?
Another judge's decision, straight from Gil.
Oh, fun.
Till Death has defeated Omnivore.
Nice. Congratulations to them. The former Ono Oreo will be moving on. That's great. Happy to hear it.
Oh, this is going to be a good one here in Cage 2.
Excited waving.
Get those jitters out with just some wild waving.
Wait, what do you think I do the stance for?
That's not just to look cool, guys. You got to get the energy out.
I'm glad you think it looks cool.
It does look cool.
Oh, absolutely. It's iconic at this point. We've got Half-Life here from Matt Lantry. Quietly one of the top-ranked bots.
5, 4, 3,
and Rhino from
2,
Christian Lambie,
1.
another team.
Fight, robots, fight.
Yeah, Half-Life just a solid bot. Well driven. And you could see Matt putting in a lot of work controlling the pace of this fight, keeping that weapon well at bay. Nice little lift there.
Now, in Matt's notes about his robot, he calls it an I thought it said unlikable grabber lifter. It actually says unkillable, and that is much more accurate.
Yeah.
It does not die. It is so reliable. And Rhino is going to try and, prove that wrong here today. Wow.
Good hit by Rhino right behind the house robot. Half-Life doing a great job of keeping inside of Rhino, flipping him over.
was not dead. There's quite a lot of pushing power on Half-Life, and he really has to use that to his advantage, being a control bot.
That's right. These fights can change in an instant. The power of these vertical spinners. You get hit in the wrong spot, it could really mess up your day.
Nice job by Matt, really controlling the pace of that, trying to keep Rhino on their head. Ooh, nice pop there from Rhino, though. Is Christian able to capitalize? Yes, got another shot on the back and then another shot on the side.
This is so back and forth.
The judges are definitely going to have a difficult time with this one.
Absolutely, yeah, 34 seconds left in this matchup. Nice flip there from Half-Life, and then another slam into the wall. Nice little pop from Rhino. This has just been back and forth this entire matchup.
20 seconds left. Who can make a huge statement?
Whoa! Nice shot, Christian and Rhino.
You don't often see pieces fly off of Half-Life like that. And just like that, this is going to the judges. The judges have had their work cut out for them with a lot of matches today. This is no exception to that.
Christian really taking the last 20 seconds of that match to show his dominance, really leave a great last impression with the judges. But you have to compliment Matt Lantry's driving. He controlled huge portions of that fight.
All right, I have yet another judge's decision. Red Pearl has successfully defeated ER Stingray 2.
Not a surprise there. Wonderful job by Red Pearl. Great driving by her. That was awesome.
Yeah, really, really exciting. And can't wait to see more from that bot later today.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say about Christian, this is his first Beetleweight Rhino.
Wow.
Right?
That was really impressive.
Not
Matt
bad.
is a veteran driver at this point with a tried and true tested robot. And I actually don't know how that match is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that one's going to be an interesting judge's decision to see.
And performance aside, I mean, looking at the build of Rhino, it looks like a professional robot.
It does.
Very much so. Well, I mean, that's the WPI lineage. They really know what they're doing over there. Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, so there's an MIT team here today.
Yes.
It's nice to see an MIT team at an NHRL event. It's been a very long time.
I was all smile. I realized that they were there. I was like, you know.
I've done that before.
I was very, very excited. You know, the folks from MIT, MITRES, the MIT Electronic Research Society, they got a few robots. Like we saw the one earlier that could change orientation. They have a 30-pounder Ares, which did fantastically.
Looked great. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to them earlier. They said that that COVID really did a number on the team, and they'd lost a lot of members, and now they're just starting to kind of build things back up again. And a lot of the original kind of lineage of the team has been lost, so they're just really just from scratch building that whole program up. I think that's awesome. And yeah, wonderful showing here today so far.
Kyle, I see something happening over there in cage 4.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what we're going to next. But
Something huge happening.
in cage 4, we're going to have to wait on because cage 1 is going to be first. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You're going to want to see cage 4. But yeah, here's cage 1.
So that means big robot action, ladies and gentlemen. This is 12-pound utter horizontal destruction that you're about to see.
This is going to be some chaos.
I'm very happy to see this. This is 12-pound Project Liftoff. This is 12-pound Caldera. Two robots that have been just tearing it up today. We saw Glenn Boxall and Caldera just absolutely gut Maximizer earlier today.
Yeah. Oh.
sniped a
Testing.
belt off of Maximizer through over an inch of UHMW.
And took off a wheel.
And
which has
two
never
wheels.
Two
Two
wheels. Let alone one has never happened, let alone two.
I mean, just utter destruction. The fact that he sniped a belt by slicing through UHMW, an inch and a half of UHMW almost, is insane.
I have a feeling that Cage 1 is going to just look physically different 3 minutes from now.
The floors, the walls, all of it. Maybe we'll see another art rendition of Luke in a different mood.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be Kyle this time.
So Jim Kasmer was telling me that on this robot, he went with a much more aggressive wheel design that was actually carving the floor up in the test box. So he had to switch the
5,
orientation of the
4,
blades of the
3,
wheels
2,
so that it would not actually cut through the floor.
Robots fight.
It's
Here we
he
go.
was worried about the traction, but so far it's been working pretty well today. And now he's stuck up against the wall, not the place he wants to be.
No, but trying to get up to speed here, having some difficulty.
I wonder what that statistic you gave earlier about the Maximizer fight. How thick is that UHMW armor on Project Liftoff 12?
Yeah, great question. I mean, it's a UHMW billet construction on this as well, and that, if Glenn was able to just chop apart Maximizer like that, what could he do to this bot?
Now, luckily, it looks like the geometry of the knockers on Project Liftoff 12, if they could just get spinning, could be a great defense against that blade.
Oof.
Yeah, really needs to get out of that corner if he has any hope of getting up to speed.
Yeah, really struggling to move at all. And we have a pin from Caldera.
Wow, not common, but you know what? Glenn's working the booty of Caldera to his advantage.
Tap out.
Wow.
You got to tap out. Glenn on a roll. He is pumped.
Winning both of his qualifying matchups, Glenn Boxall is wanting to take over the 12s. I asked Glenn why he decided to move up into the 12s this morning. His answer was quite simple. He said, I kind of get bored sitting around with my 3-pounder waiting for my next fight, so I just wanted something else to do. Okay, sure. Sure, Glenn.
Some people you just can't keep down, you know?
Yeah, you just get bored. I'll take over another division. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
But has he tried a rubber weapon?
No, he's never tried a rubber weapon.
Tried a rubber weapon.
I think you need to have a word with him.
How did that work for you today, by the way? Did you enjoy it?
I didn't actually get to run a rubber weapon.
You didn't get to run the rubber weapon? Oh, man. I wanted to see that.
Oh, we got
All
some
right,
action.
here we go. In cage 4, we've got Maximizer. Oh, wow.
Maximizer fighting its very first big-wheeled robot. We'll be heading over into that cage shortly.
Big impact by Maximizer. Looks like on
Tap out.
And there you go. That's as much of that fight as you get to see.
And that
We'll
is
do a little
what
replay
Jake
for ya.
needed. He has been having a tough time in the last couple of events. His first match today, this is what he was hoping for. You can see the excitement. It's palpable. His team behind him. Granger just got a
Look at
huge
that.
chunk out of that wheel.
I gotta say, I love the spoke design on Granger. Absolutely beautiful.
Very grand, if you ask me.
Mm.
Wow, that was a quick fight. It was explosive.
Hopefully we get a replay of that for you guys.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting matchup for them. That was the first time we've ever seen Maximizer go up against a big-wheeled robot. And man, they did quite well. Design works just great for those big-wheeled robots.
Yeah. I think Granger was going to have an uphill battle going into that one, but that was quick even by those standards.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12-pound division looks scarier every single tournament.
Yeah.
You were on the wait list for 12 for this one, is that right?
I was on the wait list. I was the very last robot.
On the wait
On
list.
the wait list, yeah.
Almost.
I think much to the happiness of Jake. You know, I like to bug him a little bit. You know, every single time someone drops that wait list, oh, Psycho's one little bit closer. He's like, no, stay over there.
I just want to
Yeah.
qualify, please.
I mean, with a performance like that, I think, you know, Jake's got the history behind Maximizer as
really
well.
does.
Definitely the performance.
Tap out.
I didn't tap
There we
out.
go.
Just
I
for
forgot.
the record, that wasn't me.
Kyle, you're gonna have to leave. I'm sorry. That's what the gods have said. You must go.
No one it must have accidentally hit that button. That wasn't me. That's too funny.
Even if you accidentally hit the tap out button,
It doesn't
it's
count.
canon.
It's canon.
I have learned that. So be careful, Kyle.
That's great. But yeah, Jake is, he's really improved that robot since last time that we saw it quite a bit. Obviously, we didn't get to see that much in his first match, but
Right.
one of the things that he told me he switched up was that the direction of his robot, when he's reversing that robot now, he can actually go at 100% speed, which means when he's doing the pivot, that's adding about 30% of that pivot speed over what he was doing before. That's a significant amount of pivot for a robot that's designed to do side attacks on you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was doing about 80% in reverse before, but now that he's switched up that orientation, it is full on.
That is gonna make quite a difference.
Yeah. He does. He is down a lot of parts today, though. For instance, that original wedge that he was running completely ripped apart. Everything on that robot was damaged after the Caldera fight.
And he doesn't have spares?
He has some spares, but he has like one wedge for one type of robot, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
he's losing options as the day goes on.
It is a war of attrition, even on the best of days, and we're going to see that here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, he said he wanted to show as much aggression as he could in that fight. He didn't want to give up, and that just meant he broke everything, literally everything, up against Caldera. So
Full send.
yeah.
Gotta respect it.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Caldera entering the 12-pound division is just great for the 12-pound division in general. I'm very happy to see it.
As a 12-pound competitor, I don't know if I can agree with that.
Yeah, as a fan, I'm all for it. But yes, as a 12-pound competitor, that's a lot of money that you now have to spend fighting Len Boxel, and nobody wants that. So I get it. I totally get it.
Well, I'm sure he's looking for that fight. I'm sure. Caldera 12, the better it gets, he's got my name.
Yep. All right, so now we are going to go over to cage 1, it sounds like. So let's see what we've got going on over there right now.
Oh, I am excited for this one. This is Grim Ripper and Minen and Plusle.
Minen and Plusle fully themed out for the March of Madness. And I just love Grim Ripper 12. It is such a cool looking robot.
Truly some of the best branding, but look at this. Zoe and Matt are decked out. They fully understood the assignment today.
They look great.
They look fantastic.
The bots are themed out as well.
This sparks joy. This is fantastic.
Now at the new bots event, Zoe did a lot of testing on this platform with a different bot, a full 12-pound version of this bot. That she's now moved over into these 2 smaller versions. So I'm very excited to see how those upgrades shake out at this smaller weight class.
Is it Energizer, is that right? For the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
JMO, you're getting called out in the chat. People think that you're scared of Caldera.
You should be afraid of me.
Ooh.
If Caldera wins a dumpster today, then, we'll have something to compare.
Fighting words. I love it. I love it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Here
fight.
we go. Grim Ripper slowly making its way out.
Oh, I love the hum in this box, the harmonics. Grim Ripper with the first advantage on that hit, ripping off one of the forks. Minen and Plusle.
Ow.
Chaos.
Grim Ripper is now
Ripper.
beached over on the side rail. Minen and Plusle waiting.
Spot.
Will they be calling for an unstick, or will they go for a tap out?
Unstick is called.
Oh.
Can Grim Ripper move? Oh, there we go. We got motion.
Okay.
Yeah, they are able to drive inverted.
Have to be careful about not getting stuck on the wall again.
Now it's an overcutter.
I mean, this is suboptimal. They are getting ping-ponged around by Minen and Plusle. Look at that piece of armor that is completely ripped off the side.
Huge
Can
chunks.
they vibrate off the wall?
They
Oh,
are.
and
Nice
some
job,
smoke.
Grim Ripper.
This is a robot that will not say die. Not letting the Reaper come for it today.
You can see that horseshoe crab style armor just ripped to pieces on Grim Ripper. Nelson is not tapping out, and he's been able to shake himself off the wall now.
But is that weapon still functional? on Grim
Doesn't
Ripper?
look like
Don't
it.
think so.
Either that or he's saving it.
All that noise is coming from Minen and Plusle. Still mobile, still operational, but having a little bit of trouble pinning, Grim Reaper down.
Oof.
Grim Ripper doing a good job there, evading shots and actually getting a little bit of friendly fire action.
The crowd is going crazy for this one. A lot of people invested.
Minen and Plusle doing a pretty good job at coordinating their movements, not really getting in each other's way too much. It's impossible to completely avoid friendly fire, but nice shot there. Another piece of armor taken off of Grim Ripper.
Grim Ripper is 5-2 across their last 2 events, so a very good record for this robot. But with 8 seconds left here, this is going to the judges, and I'm not sure it's looking great for them.
You say it's looking grim?
Might just be a little bit grim.
Well
Yeah, nice
done.
job.
Minen and Plusle looking almost unscathed after that.
I gotta say, I was not optimistic for Minen and Plusle
No.
going up against the 9-inch in diameter AR 500 blade of
Now-
Grim Ripper, but they were really able to hold their own and do a lot of damage in that fight.
In Nelson's write-up of his bot, he says that there's no corners to hit on Grim Ripper.
Yeah.
It's something that, he, is to his advantage, and yet somehow Minen and Plusle was able to take off a huge chunk of that armor. I mean, it's hard to hit a shape like that
Yeah.
and still cause damage, but they found a
5,
way.
4,
All right, so we're heading over into
3,
Cage 4 right
2,
now.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Weather Report versus Dumbot.
Let's see if Dumbot can do a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, Dumbot really struggled in their last matchup.
So far, so good. Both these robots just testing each other in the front, weapon to weapon.
That is quite a lot of gyroscopic precision on Weather Report. They are just dancing around the box.
We've got smoke.
Dumbot, I think, flipped over there. Was able to turn back over with the help of the house robot. That was their unstick, was it?
I believe if they called for it, then yes. A little bit of beaching of Weather Report. Like I said, they've got a lot of gyro on that robot, so it looks like it's stuck, but then there's a lot of smoke coming out of Dumbot as it grinds away across the floor.
I think that's Dumbot's weapon. Look at that carve. Look at that gash in the floor right
Yeah,
there.
they did that in their
Working it.
last matchup as well, just burning away at the floor. That smoke is from the plywood. So both bots have now called for an unstick, I believe. I'm not sure if that was an actual unstick for Dumbot, but considering they haven't had one since, I think that was. Dumbot still able to move, so they're still in the game. And Weather Report kind of able to move. A little twitching. There we go. Sounds like that is a count out for Dumbot. If they're not able to get up and moving, they will be counted out, and this will be a knockout. Weather Report is your winner. Nice job, Weather Report.
Jake is here with, I know I've mentioned it before, but he's here with 27 students. He's not just leading Maximizer. He's also the mentor for 27 students who have 6 robots, 7 including his. So he's a busy, stressed out guy today.
Yeah.
But man, it's great to see the University of Cincinnati and, you know, them coming out in full force here.
So Weather Report by Carrie Weaver. It's got a shuffler system, and its weapon apparently can spin at 300 plus miles per hour.
Wow.
That's always fun.
Do we have a tip speed here at NHRL? Tip speed max, I should say.
You do have to let them know if you're going in at a higher tip speed. It's a hazard robot situation when there is a higher tip speed that they have to talk about. But I don't know if there's a limit per se.
One thing I love about NHRL is that we try to, rather than limit what a robot can do, we try to just build our cages better to accommodate. So when that Dutch oven fight happened last year and the arena was melting from the inside out, we weren't like, no, Dutch oven, you can't come back, change your robot. We just changed the entire cage, and now it is beefier, stronger, more durable.
Yeah.
The camera housings aren't 3D printed anymore.
I got not surprising news from the desk. Minen and Plussel won their judge's decision for their matchup against Grim Ripper. So congratulations to Minen and Plussel.
I have another judge's decision for you.
Oh, yeah?
And this was a split judge's decision, which I think may have been one of her first of the day. Rhino beat Half-Life.
Wow.
In a split JD.
I am not surprised that was a split decision.
No, that
was a very close
hard.
matchup.
Wow. Rookie builder, rookie bot beating a veteran in Matt Lantry. That is a feather in your cap.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Wow.
Very impressive. Yep, that WPI lineage, man. They really know what they're doing.
It helps.
Yeah.
It helps.
It's cool. It's good for them. I'm very happy to see that. Yeah, this has been a really good day so far.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy about it. Are you happy to be done for the day, or are you like wishing that you still had something left in it?
Oh, I always wish I had more robots to build and fight. I think that's part of the fun. But, you know, this is just a different experience, being up at the desk with you guys, getting to watch and enjoy these fights. I mean, that's something, you know, I haven't had much of an opportunity to do. I mean, really, when's the last time I had to announce? It was such a long time ago. It was like COVID times.
Yeah.
Like 2020 or something.
Yeah.
This is a treat to be up here, and I'm having a lot of fun.
I
It's a treat
remember
for us too.
I remember way back in the day when you were like announcing and judging all at the same time and like literally doing everything up here.
That was very hard.
Yeah.
So I need to watch the fight and also watch whatever is coming out of my mouth at the same time.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it was a real thing back in the day. We don't do that anymore. It was that was back then. We're done with that now. But yeah, it was a lot. You went like all day on that too.
Oh yeah. I mean,
They were long back then.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I never stayed for a full event. I have to confess. Back in the day.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you didn't have a choice when you were behind the desk.
well, yeah.
You were just there. There was nothing to do.
No.
And the back of your head was against the box, so you just had a buzzing in your ears pretty much all day. There was nothing you could do about that too.
We've improved.
All right, so we're gonna head over to cage 8 right now.
Kyle, this looks so fun. This is the Brett driving experience, where you can drive an Eric, which is a Havoc-developed robot that you're going to be able to build and learn about if you are part of the Havoc Academy. And so now we have these Erics here, and you can, for $5, the low price of $5, drive your very own Eric around and try to knock over towers, throw balls, drive up and down that ramp. And it's a very popular attraction here. If you're here in person, please don't miss it. It is, in my opinion, the best way you can spend $5.
Yeah, this is cool. I love these robots, by the way. They're so much fun.
And, you know, I think this is a formative moment for a child, being able to drive a robot, manipulate things in the cage.
So you think that that's like just a rite of passage for children? The first time you get to fight a robot?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they've driven RC cars before, but this is a completely different experience, you know?
And I love that this is a relatively safe robot. You don't need a crazy test cage to play with it. You can drive it around your house with adult supervision, preferably.
Yeah.
And do well, you know, like, and not necessarily break all of your parents' furniture.
Just like some of it.
Yeah. We will be, from what I understand, holding another event in this arena. King of the Castle.
King of the Castle, King of the Castle.
Think about it as King of the Hill, but with castles and robots.
There is a slight undertone of medieval D&D Renaissance themed bots, activities, costumes today.
I like it.
I'm really loving it.
We lost all our signal. We got none left.
Did I knock something loose, Kyle?
So one of my favorite comments in the chat is Robot Arena 3 is looking so realistic, as from that shot of the King of the Castle cage. It looks great. I think that we should have terrain in way more robot fights, quite frankly.
I agree. I would love to see, I mean, this is the first day we're doing this, but I would love to see this get built out more and more.
Yeah. Now, I've always wanted different textures to see people driving on.
Ooh.
There is a robot combat event that happens in the desert, out in sand,
Really?
right? Yeah, so like Alkaline Desert out in sand during Wasteland Weekend. So,
Fun.
right, super fun. Everybody's out there dressed like the apocalypse just happened, and they're
like
enjoying robot fights.
Burning Man meets robot fighting?
Well, it's like Burning Man meets what's the Mad Max?
Oh,
Yeah,
I love
and then
it.
there happens to be robot fighting there as well. So that's super fun, but like I want to see, you know, swamp robot fighting. I want to see battle boats. I want to see,
All in good time.
you know, like
Yeah.
mud robot fighting. That would be super fun.
All right, we're going to hop on over to cage 6. And I'm just going to be honest with you, we don't have any video at the
Of
desk.
what's going on in cage 6,
So
yeah.
we don't know exactly what's happening, but
But I hope it's delightful. I hope you're all enjoying it.
it's 2 teams.
I hope that you're enjoying the Rorschach of what is the floor over there, because that's the cage that's all messed up.
I hear some contact. Something that sounds like a big hit. We should try blind announcing more often, Kyle.
This is ASMR robotics.
And now, Robot A has made contact with Robot B.
That sounds like the weapon is spinning down.
Oh no, a part of that armor has gone missing.
I love it. I love it.
Now, we do have YouTube pulled up on our computer, so
We have a
to
delayed feed.
assume, yes, this is a delayed feed, but it looks like Butterfly versus Rick Roller.
I love those names.
Very good. Fighting over angry Luke's face.
I don't know how you got that interpretation out of that shape.
You don't see Luke's
I
face?
just don't see it.
Oh,
I just
Kyle.
don't see it.
All right, next time I'm going to have
Maybe
to...
in the sense that it does look like an angry baby, but that's about it. All right, so here we go.
Two
We have
eyes.
live feedback now.
Nice. All right, 15 seconds left. ASMR portion of the afternoon is over. And looks like this is going to be going to the judges. Now, Kyle, I can't really tell you my opinions on that fight, but good on them for lasting the full 3 minutes. And hopefully it's a very difficult judge's decision, and they left it all on the floor and gave it their all.
So Rick Roller is brought to you by Jonah. Jonah is 12. He loves this sport, and he says Rick rolling is a popular prank that has gotten popular again at his middle school.
that delights me to no end. I do hope that Rickrolling just transcends the generations for years.
It's such a great joke. I can understand.
My dad still Rickrolls me.
Does he?
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
I'm so glad that he does that.
Me too.
It's just a wholesome good time. Like, you can Rickroll somebody and they're going to feel good about it. You know what I mean? It's a great prank to play.
You don't get Rickrolled and then go into it like a rage spiral. You know,
No.
you get Rickrolled and go, oh, Dad, you did it again.
Yeah, you got me. I clicked the link. What was I thinking?
When they learn to disguise the link so they look like something else.
Yeah, that's pretty delightful.
Yeah. Well done.
I also like when it's, the scan codes.
Yes. He's gotten me that way before.
That's always nice.
He has to, continually up his game.
So we lost Jameson. Jameson went off to, I don't know what he went off to do, actually.
He's got rubber weapons to mold.
Oh, okay.
He's got, Glenn Boxall to bully.
Fair.
Intimidate from afar. He's
So
got work to do.
we're about to load into Cage 4, but in the meantime, let's check out our control room where, they got a little dance party going on in there right now. We are in the wrong place, Lindsay. They're having all the fun over there.
Who let them have that much fun?
They're always having that much fun in there.
It is a nice place to be.
What you don't know is after the event, that is where the after party takes place.
Yeah.
And we bring out all the disco balls and the cool lighting, and we have a blast in there. It's a really great time.
Wow, look at them. They're still going.
Chris Moran DJs for us. It's great.
I feel like the need to dance, but I'm going to spare everybody that. Just no one is as cool as Colby dancing.
So we are going back to Cage 4 for more big robot action. Let's check that out right now.
More googly eyes. What is happening today?
This is the meta. The googly-eyed meta is upon us. There is the best armor in combat robotics. You don't realize that.
You can't do better.
It adds not just structural armor, but plot armor to your robot.
I wish Shay Waffles Johns was here.
She would be so happy to see.
The impact that she's had. I'm going to attribute googly eye armor to Shay. Don't
She
like
may not have
fact check me.
originated it, but she did definitely popularize it.
Yeah.
She definitely proved the efficacy.
Robots fight.
This is Promhita versus the ambiguously dynamic duo. We don't know if they're that dynamic. They might be. They might not. It's rather ambiguous.
Whoa!
Oh!
Kyle, what?
That's a lot of fire. I mean, that's an awful lot of fire. And now they just reignited each other. What is happening?
That is dynamic if I've ever seen it.
This is the most flaming dynamic duo I have ever seen.
I don't know if that fire is controlled at this point.
No, it was definitely intentional at one point, but there's fire coming out of the bot in places that I don't think that fire should be coming out of the bot. They should get that looked at. Ow!
Zach Knight not afraid of that fire. He is sending them absolutely flying.
Zach Knight is a man on a mission today. He is not messing around. He wants to destroy everything in his path. Promhita has not performed the way he's wanted it to at the last few events, from what I understand, so he is just here to reclaim the throne. Also, he looks great in silver.
Yeah, I really like this look. Wow, that is a lot of flame and some friendly fire because the duo has turned on each other. Zach bullying them around. Promhita and looking in top form here.
Absolutely. By the way, the ambiguously dynamic duo brought to you by Josh Reinhardt. Flamethrower multi-buy configuration and giving a nice little cooked top look to our house spot there. The house spot says, no more, sir. I am all done with that, thank you. Wow, the flames are really fantastic on these bots. I absolutely love the way they come out the front. It's like just very scary headlights. Why are you burning the house spot? You cannot turn off the switch that way.
You have your opponent to worry about, ambiguously dynamic duo.
Massive hit across the arena for Promhita, and another one for good measure up against the wall. You can see pieces of the ambiguously dynamic duo now floating around the box. And Zach is dancing for the last 33 seconds of this matchup. He's got everybody beaten.
Out.
That is a full tap out from Josh Reinhardt and team.
Zach, that is the dominant performance that he has really been wanting to showcase for a while now. And I mean, Pramhita is a perennial competitor here.
At one point, this was the apex predator of the 12-pound division. It has definitely been overtaken by other bots in recent years. This is Zach saying, I am back, and this bot is something to be afraid of.
Woo! That was incredible. I mean, I don't think that he has a lot to... Look at all of those paces.
He's got, I mean, he did not have to do this much damage. He didn't have to. He wanted to.
It's the ambiguously disassembled duo.
There is nothing ambiguous about that disassembly. That is clearly disassembled. I love it. Zach is on a tear today. Absolutely love that. The ambiguously dynamic duo was fodder for that Pramhita cannon.
I have a judge's decision, Kyle.
What's going on?
Rickroller has defeated Butterfly.
Aw, good for the Rickroller. I'm so happy for those kids. That's great.
I feel like if they win the Golden Dumpster today, they have earned the right to Rickroll us at their leisure at any point this year.
I think that we should just deal with the YouTube takedown and play the song as soon as they get the Golden Dumpster, quite frankly.
Do we have the rights? Can we get
No,
the rights?
absolutely we don't have the rights.
Can we get them?
I hope that Mr. Astley makes a ton of money off of people doing that, though.
Yeah. Oh, I hope that he is living in the world's largest mansion.
Yeah,
Nobody deserves it more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Talk about a wholesome gentleman.
I hope so. I don't know him personally.
No, but he's got commercial deals out of it. He's had a career resurgence.
Would you rather have, Kyle, a successful music career on your own right, or a successful meme career that has launched you into the stratosphere, but it's mostly because of memes?
I think those are almost the same thing nowadays.
You know what? You're not wrong.
I think that's pretty closely related, but I would probably want to go for the music career. But you got to meme well to get the music thing going now.
It's a new age.
It really is. You know?
It's a new age.
You don't even have to get on the MTVs to win anymore. Like, you could just,
If I talk about TRL, I'm going to immediately lose half of the audience.
Yeah,
here,
they don't even know what that is. No. But it was great, and we all rushed home from school to watch it back in the day.
Best.
It really wasn't. Have you ever watched it again, like, as an adult?
No.
It was not a good show.
No.
It really wasn't that entertaining.
But it was just a way to see Shakira talk to Carson Daly for a minute.
Yeah, and sometimes there'd be like weird things that would happen where like Fred Durst and like Beyonce would be just there at the same time. Yeah.
Bring back that chaos. Bring back that level of chaos. It's 2024. We deserve it. There should be a TRL for robots.
I think we are the TRL for robots.
Are you Carson Daly? Are you?
No, I can't be Carson Daly.
NHRL's Carson Daly? And I'm Shakira?
I would think Luke would be NHRL's Carson
that's
Daly.
fair.
You know? He's just so charming.
Yeah.
The bots draw pictures of him in the box.
I'm telling you, Kyle, there's no convincing me that is not an accurate portrait of Luke's face.
I love that there's glitter kind of like imbued into it too. Like that makes it that much better.
All right, let's take a look. All right, let me explain, because I know that you're not quite seeing it. And it is, I'll admit, a little abstract. All right, up at the top of his head.
Yeah.
Then 2 eyes.
Yeah.
1 eyebrow menacingly coming down.
Yeah, he looks grumpy about it, yeah.
Very grumpy.
Yeah.
All right, that little triangle is his nose.
Yeah.
And then the like half circle slash line is him angrily yelling and scowling all at once.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's roughly the shape of his head.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's kind of got like Luke Jack vibes. I get it. Okay. I get it.
This was handed to us down from the Robo heavens, and they have chosen Luke as their one.
So what do you guys think back in the audience? Should we make this the next T-shirt that you could purchase here at NHRL? Abstract Luke Stangle, right?
I'll wear it.
As drawn by Timber.
Yeah, Timber needs to get the credit for that.
Yeah, that Timber drew that entire thing.
Yeah.
She's very proud of that artwork, by the way. I talked to her about it up in the pits, and she said,
Really?
yeah, she was like, I love that I used to decorate the box with glitter, and now I decorate the box with sawdust and glitter.
Aww.
It's great.
You know how like you hang your children's pieces of art on your fridge at home? I imagine you do that. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
I hope that, they get to like take a little photo of that and put that on their fridge.
Absolutely. Oh, that would be so nice. All right, so you are here watching the qualifying rounds at NHRL. We are finding out which bots are going to make it into the finals. The finals will be coming up at 7 o'clock prime time. So check that out on the YouTubes. It's going to be a good time all the way around.
There's already so many amazing bots still in it. It's really hard to kind of assess who's going to make it into the semifinals.
At this point, yeah, too early to tell, but we've got so many great bots here today. The flame bots are fully functional. We've seen some amazing fire. We've seen some really big hits.
Yeah.
The new bot jitters were last month. This month is all about the giant hits, everybody trying to make a statement, everybody trying to qualify for that world championship at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
Many bots are saying this is the one tournament they want to show up to. They want to just show up, qualify, put it on the shelf, hang out for the rest of the year, and wait.
Speaking of that strategy, we have not seen Emulsifier yet today.
We have not seen Emulsifier yet today.
We've not seen Vorion today, although Brandon does show up at as many competitions as he can. But, Matt Boris and Emulsifier, typical MO, as you come early in the season.
Yep,
you
usually
qualify,
this competition.
Yeah, you qualify and you rest until November.
He doesn't even qualify. He usually shows up at this event, wins a golden dumpster, and then just chills out back in home until it's time to come back in at the end of the year.
It is such swag. It is a swaggy display of confidence, I would say.
Now, I will say, Emulsifier will be facing off against Catalyst at 1:12 today. Please set an alarm on the phone. 1:12 Eastern time. Come check that out. It's going to be 18 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Grab the snacks. Grab it. It's going to be ridiculous. That might actually be like a preview of what the finals look like today. Corey Nason's Catalyst, he's been dancing around this 30-pound division for so long. He's been building 30-pound-esque bots down in the 3s and the 12s. He's finally made the jump, and it is terrifying.
I don't know what to expect from that because it's going to be chaos, and it's like there's going to be a fog of war. It's going to be madness.
Yes.
Who is going to emerge from that in one piece? I don't know if any.
Do you know who the real winner of that situation is, though? Brandon Bennett Young.
Oh, I thought you were going to say all of us.
Well, of course, all of us. But Brandon Bennett Young gets to watch them tear each other apart, and they're both his most likely opponents in the finals.
Yeah.
No one's going to be the same after that fight.
Kyle, you, however, are underestimating another robot.
I have been underestimating this robot all day. You're right. You're right.
It is ranked 3rd.
It is highly ranked in the second competition of the year, yes.
And it is a robot named Mr. Roper. Mr. Roper is a craftsman toolbox that has wrenches and it kind of slap chops its way to victory.
It's won several matches now.
Several.
Yeah.
It got a bye in its first round here because of its high rank. Didn't know that we would ever say that, but look at this. We have a countdown to Emulsifier and Catalyst. So you're gonna not want to go anywhere.
You could
go to the bathroom now.
Yes.
And then come right on back.
You could pop 5 bowls of popcorn between now and the time that they fight. So.
What a great way to measure time.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of clever ways to measure time for my kids. Because it's hard to conceptualize. So I try to come up with clever ways to tell them what's coming and when it's coming.
Should I make myself sound even older? My parents used Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons as their marker of time.
Ooh.
So it was like, how long is this car ride? for Rocky and Bullwinkles.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm a
that makes
little
sense.
embarrassed to admit that, but
Well, we actually watched the reruns of Rocky and Bullwinkle. We didn't watch the original. You know what I mean? Like when it
Yeah.
came on the air, that was like not even our parents. There was the generation between us and our parents.
yeah. Well, or how old am I? You don't know.
We look great because we moisturize. All right.
I have a whole skincare routine.
We're gonna go to cage 1 right now. Let's see what we've got going on with some big bot action.
This is exciting.
3, 2,
We've got Tough Love from
Fight.
Leanne
Robots
Cushing,
fight.
and we've got
Butterbot.
Butterbot.
I don't know what a Butterbot is. I know that Tough Love is a 4-wheel drive undercutter from Leanne Cushing of Team Valkyrie. That is what they bring. They bring the 4-wheel drive undercutters, and they have a lot of success with it. Team Butterbot is a robot made of butter? What's going on? I don't understand.
So Butterbot is built by Sean Myers. It is yet another robot here representing the University of Cincinnati under the tutelage of Jake Hoffman.
Nice. They're doing weird stuff in Cincinnati. I like it.
And this is Sean's first ever robot. So going up against a legend in the sport, Leanne Cushing, no big deal.
This is also a new version of Tough Love. She did bring one to the All-Stars event. She's running a newer version of it with some upgrades today, but there's still some new bot jitters to shake out. She said that she's trying something new with the wheels, a casting method that she lifted directly from Seth Schaefer's YouTube channel, and that she's very happy with the results.
If you are looking to learn more about building your own robot, getting started, you know, at the 3-pound weight class, there's no better resource out there than Seth Schaefer. And
He really is
Just Cause
amazing.
Robotics.
All right, we got a lot more mobility coming out of Butterbot there.
Heck yeah.
I love to see it. Little concussive maintenance got everything working. Nice big hit. You could hear the team just cheering and screaming behind it. No shortage of enthusiasm from Cincinnati.
Every single time that the teams from Cincinnati have showed up, their enthusiasm is through the roof. They are just a joy to have here.
It is
in the
nearly
stands.
Brazilian levels of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
So you can see a lot of struggles with Tough Love. They're able to move, but it seems like they're having a hard time picking their shot. And I don't see the weapon spinning up.
Yeah, with 50 seconds left here, this is going to be...
Ooh, beautiful hit directly on the correct part of the blade to launch Butterbot across the arena, and still some mobility out of Tough Love. I love that. You got to show some aggression here in the last part of this matchup if you want to get enough points to win. It does look like that weapon is now down on Butterbot, and they are just crab walking around. No one's getting counted out.
No. This is most likely going to the judges. And both bots have been plagued by some issues kind of from the start, so it's going to be an interesting decision for them to make.
Yeah, no weapon spin up, but we do have some mobility with all 4 wheels off of Tough Love, and just some crab walking from Butterbot. If you move, you're in play, though. We do not count you out for crab walking. If it's moving, it works.
There we go.
Just a little headbutt at the end there to show dominance, and we'll see what the judges have to say about this one.
I like that. Oh, we've got the iconic towel wave.
You gotta have it. Gotta love the hoodie's questionable designs.
Awesome job, Leanne. It is so fun to have her here after many, many years off.
Yes, absolutely. Leanne, one of my favorite people when we interview her on the podcast.
Yeah.
It's always so great to see her in person, too.
Absolutely.
Just a genuinely delightful human being, so smart.
Now, again, I really have to shout out Gwen, the referee. That is
Gwen
handmade-
understood the assignment.
Yes.
She looks phenomenal.
Chainmail.
She looks phenomenal. And she's got a full ring sword,
Yeah.
which she has promised not to use to threaten the competitors. But I don't know how you could just keep yourself from doing that, quite frankly.
I mean, I am personally hoping that she is able to use it for nunstick. We'll see. TBD. Hey, let's go check out cage 4.
I don't know if that's actually allowed, but I want it to now. No safety crowbar, Gwen. You can only use safety ring sword.
If it's not explicitly forbidden in the rules, does that make it illegal? I don't
Gwen
know.
is one of my favorite referees anyway, and I
Yeah.
love the fact that we're learning so much more about her life outside of this competition today with her
yeah.
handmade chainmail and dragon mail. Like, what is going on?
Already, she was super cool, but now it jumped about 800 levels.
Now we know that she is like royalty at the Ren Fair,
Yeah.
you know? Like, I had no idea. Makes sense, but I had no idea.
Ooh, we've got Staggy back.
Steggy? John Flack.
The modular from John Flack, who it's been a minute since he's been to this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's here with a bunch of classmates. He's doing quite well today. The bot's cool. I mean, he's got several different modules we've seen him run. I believe this is the vertical
4, 3,
attachment.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Going up against Creature. Ooh, nice shot. Ow.
Wow!
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and
no.
say this attachment works just fine. Very impressive work from Steggy.
Is he stuck? Is he wedged?
He has beached them both. Both of the bots are just completely taken out.
In about 20 seconds. He
Yeah,
did quick
they're going to
work.
need... Oh, he actually did an unstick on one of them. Did he get... That was nice of him.
Nice going, John.
Yeah,
Always
the
a
other
nice
one did
guy.
get an unstick, so it was called for. It was given. So
Oh,
I guess it
boy.
wasn't all that sportsmanlike.
This is violent. This is bad.
And now it looks like their weapon is stuck up on the side rail, but they are able to move. And yeah, I would too. I mean, that was horrible.
Wow, Creature was looking so good in its first fight, but Steggy dominating that entire match.
Impressive work.
John, no stranger to the world of combat robotics. He has been building for years now, both at the heavyweight level and the lower weight classes. And it's nice to see that he's stuck with the sport. You know, he was building a lot when he was in high school. And sometimes when you go to college, you find out you have other interests or you have just not enough time.
Nope, he's jumped right onto that University of Florida
Yeah.
Combat's robotics team and very quickly becoming an apex predator in that department. I mean, that was amazing.
Kyle, look at this. We're under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes away from Emulsifier versus
I
Catalyst.
cannot wait for this matchup. This is going to be absolutely amazing. Do not let Catalyst's low rank confuse you.
No.
This is a brand new bot, but it is a brand new bot from one of the most devastating builders in this sport. Corey Nason is an absolutely phenomenal driver, and this style of robot is his bread and butter.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see it.
I don't want to make any predictions.
There's no
I
reason
honestly,
to.
I can't.
And Corey's often said he pulls so much inspiration from
Yeah.
Emulsifier in his designs. It's going to be fascinating to see him finally gonna go head to head with Emulsifier
Yeah.
at that weight class. I cannot wait to see it.
And we know that, Catalyst was looking so good in its first match.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's dialed in. I think we are primed and poised
Yep.
for just a knockout brawl.
And Emulsifier got their bye in the first round. We
Yeah.
did not see them go up against anybody, so
Right.
this is gonna be fascinating.
Yeah.
It's gonna be absolutely fascinating.
8.5 minutes, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it. And they're, two big weapons. I mean, this is just giant weapons slapping each other across the box. It's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah. It is. And two of just such intense competitors.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and I see Matt Boris and Bots FC have already made it down. They're here. They're ready.
No surprise. They're always
Oh, yeah.
prepared. They're always ready to go. Matt he's one of the calmest people you'll see in the pits. He's not very calm when he gets down by the box, but he's
Yeah.
very calm when he's up in the pits. He's ready to go. He feels prepared.
All right. As they get ready in cage 4, we are going to take a look over at cage 1.
Oh, yeah. Big bot action in cage 1. We're getting loaded in right now. Can't quite see what's making it into the box.
I see Nate Franklin, mini-bot driving extraordinaire.
Yeah, Nate is not a competitor today. He is here driving, I think, mini-bots for 3 different teams.
Yep. If you have a mini-bot, no, I'm sorry, Gil. I can physically hear Gil cringing at me. He said tisk tisk in my ear, but I caught myself. Nate Franklin is the multi-bot driving extraordinaire.
True story.
Yeah. So if you have a multi-bot and you need someone to drive the other one, talk to Nate because he's down.
Nate Franklin, one of the best wedge bot drivers in the entire world. He has won numerous competitions at the 1 pound and 3 pound weight class without a weapon at all. Finally started delving into weaponed robotics last year. I mean, just last year, and doing phenomenally at it.
It was amazing to hear Nate talk about his journey to building a weaponed robot because he thought that he didn't know that he was quote unquote good enough
to do it, yeah.
To do it. And that half broke my heart and shocked and awed me because he's such an accomplished builder.
This is a guy who's beaten some of the best in the world at other competitions without a weapon at all.
Right.
And he's never been able to compete here because he doesn't run a weapon. And I don't mean he runs a control bot and there's no spinner on it. I mean literally no weapon. There's a wedge on the front or forks on the front, and that's it. You win because your driving is phenomenal.
It has to be immaculate.
Yes, you cannot make mistakes, and that's what he's gone entire competitions without making a single mistake.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see him participating here more often. He says he loves it here. He loves the vibes. He loves the people. So he wants to come as much as he can to be, a multi-bot configuration driver. But he definitely is excited about Drumderchild and his ability to compete at the 3 pound weight class with that bot.
Yeah.
He did great at the new bots event.
Kyle, I have news for you.
Okay.
The rookie Butterbot has defeated Tough Love.
Wow.
Unanimous decision.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a little bit surprising, actually.
Hats off, well done.
Yeah, good for them. That's great. Just so you know, you can build your bot out of literal butter and beat a champion here.
Sounds
a legend
delicious.
of the sport.
Yum, yum.
By the way, you cannot actually build your robot out of butter. I can just hear Gil cringing at my statement there in the back by me saying that.
We're sorry,
Just
Gil.
not true.
We love you.
So it looks like we are having a little bit of startup issues here in Cage 1. Not sure what's going on.
It happens.
So we'll try to figure out what's going on with that and get back to that. We are loading into one of the smaller cages nearby, so we should be looking at that fight relatively shortly.
Yes.
And we are moments away. Oh, here we go. Cage 2 action.
Alex Pick with Zane, who is
5,
one of my
4,
favorite robots of the day.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
There was a
Got
major
Cookie
design
Crumble.
change in Zane. He has an entire bottom plate made out of, ooh, look out, 1/4-inch aluminum. Apparently, it has had some issues where it's flexing enough that it can hit itself. He's put several large gouges into his own bottom plate today, which is really difficult to come back from. And by the way, when you flex that frame, it makes the walking not work exactly the way that it's supposed to. So it throws everything off a little bit.
And with one weapon appearing to be down, that's also going to make it extremely difficult for him to have controlled movement.
Cookie Crumbler doing an excellent job controlling this fight. Unfortunately, they really are just facing off against that 1 pound horizontal weapon pretty often on Zane. It is hard to pick your shots even with just one of those weapons down.
I love the eyes on Zane.
Yeah, it's ominous, isn't it? It's a little creepy.
It feels like true, sentient robot. Zane is being asked to show motion.
Understandably so.
Very hard to do it in a controlled way without that second weapon running.
Cookie Crumbler, I think one of the better themed bots in the 3 pound division today. Brought to you by Kate Oyster. You can see her really cool cookie costume at the end of this matchup. Really dominating this fight. Great control driving. Picking her shots, making sure that she's not taking too much damage, thinking about the long game. Nice hit there. Doesn't look like the weapon is running, but that might be a choice at this point. Save it for other fights. You can see when she's hitting that blade, she's hitting it before it goes back into the body of Zane, causing an immediate stop on it, stressing out that motor on Zane, trying to kill it. And there you go, got a tap out. Just really good driving, really thoughtful driving from Kate on that one.
Yeah.
She is not just a lady wearing a silly Cookie headband, Cookie Monster headband. She's a very thoughtful driver. That was phenomenal.
I love that energy. I'm an instant fan of this team.
Yeah, really cool, right? You love to see strategic driving just right off the bat.
Yeah. Man, that was a really, really exciting fight. And, you know, it seemed like when Zane's weapon went down early on that maybe it was going to end up being a bit of a quick one or a bit of a dud.
Yeah.
But that was exciting.
Yeah, she did a great job really picking her shots,
Yeah.
finding the right angles to just end Zane's motors on those weapons. And those have been relatively bulletproof for most of the competitions we've seen Zane in.
Yeah.
Really nicely done by her. I'm very impressed. Looking forward to seeing her move forward with that. I'm curious to see what happened with her weapon on that one. She obviously didn't need it to win the fight, but it wasn't doing what it was supposed to.
No.
So
Just going to take that back to the pits and eat some cookies and figure out what happened there.
this team is brought to you by cookies.
So am I.
Is that what you're working for this event?
Oh, I exclusively am paid in cookies.
And pickles.
I had to purchase those with my own.
Oh, you bought the
Cookies.
pickles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, it's there's a lot of creative people in this community, and
Yes.
robots are not their only outlet. Dee from Polywhip also makes incredible pickles.
Yeah.
They're for sale in the pits. So
And they sell out super fast, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, if you want some, you got to get there, like, last night and get them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're gone.
they're gone.
And
Everyone
then there's
knows.
little jars of pickles all over the pits throughout the rest of the competition, which is great because people need their electrolytes.
Unless you're Ricky, I learned that Ricky Willems absolutely does not like or tolerate cookies.
I did
mean,
not
I'm
know.
sorry, pickles.
Oh, that
cookies
makes more
are a whole
sense.
other story. Pickles.
Huh. Like all kinds of pickles?
He does not like them.
Just pickled cucumbers or like pickled carrots are out?
Ooh, I didn't get that deep with him, but maybe that's a discussion we can have later.
Pickled peppers?
Probably, I would say no pickled peppers.
All right, so we have breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The moment you are all waiting for. Emulsifier is loading into the box
Oh, boy.
right now as we speak.
Oh boy, go.
Going up against its, I guess in a way, spiritual ancestor, its protege,
Yeah.
Catalyst.
My heart is beating a million miles a minute. I can barely sit in this chair. Oh my God. It still says 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah,
So
they're
this
getting
is-
loaded in.
We've waited this long. We can wait 2.5 more minutes, but it's going to feel like an eternity.
You could see Bots FC with their just army of mini bots loading in along with Emulsifier. That's a key part of their strategy. They really do use these mini bots to great effect. Corey getting the last bits of tape on.
You know, here's the deal about Corey. This is no big deal to him. Another builder might be riddled with nerves. Let's think back to just a couple months ago when he took on, with his 3-pound robot synthesis, the two of the most decorated champions in NHRL history.
Yeah, the last two world champions.
Yes. Tommy Wong with Droopy and Calvin Iba with Lynx. And he decimated those robots. And then he collapsed in a puddle of emotion that was so incredible to see. But, like, he brought his full game to that.
Yes.
And he's going to bring his full game to this.
I cannot wait to see it. Yeah, Corey, one of the best competitors at this event, just consistently across the board. So cool to see him making that jump into the 30-pound weight class. And the bot looks great. The
It
blade looks amazing.
So good.
He put on a fantastic performance earlier today.
Kyle, they're closing the doors.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's make some some noise. Are you excited to hear this fight?
Let's go!
Yeah!
This is fantastic. All right, so here we go. Corey Nason over there in the blue corner.
Reigning champion.
Reigning and defending champion Emulsifier over here in the pink square. Two times in a row Emulsifier.
He's looking for that three-peat this year, and it is all going to begin here. What happens here may influence the course of his season in 2024. This is big, this is important, and we are here to see it.
And you know that the rest of the 30-pound division, including Brandon Bennett Young, is back there in the pits watching this fight with great interest to see who comes out on top.
Brandon is just leaning back in a chair right now, stroking his chin, going, yes, yes.
He also had a bye in the first round. He's had nothing to do today at all. He's just waiting for this matchup to see what's going to happen.
Here we go.
1.
The first impact is going to tell a lot about this fight. Oh, no! Nice shot there.
Wow.
Beautiful. So we have two impacts going, one Catalyst's way, one Emulsifier's way, and they are doing the dance of death right now.
That fork now stuck up in Catalyst's wedge there.
And Catalyst does not want to back up because they don't want to get the business end of that blade. It's weapon-to-weapon impact right there. Look out. These bots are testing the waters. Nice shot, a side shot there from Emulsifier, trying to get the correct angle.
It's all about angles here.
What's going on with Catalyst? It looks like they might be having some mobility issues. Oh, no! Right into the back plate. Massive damage.
Kyle,
Tap out! Emulsifier, your winner, their first fight of the day.
It looked like there may have been some mobility issues even in the very beginning of that match, but after taking some of those hits, Catalyst really was moving slow and struggling.
Yeah, it almost was looking like the weapon was the only thing moving that bot around. But yeah, full advantage taken from Emulsifier there. That shot on the backplate was enough. Look at the debris in the arena.
In just a matter of seconds, that was a quick match, and there is already detritus, debris, refuse littering the arena.
It was a vicious hit on the backplate of Catalyst. Nothing you could do about that. Tap out, save your robot.
Brandon Bennett Young right now going, uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And actually having to get pushed to the door by the house bot, not a great sign. Oof.
You come for the king, you best not miss, but that was just not in the cards for Catalyst here in this particular match.
Yeah, not sure if it was mobility issues at the beginning. It might have been cautious driving, but either way, we had one really great hit from Catalyst. We had that weapon-to-weapon engagement, and then after that hit from Emulsifier, it was all done.
Kyle, I see the driver and builder of Toddler Terror in the stands and family.
Here to see the fight.
Today,
Here, check it out.
But we love to see them.
Hi, guys. So yeah, look at the damage on that bot. Corey making it safe. That's a skew. That whole frame and weapon assembly is a skew.
I would love to get a damage report. Maybe we can get one later on in the pits.
Yeah.
Because I need to know what happened here. That was some of the most explosive 30-pound hits that we've seen. And he's still technically in one piece. So what happened?
Second fight with that robot. Understandable tap out, though. That was a very dangerous situation to be in for the bot.
No, it's a smart play by Corey. You want to try and salvage as much as you can.
Oof.
But, wowie.
A little bit scary. A little bit scary.
Just a little.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes in the 30-pound division. Emulsifier letting everybody know, still the reigning and defending champion. Nobody's coming for that crown today. Who's got a chance? Vorion? Mr. Roper?
Kyle. I feel like last event I willed with all of my heart Bedside and Mr. Roper to fight.
It's true. That was a fantastic fight, too.
It was so fun. And no offense to Dr. Magnus Ambrose Detritus, who
Yes.
builds Mr. Roper, but I want to see that fight, Emulsifier against a toolbox.
Why? You just want to see somebody's beautiful creation get destroyed? Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be fun. He is ranked number 3, so
Yeah.
let's put him to the test.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm into it. Sounds like a terrible idea. I'm in. Let's go. All right, right now, though, we are going to go to cage 5.
It is the team behind Railgun Max here. All the way from China.
Waiting for this to get fired up.
Wow. Now, Elaine Wu and the rest of her team have been competing for years. They started competing in the U.S. back in 2019, and now they're back again.
Elaine's loading into cage 1, right? Yeah. So we've got cage 5 up on
We
the
do have
screen
cage
right
5 with Lars and Impact.
now. Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, here we go.
Absolute Zero versus Tomato Soup, a literal can
Oh.
of tomato soup, a.k.a. the SSP kit.
Never mind. It is not Impact.
Nope, hard to tell from the other side of the arena, but now that I can see it up close, that's definitely Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero, a WPI robot from Eric Randolph. Eric's the treasurer of the team.
He is also the president of his bowling club.
Interesting.
An array of interests. And then Tomato Soup, built by Mar Biagini, who's a middle school student.
Yep.
And one of the most kick-butt middle school students I think he could possibly be.
Absolutely. Did all the art on the bot themselves. Looks great. A good driver, too. Makes sense,
Now,
considering the family heritage.
yeah, it's in their DNA, I think. Mar also likes to write murder mysteries.
I did not know that about Mar. That's cool.
And hopefully writing a murder mystery about Absolute Zero's takedown here.
I love it. It is not easy to be a control bot driver in this competition.
No way.
You don't have a lot of room for mistakes.
But it is a great way for middle school students and people of all ages really to kind of get their toes in the water. You don't need a special box at home. You don't need to have the same weapon precautions as you would with a kinetic spinner. So perfect for a middle school student.
Nice shot there from Absolute Zero. Slow self-right from the can of tomato soup. And then we got a beautiful pin there from Mar. Absolute Zero able to steer the way out of it. Another slam and pin from Mar. Tomato Soup racking up those control points. And that whipping spinning to no effect.
All right, we have got just about 30 seconds here. A lot of pinning, a lot of control here from Tomato Soup. Which is named simply because Mar likes tomato soup.
Who doesn't? Delicious, nutritious, goes great with grilled cheese. Ow!
Big hit there from Absolute Zero.
Ow! Absolute Zero doing some big old yeets, but Mar not deterred. Getting a
Finishing
grip under the
strong.
side. Minibot coming in and getting a nice pin on the bottom there, but we are going to go over to cage 1. where we have some big bot action happening for you here.
We've got Vodka Tank, and we've got Floor Letter Word. Floor Letter Word was just, man, demolished by, I think it was Aries earlier in the day.
Yeah, Aries really showing their strength going up against a seasoned competitor like Floor Letter Word. Right now, that weapon there we go, starting to get up to speed on Floor Letter Word, but not a lot of oomph behind it. Something's not working right.
Now, you cannot meet a nicer, more genuine, more committed builder than Alex Curtis with Floor Letter Word. But unfortunately, that is not powering his weapon here today, or else it would be going full speed. Vodka Tank having its way with Floor Letter Word here, which is not something you get to say very often.
No, it's slow. It's thought out. It's destructive. It's not moving as fast as we normally see Vodka Tank, but it's really able to maintain control of this fight as it somewhat ambles across the arena.
Ambling madly all over the box.
Looks like the weapon is barely working on Vodka Tank. Now it's starting to spin up.
There we go. There we go.
Nice shot there from Vodka Tank.
I think I see a belt loose on Vodka Tank.
Not what you want to see.
Those smaller multi-bots going at it, going after each other as they are wont to do.
Did you just say smaller multi-bots? Isn't that just mini-bot in more words with more syllables?
Don't question me. Don't question me.
I'm just, okay, fair. Doing the dance of death. Vodka Tank looks like still having trouble getting that weapon up to speed. About 47 seconds left in this matchup, and the multi-bots of the smaller variety are doing a lot more in this fight than the two main competitors, larger bots.
And that is, why a lot of people choose to have a second robot. They go for that multi-bot configuration.
It can be a blessing or a curse. The damage count to that bot counts as damage.
We saw it earlier in the fight with Chainsaw Kitty. Knife Cat was able to, in my opinion, really save the day.
Yeah, in many ways won the whole fight.
Chainsaw Kitty would have been DOA, but Knife Cat was the reason I believe why, because I was able to pull out that win.
By the way, in real life, I would never want to meet a Chainsaw Kitty or a Knife Cat.
No. I'm sticking with Business Cat.
See, much nicer.
Yeah.
Everybody likes a good cat, right? They're just cute and cuddly, but they got the claws. They're a little scary. You give them real weapons. I mean, come on. It's not a good day.
Oh, man.
All right, so we did just see a judge's decision going into how that ended was with a judge's decision.
Yeah.
We'll see how that ends up. That's going to be kind of a hard one.
They were kind of both operating with the same types of struggles for a lot of it.
Yep. Not a lot of drive, not a lot of weapon.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
I did talk to Tara earlier today. I asked how she was feeling about Vodka Tank, and she said it works. That's all I can really ask for this early in the day. And it's true. It works.
For the Milk Tank team, working before a match is sometimes a victory in itself.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that they would take offense at me saying that.
Now, we are in the qualifying rounds for our 3 weight classes right now, but later on today at 7 o'clock, we will be at prime time, where we're going to watch the finals and quarterfinals of all of the weight classes. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. We've got massive competitors here in the 12-pound division, 30-pound division. 3 pounds could go any which way. We have absolutely no idea how that's going to end up. It is a fantastic day. Second competition of the year for NHRL. I love it.
We're seeing a lot of bots operating the way that they are intended.
And some not so much.
Some not so much, but like you said earlier, January was a chance for a lot of teams to kind of figure out teething issues for their new bots. figure out, you know, what might be causing some problems.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing a lot more domination, I would say, in March as opposed to some of the newer bots we saw in January. And that's just how it goes sometimes.
Amen to that. All right, right now we're going to head over into Cage 4, and we'll see what we've got going on there. Well, we can see a rather
boy.
grumpy Fluffy. Look at the top plate on Fluffy. Damaged, discolored, unhappy.
Seen better days.
Yeah. Just give it a little grind action. You know what I mean? Needs a little love.
Look how calm, cool, and collected Brandon is right now.
Brandon has been playing video games in the pits. Literally. He was like playing a fighting game when I walked by his pit table earlier. He told me, I got to face a really good competitor in the first round. They're facing me and Emulsifier. Their name's Bai. I've never heard of them.
Bye-bye.
And I said, oh, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty good. But yeah, he hasn't had to do anything until today. Or until right now. You know, 134. Been here since the pits opened at like 6 this morning.
Now, Brandon is looking calm here, you know, not too bothered, too phased, because maybe this matchup he feels confident about. But what do you think he is feeling right now, knowing that Emulsifier is lurking not too far in the distance?
I know that's the only thing on his mind right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's the only thing on his mind right now.
Emulsifier really did not seem to take much in the way of damage.
Now, I will say, this is not a pushover he's got to go up against in this round. This is Plasma Gun.
Oh, get out.
Plasma Gun won 1/3 at the Dutch Robo Games back in 2018. It is the 30-pound version of Railgun Max, a heavyweight robot from China, captained by Elaine Wu. This robot is captained by Ao Jiang, and it is going to be a really intense fight. Happy to see it.
Yeah, and they literally, the team behind Plasma Gun just finished, literally this second, a 3-pound match.
That's actually probably what we're waiting on right
Yeah.
now is the rest of Ao's team to get over there. Because I know Elaine's got to join him.
Not a far walk, though, from cage 3 to cage 4.
No, yeah, they literally are just steps away.
Plasma Gun is such an unknown here at NHRL. It is not something that anyone really can specifically prepare for. And so I would love to see them make a deep run and take a lot of people, not necessarily by surprise, but like make their presence known.
Yeah. Now, Dutch Robo Games, one of the biggest competitions in Europe. It brings teams from all over the world, Brazil, China, Korea, and all over Europe. This is this team's first time here at NHRL. Not their first time competing in the United States. They've done that before, but this is their first time competing at NHRL. And it is a completely different caliber of competitor here than I think they've seen in many of their competitions. But at the same time, it's cool to get bots from a completely different ecosystem.
Oh, absolutely. I do believe in my heart that NHRL is the toughest robot competition that there is. But having all that experience all over, I think is going to really do well for them.
It is cool to see kind of the differences of design philosophy from all over the world, how the iteration happens, what guides that design principle. You could see this bot doesn't give you a whole lot to face at the front end other than that weapon, right? Everything kind of tapers back from the weapon on Plasma Gun. Also, cool name for a bot.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Brandon
1.
Bennett Young with
Fight,
a completely
robots,
unchanged
fight.
Boreon since last time we saw it. Coming in trying to get a side angle on the weapon, but instead getting a weapon-to-weapon impact, and both bots seem to be fine, just throwing some sparks. And that's one of the forks off of Vorion is gone, one of the dragon forks. That's a new part of the design for Brandon. That's the only thing he's really added was this dragon fork design. It's gone now. But that just gives him more engagement with the weapon and an immediate tap out as Plasma Gun gets knocked on its head from that first impact. I don't know what happened that caused them to tap out so quickly, but that was a very quick tap out after it got knocked on its head. AO did not like something about the way that hit happened. All smiles for them right now. They just said, no more. Thank you very much. Brandon told me he has other plans this year. He wants to try other things. So he just came here to qualify with Vorion so he can work on other projects for the rest of the year. I gotta love that philosophy. And you gotta wonder if that's gonna work out for him. All right, so as you can see, we've replaced Lindsay. She has other things to do, but I got us a Ricky.
Hi, Kyle. How you doing?
Good to see you, bud.
It is good to see you, too.
So, Ricky, you've had other responsibilities at this competition today and yesterday.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, it's been a bit of a week. You've had, like, a lot of testing. You've had a lot of just stressful moments. Will they, won't they, can they, can't they?
Mm-hmm. We've had a ton of new robots. We've had a ton of growing pains with those new robots. So much safety to get through.
Yeah.
Thankfully, everyone who is here has passed. They've made it through. A lot of people that did a better job than they thought. We have a lot of competitors who try very hard, and they get nervous that they maybe don't live up to the standard that we're setting out for them.
Right.
And that's a great problem for me to have, because usually it makes them try harder and they do a wonderful job. And
right. They tell you I have a hazardous robot, and you're like, oh no, you might have a hazardous robot. And then you look at it and you're like, oh, that's a solid robot, actually.
Like, thank goodness that you realized it was hazardous and you put the time to make it a safe to operate robot.
Yeah, so. Not safe to its competitors, but safe to operate, get into the box, get out of the box, all that.
Exactly, and it's a delicate balance. But anyhow, it has gone wonderfully well. It's been a lot, but I am happy to be here on the desk. I missed being up here on the desk.
Absolutely.
In the past event, I was more of a competitor, and I spent a lot more time box side than I was able to spend up on the desk here.
It was interesting. You were scheduled to be on the desk.
Yeah.
We all thought Ricky would be on the desk. I was supposed to be on the desk with Ricky at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. Ricky couldn't make it because he just wouldn't stop winning.
Yeah, it really got in the way of my plans.
And then at the end of the day, the only time we really got you talking on camera was when we handed you your first of the modern era golden dumpster.
Yeah. And now I have a lovely thing sitting on my shelf and a lot of confused plans that I have to, figure out, what am I going to do come finals time? So that is all being worked out. There is so much more room for that robot. I'm really glad to do it. I got to say, it gives such a tremendous perspective on how far this sport and this league has come. We'll get to that more in a minute. Right now, it sounds like we have a fight loading up.
Here we go. Let's start at cage
fight.
1. Beast versus Ares.
Oh, man. Kyle, these two robots remind me of what I might call the good old days. A lot of bare exposed metal, a lot of machine work. These are technical. Wow, what a hit!
Oh, Ares coming in hot. That was a massive hit against the Beast.
Oh, that is not looking good. The wheels are spinning.
Yeah. They're not relenting, though, coming right back at him. Beast still got a weapon that's spinning, still got wheels that are working, and they say they're not tapping out. They're going back at it.
Not a chance. However, the movement on Beast is severely limited at this point.
Quick update. The literal can of tomato soup won a judge's decision against... Ooh. Look out there. Beautiful hit by Beast, actually getting a little bit of an engagement up against Ares. And look, you can see Ares operating just fine upside down, trying to self-right with their gyroscopic precession, but their mobility upside down, phenomenal.
Yeah, that robot has been well designed for inverted operation.
I gotta say, these MIT kids, so this is a brand new team from MIT. This is, I guess, the first full MIT team since the pandemic. This bot did not start working until today. They've operated every component of it, but this was the first time they got it all together, all operating, and it looks like a seasoned robot out there.
It really does. It came together well. It is amazing the new leaf, this kind of new generation of MIT competitors that we've had. MIT has been a hub for combat robotics for decades.
Yeah.
But there's kind of been a lull coming out of that institution for a little while.
They disbanded the team over COVID. They weren't able to meet.
Right.
They weren't able to do anything. So this is the first time they brought it back, and there is no real connections, no threads between the original MIT team and this team, right? Normally you have senior passing thing down to the freshmen and teaching them the ways and whatnot. These guys have had to figure it out. They've had to come in.
Groundbreaking new knowledge that is being gained at this event, and I can only imagine, because that is a good showing for
Phenomenal
a rookie.
showing. 2 matches, both of them really dominant performances.
Yeah, the trajectory that we are going to have from here on out, if this team continues to come back, which why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Is going to be fantastic. So.
Absolutely. It was a great conversation that I had with them this morning. They were very nervous, but I got to say, the bot looks phenomenal. It's performing great. Maybe next time they'll, decorate it a little bit.
The other, yeah, decorate. Well, they're decorating it now in a manner of speaking.
Yes,
battle
they're
scars
adding wins and battle scars to it. Yes.
So it is a decorated robot. Just, yeah. I think that also something to keep in mind, especially the Northeast and now in the Maryland hub. These are nexuses of robot combat. There are other competitions that happen. There are groups that get together outside of Norwalk. The community has really grown in these areas.
Yes.
And that is such a cheat code to being able to get ahead of your competitors. Being able to go to more events, different kinds of events, be exposed to different kinds of competitors. It really gives them an advantage if they take advantage of it.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Just a quick update. Vaca Tank did win their matchup against Floor Letter Word. That judge's decision just came in.
Oh.
Now, I did want to ask you, so New Bots event.
Mm-hmm.
You were out there with a unique style of robot. Not
Sure.
unique to you, but unique to this competition for sure. The biggest 30-pounder I think we've ever seen in this competition.
I try.
What was the biggest challenge for you in that competition? Like, did you have any matchups in there that you were really worried about?
Oh, man, the small drum spinner that I can't recall the name of now, the secondary one that came over from England, that is a mean competitor.
Yeah.
And they really did fantastic. In retrospect, I made some strategic choices that were a little bit wrong, but that was by far the biggest challenge in terms of matchups. I really would love to go back and fight them again, because I think we could bring it home, given some of the learning we had. The other thing is, that robot drives so differently on these cage floors with those wheels. It's one of the first robots I've built with smaller scale wheels.
Oh, gotcha.
And it really had a different driving dynamic to it. But it's just so much more prep time, effort, and energy went into that robot to compete at the level that NHRL has ascended to.
Yes.
It was a completely different experience than what I was used to. The turnaround times were shorter than something like BattleBots, but the level of detail that you need to hit in those turnaround times is so much higher. It was just a completely different balance.
Now, I just want to take it a little bit different direction. I know that one of my favorite questions to ask you about your heavyweight robot is, have you gone for a ride on it yet? So, have you gone for a ride on the 30-pounder yet?
I have. It drives surprisingly well. You got to remember, the wheels that are on that are meant to move people around.
Right.
So it moves people around, as long as it's on very, very flat ground.
I love it.
And with the weapon batteries removed. But I still, you don't want to get in, even that scale, you don't want to get in the way of that weapon. But I got to say, it was a great experience. I'm thankful for NHRL encouraging me to do that. I'm sure it's going to help me be a better commentator. But I miss being up here with you. I really miss the folks at home. This is such a wonderful thing that I get to do here, and as much as I love competing, being able to have the best seat in the house for seeing these fights and being able to talk to the wonderful crowd, talk to the people at home, it's I got a renewed appreciation for it. So a big thank you to not just NHRL, but all you people that watch and like cooperate. It's a wonderful thing that I get to do.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Thank
Now,
you.
I do have one other question.
Yes.
You have said that you're not going to bring the bot back anymore this year. You're going to focus on your duties here, but that
Correct.
other folks might bring the bot out, work with it, if you can get into the competition, if you can get it registered.
Yeah.
Is that still in the works? Are you still thinking about that going forward?
The plan, once we get a few little things handled in the next 24 hours, the plan is that it will be here in April, freshly rebuilt and ready for a fresh additional ticket to the finals.
And are you going to be captaining, or are you going to have somebody else?
I am stepping away entirely. I'll give some advice in the construction, but that is the final point of contention. Who gets crowned the interim?
I was trying to figure that out.
Yeah, everybody is excited to do it. Nobody is strong enough to say, I want to do it.
Yeah, I got it.
That's what it comes down to, is who is the most passionate about it.
And these are folks from your heavyweight team, I'm
Correct,
assuming.
and they're familiar faces for the people here at NHRL. We have Zoe and Cody from Team Honeycrack.
Yep.
We have Brandon Bennett-Young from the Leatherbacks. Courtney Hollis, who is a wonderful help here around the Brett experience and other places. We've got a good group of people to select
sure
from.
do,
There's no bad choice.
Yeah.
It's just
and
a question.
The Honeycrack
of
folks
who's
helped
who.
you out quite a lot at the last competition. They were there with you working on the bot and getting things together.
Absolutely, yeah. They really, I don't want to say it would have been undoable without them, but it certainly was a lot easier, and I attribute a lot of the success to them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, they are just so good at making this competition work. There is a house bot loose on the floor. What? I'm so sorry, guys. I just got distracted. We have one of our producers and one of the refs chasing a house bot around the floor. I don't quite understand what was happening.
That'll come back. All will be revealed. That'll be explained later, Kyle.
All right. Fair.
We just went through a long meeting making sure that we had a safe way to do that.
Oh,
so
good.
It is a planned exercise.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, because you don't normally see those things outside of the cage. Not that our housebots have active weapons, but they're also very heavy and very fast.
Yes. So part of that is making sure that they can't go very fast. Anyhow, we're in cage 4 for some more big bot action. What do we have? Looks like Mr. Roper going up against who now? Who now is not the name of the robot. I'm asking who now. TCC, yes.
5, 4,
yes, the Combat
3,
Collective
2,
TCC.
1.
Fight, robots,
The telepresence terror.
So yes, the driver of this robot is actually in Texas right now. Mr. Roper, of course, is, we met them at the New Bots event. It is a literal toolbox with some speed squares and some wrenches. And a lot of attitude.
That is a big hit. And while it did some damage to Mr. Roper, TCC is dead stopped right now.
Yeah, it is stuck up on one of the mini bots for Mr. Roper. Mr. Roper is not happy about it either.
No, that is an angry, angry man.
Wants the fight to continue.
One of the things I love about robots like Mr. Roper, you notice it's got a missing wheel. Like
Yes.
one side is just not operating. But if it flails its weapon hard enough, you only need one wheel.
It doesn't matter, yeah. It's moving just fine. Quite menacingly, in fact.
Yeah, I think it's actually more intimidating with fewer appendages. Which goes for humans, too.
TCC, it is not functioning. I don't know if the connection between it and Texas just shut down or what happened.
It could be. There's a lot going on in that robot. It is a technical marvel inside. And so there's quite a lot to go wrong when you engineer everything yourself. Almost everything in that robot is engineered from scratch. It doesn't use the off-the-shelf stuff that a lot of these other competitors use.
Knockout.
There's your knockout, ladies and gentlemen.
There you could see the telepresence robot of Sterling Brown from the Combat Collective. A really excellent YouTube channel, by the way, that covers a lot of combat robotics events, including NHRL. This is his first time competing at NHRL, but he still has never been here. Like right now, he's not here. He's in Texas.
In a manner of speaking, he's here.
Yeah, he actually does like watch-along streams with our events. He's amazing, like just thinker of this sport, big fan of this sport. And there you can see the team behind Mr. Roper.
I love the steampunk outfits too.
It looks great.
Yeah, they nailed it. I'm going to say that's a steampunk Petey the Piranha just for...
I'm pretty sure, yeah. And then Tom Farkas driving the mini-bot. He's there to help.
I want to point out something I really like about Mr. Roper. All these robots are required to have switches or removable links to, very visibly turn them on and off.
Yes.
On the back of Mr. Roper, there's a couple of like key switches. The kind you might find on a lawn tractor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's a pair of them, and that's the on-off switch. And they fit so perfectly with the aesthetic of, I found this in my garage, and I'm going to slap it together into something that is just so endearing and so hard to look away from.
That is, Mr. Roper is built by artists. It is built by people that really care about the aesthetics of what they present. Actually, it's this. Believe it or not, it's the same team that brings a lot of the plushie toys and a lot of the different...
Oh, I believe it.
Merch that we've had here for a long time. They brought this bot last at the New Bots event. It was their first competition with it. Did very well, ranked 3rd coming into this competition, which is crazy, and they just won that fight by tap out.
Kyle, there's so much of an overlap between the creativity and passion that goes into some of these creative robots, and then also the outcome in terms of technical skill you get.
Yeah.
And that's something where you might feel surprised that something that seems cute or plushy or unusual makes it so far. But the reason it makes it so far is because there's so much love and energy and passion that goes into it.
Yeah.
At that point, it's almost hard to build something poorly.
Yeah, and it comes from people who are used to troubleshooting. They're used to trying to figure out how to make their products long-lasting, durable. So they really are thoughtful about doing that in the box. It's not just making the mechanism work. It's making something that will last.
Right.
I
and
love
it's repairable and all the other things that go along with it.
They did show up with 3 full versions of Mr. Roper today. Quite an upgrade over the last time they were here, where it was like 1 Roper and many spares.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. It's very, very cool. The wrenches are not complete because the mechanism that drives the wrenches is not quite strong enough to lift the wrench with the bendy bit at the end.
Which is crazy to me because it's so energetic in its movements. It looks like it has all the power in the world.
Nope, it's just very fast. And very fast and very loud. But makes beautiful little dents all over the floor. So.
Oh, yeah. Our pit crews are just having a wonderful time today. Sanding and it's a little bit too technical, but we got some upgraded ways to repair our cages in between matches. We're very excited about that. It may end up changing the dynamics of these fights a little bit today.
Absolutely.
A smoother playing field can make a difference.
All right, so
something to look out for.
If you are interested in building a bot, let's go check out Cage 8 right now. We have this experience available for you when you come here. This is Eric. Eric is our educational kit bot. When you sign up for the Havoc Academy, this is where you learn on. It's a cool lifter, grabber style robot. You can control other bots with it. And in this arena, they're practicing, driving it up and down these ramps, knocking over these towers, moving these different obstacles around the arena. And if you come over to the event, I think it's like $5. You get to drive this thing around, try it out, check it out. Totally worth it. Little interactive portion of the event today. And look how cool that thing is. So much personality on Eric.
Yeah, it's funny, Kyle. There's a couple of pivotal moments in every robot fan's journey. One of them is seeing a fight in person, getting the feeling, especially a big fight. And then probably the next one is some kind of driving experience.
Yeah.
And we've had people in the building who have been around these robots for years now who never picked up a controller and did it for the first time with this event. And they go, oh, I get it now. Oh.
Very cool.
I see.
Why this is so addicting, why this is so fun. Now, later on today, we're going to have an event in this arena called King of the Castle. Think King of the Hill, but instead of a hill, it's a castle. And instead of people wrestling and fighting for the top of the hill, it's robots. I'm very excited about this.
I think it's going to be an experience. I'm interested to see how it translates to competitor experience. I'll put it this way. I would love to see the faces of the people operating these robots while it's going on.
Oh,
I think you're going to capture a lot of indescribable joy and excitement that people might not see coming.
You hear from the competitors all the time. They want to play with terrain. They want to play with different environments. They want to play with different things. And this is a completely unique experience. I cannot wait to see it.
No, it's really, for how simple it seems, it is really a interesting and novel thing for us to try. And I'm excited about it. As simple as it may seem, it is a very cool experiment.
It is our first real foray into minigaming, if you will. Like it is a separate entity that you can use the same equipment, you can use the same gear, but the goal is different. The thought process behind it is different. It's going to be fascinating to see how that goes. And also, right now these bots are optimized for a flat floor. This might become a thing where people are now building bots that are optimized to go up and down ramps, to knock other bots off ramps, to do that kind of thing. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about it.
It's a lot to be entertained by. We're going to go to cage 1 and see what they've got to entertain us with over there for some big bot action. That is a colorful lineup. RoboCat in black and going up against Blackjack, this trio. Oh, do I have that right?
You did have that backwards.
I did.
That's
Excuse
Blackjack
me.
right there.
Yeah,
4,
that makes a lot more sense.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
No, I had that correct. Thank you,
you
Kyle.
did.
I was pretty sure.
Right.
It's just an ironic titling. That's all.
Blackjack in green.
Blackjack in green and RoboCat in black.
I love it. How strange.
Yeah, it's terrible luck for that multi-bot a moment ago.
RoboCat brought to you by Tyler Morris from UCCR. It's a senior design project.
Yeah, I spoke with them earlier. It was amazing to see. They clearly researched this robot and put time into it. But there was still some things that we might consider obvious that were surprising to them. You never know how that's going to translate to an in-match situation like this. But Blackjack, the whole Blackjack team is so experienced, and you can see the driving coming into account now. Oh, that is a big hit.
Drew Davis actually qualified last year at this competition, getting 4th place with this robot. Driving out there with the 2 mini-bots operated by his sons. Loves to get the kids involved whenever he can at this competition. We've been seeing them for literal years. I remember when the kids had to go to bed before the competition was over because they were too little.
Yeah, even when they didn't, I remember them finding little corners to nap in upstairs.
That's exactly right. Nice shot there. That was a beautiful hit. Different coloring and theming on Blackjack for this event. Big, bright green and yellows. I kind of love it.
Yeah, it really pops on screen, and we've been seeing it really popping their opponent up into the air.
Wow, they have got RoboCat up doing the thing. They are stuck on their weapon right now, as well as the bounding brackets. It is not moving at all.
Tap out.
And the full tap out just happened. They were out on sticks, couldn't make it happen. Nice job, Drew Davis and the Davis family.
You can see there's a lot of happiness there. That is a well-earned win. Those robots are pretty well dialed in, I gotta say, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. Drew Davis looking to qualify in this division today like he did last year.
Also, can we take a moment to comment? He is building a powerhouse of talent in his kids there.
Oh, they're both great drivers.
They're fantastic. I mean, they really can go toe-to-toe with any adult experienced robot driver here.
He has had them drive the big bot during competitions before. Just like, all right, you take this match, I'll get the next one. You know, they pass it around. It's just a bunch of talented kids on that team. They're doing a great job.
No, and seriously, Drew himself, obviously very talented. But I don't think it's going to be long before they're going to have to pick a let's say, a talent-based driver, and it might not be Drew all the time.
It might not be, yeah. As time goes on, those boys are really dialing it in, figuring it out. I'm excited to see it. He's got enough robots, especially down in that 3-pound weight class, that they could all compete separately. But in the 12s, he's got Blackjack. That's what he rolls with. It's a phenomenal bot. It is a scaled-up version of one of his 3-pound robots. And that was a dominant showing by that team. Really happy to see it.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Whew. Well, we have a long day ahead of us, but we have had some great fights. Kyle, you've been at the desk a lot longer than me. Is there a highlight that sticks out to you so far? Biggest hits, biggest explosions? I know some of the fire robots we've had here today have
really
been spectacular.
Yeah, really impressive. I think watching Catalyst in the 30-pound division has been really phenomenal today. But Emulsifier really showing up in the 30-pound division, coming out for their first fight today and showing their dominance, showing that they're here to qualify and go back home. They are the reigning and defending champion. That was an amazing fight. I mean, there was really just one big exchange and then a massive hit, and it was done. Just so impressive to see.
Yeah, I had a conversation with the team there, and I felt silly for a moment because I asked, like, what are you fixing from last time? And it's like, wait a minute. Like, you won. This is the defending champion. Asking them what they have to fix when they just proved they don't have to fix anything.
5,
Yeah.
4,
they're just here
3,
to do what they do best.
2,
Show up, win, go home.
Fight.
Yep. We're going to go to cage
Robots
4.
Ratchet.
Ratchet going up against Enid's Revenge. Enid's Revenge is an interesting robot in terms of the disc design you see there. It's somewhere between a normal horse. Wow!
Wow.
It's just shredding that multibot. Oh, there's a chain or a belt on the floor there. This does not look good.
Yeah.
I am sensing an incoming tap out.
Enid's Revenge operating just fine, although it is an odd driving style that they have. Like
It is. That robot's design is trying to do something very difficult.
Knockout.
That is a knockout. Not surprising. Yeah, that is a very difficult to pilot shape, Kyle. It takes a lot of driving experience to get the hang of it, and it's very difficult to deal with an uneven floor the way we have at this point in the competition.
It looks like one of those, like, wind-up cat toys you throw down on your kitchen floor.
I can see where you're coming from, absolutely.
It just kind of like scatters back and forth like that. Obviously, it worked for them. They won the fight, but that's a very strange design. I like it.
Yeah, well, what happens is it's a weight balance thing. The weight is very far forward, and so you're pushing your weight around, which ends up causing you to kind of spin out as you're driving. It drifts a lot.
Yeah.
Which controlled drifting can be great, but it takes so much practice to get it right.
Makes sense.
So it's one of those things where if they continue to bring this robot back, it is a new robot. If they continue to bring it back, I imagine it will move progressively more smoothly as events unfold.
They're doing some weird stuff in Ohio.
They really are. The creativity on display today is fantastic.
I love it. I love it. It's off the charts.
The other thing I'll say about Enid's Revenge, I don't know if we can get a shot of it or not, but the disc, blade, what have you, setup, it's very sharp. It's very thin impact areas despite being a heavy blade. And you saw that that multibot just get shredded.
Yeah.
That's because it's such a sharp cutting surface with so much energy behind it. It's going to have a tendency to just blow something to pieces.
Right, so it's not impacting on the side and knocking them away so much as it's cutting straight through the structure.
Exactly.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and that's an
Cool
unusual
idea.
strategy. There's going to be robots it works really well against. There's going to be robots where it's not such a good strategy.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to see the matchups it's given to see whether or not it's going to pay off.
With the use of softer materials, especially in that 12-pound division more often, I'd imagine that's a very effective strategy with a lot of them.
It's a direct result of the amount of TPU, UHMW, other soft materials that we're seeing.
Makes sense.
Is to see these sharp cutting blades rather than the big impacting blades.
All right, let's head over into cage 1. We've got more big bot action for you right now.
All right.
Looks like we've got some cam lifter forks down there in the corner, becoming very common on the multi-bot configurations. for good reason, highly effective.
Yeah, as demonstrated by some very successful robots. I also got to say that we are seeing more and more of these dual beater bar or multi-part. You can see the right-hand side of your screen now. That's a dual beater bar kit or semi-beater bar kit, but two spinners that are decoupled from one another.
Yep.
And that ends up being a really bold strategy. You get some, how do we want to say, redundancy. If one goes down, the other is still operating. But it's also twice as many points for failure.
Yeah, I think the first spot we saw use that to great effect here was Twin Beast from Brazil, Wagner. Really impressive robot. But yeah, we're starting to see it more. So this is Doppelgator versus Bumble Blitz. Bumble Blitz is having a phenomenal run at this competition. Bumble Blitz, I think,
a huge hit.
Just got second place at the last competition that they were at. Look at the armor hanging off the side of Bumble Blitz, though. Doppelgator really doing some damage.
Now,
nice shot from Bumble Blitz right at the top plate.
Kyle, that armor is meant to be flexible. You can see it flexing around. That is combination armor and wedges on the front of Bumble Blitz. Bumble Blitz, if they're doing a good job, is going to ram that as hard as they can into their opponent with no care for how much it gets damaged. This is a great pin on Bumble Blitz by Doppelgator. But they're going to have, yeah, there it is. One of the wonderful things about that hammer saw on Bumble Blitz is it can kind of free itself from a lot of stuck positions.
It gives them so many more options having that articulated weapon.
It does. It hits so hard, Kyle.
Doppelgator just doing a great job. I mean, significantly smaller robot. You could see the throws it's getting on Bumble Blitz, though. Beautiful shots with that weapon.
Cool. We have a lot of articulated arm spinners in this competition. We don't have a lot of true hammer saws that hammer when they come down. This is a hammer saw, folks.
For sure. High-speed impact cuts right into that top plate. Bumble Blitz getting, Doppelgator getting hung up on the multi-bot there. Nice shot, launching Bumble Blitz up into the air there.
It's such a quick robot, too. It's something that you don't always see in this weight class, especially with a robot that has such a powerful weapon. Oftentimes, you see them, you know, a little bit slow, a little bit lumbering. No, Bumble Blitz is a powerhouse in terms of speed and drive in addition to its weapon. Wow, Doppelgator just flying through the corner of the arena. It's hung up now as we come down on the last 30 seconds of this match.
Yeah, Bumble Blitz coming off of a second place finish at Motorama in Pennsylvania late last month. Doppelgator off of a 21-match winning streak down in Florida.
20 seconds left. It looks like, yes, we're going to have an unstick attempt, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. Oh, no, we are coming down in the last 10 seconds. I can't tell if that's a count out 10 or the last 10 of the match, but either way, this match is over without a functioning Doppelgator.
Wow. Bumble Blitz team extremely happy about their performance.
And who wouldn't be? I mean, that was fantastic.
Might be the end of the winning streak for Doppelgator. 21-match winning streak down in their native Florida.
It's all fun and games till you come to Norwalk, Connecticut, Kyle.
It's a completely different ecosystem up here.
That robot is looking seriously defeated. You can see that the hub is just, it is spinning. It's a functional thing, but with no wheel on it, it just doesn't make a difference.
There was a time when we did not think about that overhead attack bot as a damaging design, right? We would kind of make them akin to a control bot design. That is no longer the case. We see massive damage from these overhead attack robots now.
That's one of the things we've seen in recent years. You can pack so much power into small motors and get so much power out of small batteries. It's feasible to have multiple mechanical systems that can do damage, that have punch behind them. It didn't used to be the case that you could do that. What's more, we have more and more experienced builders. We have more iteration. The design thinking and the experimentation has come so far. We're milking more out of what we've got.
Yeah.
So I cannot stress enough how much and how quickly this sport is evolving. And Bumble Blitz is a fantastic example, just, you know, in one package.
Really phenomenal robot. That team has put in great work. Doppelganger got a lot of great hits throughout that match, but man, they were just falling apart by the end there.
Well, that's another thing that has come a long way here that we've noticed is you really got to make your design bulletproof. It's not enough just to have a heavy hitter. It's not enough to show up and be a good driver. You need to have a robot that can tank some hits. You need to have a robot that's resilient where the silly things don't break.
Yeah.
Because everyone else is bringing their A game.
Everybody's bringing their A game. Liam King, phenomenal showing in that last matchup. Very excited to see that. We'll see what the judges have to say going forward. But that doesn't look good for Doppelganger as far as I'm concerned. They entered the fight not all that functional.
No, not all that together.
Not all that together. Ay. All right, so just so everybody knows, this is the qualifying rounds for our March event, the March of Madness, as it were. We are going to be having our primetime event at 7 o'clock tonight, where we will be going through the final rounds of all of the 3 weight classes that we have today, 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30 pounds. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah, this is going to be something else. I mean, the amount of new robots that we have here today, we've changed up some of our registration system, trying to give a little more leeway to get new people in, new robots in. But there's a lot of heavy hitters here too.
Yeah.
And these qualifying sessions really are the stories that tell us, okay, who's come to play and who's come to win.
Yes.
And it's shaken out over the course of the day. And by the time we get to that primetime special, it is all heavy hitters. It is all big hits.
There is a little bit more pressure on these competitors now to qualify at this event, right? Because it is harder to get in as a robot that's been here. We're giving a little bit more leeway to new competitors. So you have less of a chance of coming back and having that second or third or fourth try at qualifying. You better do it in that first competition if you can, because you might not have a chance later on in the season.
Yeah, and just to remind folks at home what they're competing for, historically, there have been literal millions of dollars on the line.
Yes.
When you get invited back at the end of the year, and at the very least, it is the premier robot competition, certainly in the 3, 12, and 30-pound classes, that you are being invited to the championship of. So being able to get that feather in your cap just to be invited is a huge deal.
Yes, and it's life-changing for your organization. It's life-changing for the community that's surrounding your robot. I mean, we've seen literal departments get built and made from that competition.
Right.
Test boxes, new equipment, new engineering and design equipment, all of that just because of the winnings from that competition.
Mm-hmm. And that's to say nothing of the personal stories you get. You have so many people that came out on a whim in a new bot event at the beginning of the year who then show up at the end of the year fighting, their childhood hero from TV, or fighting someone who's been doing this, or fighting their dad. Like there are these really crazy stories that evolve out of this, and the structure of win your way to the championship, win your way to the top of the pyramid. When you're talking about combat robots, that is the top of the pyramid.
Yep.
And may the best man, woman, or otherwise win. And it's magic to watch.
Now, in the 3-pound division today, we have 2 stories that we've been following pretty closely. One of them being Chainsaw Kitty, a robot that has always come in right at 5th place, right below what was the qualifying threshold before.
Right.
Extremely high-ranked, well-driven, well-built robot, trying to qualify for their first World Championship event here today. Also, we're looking at Caldera, another bot that has done phenomenally in the 3-pound weight class.
Yeah.
Fallen short of that golden dumpster, even just getting 2nd place in several competitions, trying to win their first golden dumpster and qualified today.
Which is amazing, because Caldera is an institution at this point.
Yes.
Both at NHRL and just in its weight class across the country.
Absolutely. Everyone is afraid when they have to go up against that bot.
Right.
Even on their team, Brian Boxell has said, between all of the bots he builds, the scariest robot on their team is Caldera.
Mm-hmm.
it's a phenomenal robot, and Glenn is an amazing driver. I'm very curious to see if he's able to pull it off today.
You know, I have a little bit of insider knowledge on this, actually. So as part of the safety process here that I have to oversee, we look at robots that have very high speed weapons. You know, we don't have a limit per se, but above a certain point, we require extra testing to make sure that it's safe, right?
Yeah.
Historically, Caldera was one that required some extra testing. They had an incredibly powerful weapon, and they've slowed it down a little bit.
Interesting.
That makes it more controllable. It makes it easier on the robot, a little less chance of it breaking itself.
Yeah.
And it also makes it a little easier to drive. It's very hard to effectively deliver a hit when your weapon is spinning above a certain speed.
That makes a lot of sense.
I really want to see how that works out for them over the course of the day, because it may not sound like a big difference. Oh, I'm going to spin my weapon a little bit slower. But it can make all the difference in the world when you're a driver that has to respond to all sorts of vehicle dynamics, all sorts of robot dynamics.
You're mentioning of the wear and tear on the robot being less from that as well. I mean, that's definitely something we've seen in the past with Caldera. They have lost that battle of attrition throughout the day, where you see them in those quarterfinal matchups, and they are not the same robot they were at the beginning of the evening.
Absolutely. And here's something to keep in mind, too. It gets a little technical, right? But this is an exponential curve. So when you move something twice as fast, there's 4 times as much energy in it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when you move from 100 miles an hour to 150 miles an hour, let's say, when something's spinning, that's a 50-mile-an-hour change. Like, okay, that seems like a lot. When you move from 300 miles an hour to 350 miles an hour, that's a much bigger change.
Yeah.
Even though kind of the effectiveness of the weapon only moves by that 50-mile-an-hour mark, but the effectiveness of the weapon to destroy itself goes up much more than that. So it's, I don't know if I quite got that across succinctly, but the risk goes up much faster than the reward is what I'm trying to say when you're spinning a weapon fast.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how that works out for them.
And that's something that you've seen in a lot of World Championship robots. They're not spinning the fastest weapon. They don't even have the best armor package. It's a balance. It's something that you're really trying to dial in and find what the most effective range is of all of those things.
Well, we talk about the March of Madness, right? And think of it like a character sheet that you are writing up for your robot.
Exactly.
You can put all your eggs in one basket. You can have a big heavy hitter, and sometimes that works out for you. But most people want to have some sort of balanced approach that complements their driving style, it complements the meta of the weight class that they're in. There's so much that goes into it before you even get here to understand what you're building, why, and whether or not that's going to lead you to a successful winning streak or back to the drawing board.
A mage that can swing a sword. Really, that's what we all want. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the rest of the House of Havoc. Just have a look and see what's going on. There you see Luke giving a tour. This is one of his favorite things to do here, actually, is give a tour back in the Bot Museum, talking about all of the cool robots we have from all of combat robotics history. And look at how happy everybody is. Luke is just a font of knowledge about this sport, about the bots that we have back there.
I say this with extreme love, Kyle, but Luke is such a super fan, in addition to being an announcer, and that really comes off when he's talking to crowds, when he's guiding these tours, and there's so much excitement, you can't help but catch it sometimes.
Luke, I don't know if I'm blowing up his spot here, he purchased a Positively Hysterical copy yesterday, I believe. So excited. Like, that's the coolest thing in his mind that he's ever gotten is that...
Not to interrupt you, but look at those happy folks.
Look at how big that cloud is.
Clap it up!
Hey, everybody, give us a round of applause. Check you out. You're all up on that screen. Welcome to the House of Havoc.
There's been a sizable turnout today. I definitely think people are excited for us to get into the meat and potatoes of the robot competition. The January event is wonderful, but it's a spectacle in a little bit different way.
For sure. Yeah.
This is a competition. This is a neck-and-neck, no-holds-barred struggle to qualify, and it really makes for some exciting matches.
Yeah, this is the real event, right? January, we're trying new things. We're seeing what works. We're seeing what doesn't work. We're making memes.
Yeah.
Really.
That too.
But this is where really the rubber hits the road for a lot of these competitors. We are seeing some of the kind of echoes of that new bots event, right? Mr. Roper especially is a bot that we're going to be seeing a lot of today, and they're highly qualified because of that event. But yeah, it's a very different competition today.
Yes, absolutely. Well, there's a shot of our pits, people working hard. This is about, I like this. This is about the level I like to see. Sometimes the pits are so packed.
Yeah, you can't breathe.
That looks busy, it looks focused, but it looks happy, friendly, well-managed. And just a shout out, everyone has prepped so hard for this event. NHRL has really dialed it up. Even myself as an employee here, I look around at my other employee peers and I'm just going, like, you guys have stepped this up so hard. It's being reflected in the builder experience, the spectator experience, so many other places, and it really makes you glad to see the show that's being put on. Also, I keep looking to the side here. There's tricycles everywhere, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on.
I know you can't see this at home, but you ever just...
Oh, check it out.
I work from home a lot, and I never have a tricycle just wander into my room.
No, I think half the joy of working here is all the weirdness. Here's the sign up for Havoc Academy.
That's true. If you want an inside track to being able to build a combat robot and work your way to an event like this, the Havoc Academy is a great path to do that. It's not just a kit. It is a baseline building experience and set of components that you can continue to use to learn, to grow, and eventually build your way into a competition such as NHRL.
Absolutely, yes. And if you sign up at our event, you also get to talk to two of our competitors who are just right there, answering your questions about what it's like to build a combat robot, what it's like to compete with a combat robot, and showing you the different parts and components. Check it out. There's Eric. Look at him.
Remember, too, you are getting access to an incredible set of resources. You've got builders, you've got personnel here, you've got myself as a safety resource, and so many other resources, really, that go into this. You've got advice, you've got a community of builders who are excited to help you. And that is worth so much more than the actual, components that go into the kit itself.
I am just so impressed that we've moved into this kind of realm of the sport, the educational side of things, really helping our young fans and fans of all ages just figure this sport out, become a part of it. We've lowered that barrier to entry so much already, and you just see more and more of those barriers getting knocked back every day with the improvements that we've made here.
You have to, because there are so many people that want to do this. And essentially, there just is only so much manpower, person power going around to support them doing that. We needed to institutionalize something. We needed to build a process and a kit to help get people up to speed faster.
Yeah.
And something that I am so proud to be able to say, and it's NHRL, but it's everybody. It's all of the combat organizations. This used to be a sport that was prohibitively expensive for the vast majority of people.
Yep.
This was something that, I wanted to do as a little kid, and I built robots. I built fighting robots, but they were built out of old VCRs.
Right.
I was not going to show up to an event and compete because I was building from literal garbage, because a remote control in 1994 was like $600, which is $2 million in today's money, folks.
Yeah.
No, it was just prohibitively expensive. You can go out, some of these kits, some of the things you can buy off the shelf are like a couple $100s, which is still, not trivial, but it is something that is accessible to a much greater number of people. And building this is something that is a tool and a community for learning, for good experiences, is so much more valuable than just being something where people go and blow up their rich toys.
Absolutely. And also the kitbot community, which is really taken a whole other turn. I think a lot of it because of this competition, right? Peter Garnash, Seth Schaefer, building kits that when you're ready to move up to that next step, that step after, building an Eric or really learning the basics, you can get something a little bit more advanced, something a little bit more durable, something you can actually show up at the competition with and do pretty well. You might not win, but you can win some fights. You can get out there and really show what you can do. That kind of leads you to that next realm of maybe building something custom, something unique, something true to you.
And the flip side to that, too, is this competition has grown and local competitions have grown to the point where you don't have to win it all for this to be a rewarding experience.
Amen. Yep.
And of course, we've got some people here who are building robots that are very explicitly not intended to win.
Everybody's got different goals, yes.
Everybody's got different goals. But being able to show up, compete, learn, experience, just bond with the kind of wonderful group of people that has grown around this sport is more than enough reward. And if you win a couple of competitions here and there, like, all the better.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, if you're Tom Farkas and you show up with amazing, creative, beautiful designs that people really connect with, and you help a ton of people get into this sport, and you help a ton of people with their robots and their designs as time goes on, you've gotten so much and given so much to this community. It's a really wonderful experience for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of rewarding opportunities to give back or to add. Not necessarily give back. You could be a fresh face and still add to the community a lot, and that is a huge reward in and of itself.
All right, and right now we are going to be loading into Cage 1. Let's see what we've got with some big bot action for you.
Oh, well, let's see. We got a Thagomizer.
And a Grim Ripper.
Yeah.
Looking great. There you see Jake with his Maximizer shirt on. Gotta love the design on that. Cyber Sigilism, I believe, is what you call that design philosophy. Back when I was a kid, we called it tribal, but they don't call it that anymore.
I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but I enjoy the etymology of that. Sigilism is you know, I don't say the study, but the interest in signage and symbols and that sort of thing. And cyber, of course, you don't need to explain. So the combination of the two makes perfect sense.
Cool, right? I like it. It's all the rage now. There's a lot of folks getting the cyber sigilism style tattoos. You can see that on the shirt there, on the designs, well, what's left of the designs on Maximizer itself. A lot of those designs got ripped off facing Caldera 12.
Just one more thing on the cyber sigilism, right? Because I think I don't know if you've seen this, right? Some of these are unreadable when you look at them.
Yes. Maximizer, my family members have even said the Maximizer shirt's hard to read.
Right. The interesting thing, if you're ever really struggling for it, take a picture, put it in Microsoft Paint, and hit the invert colors button. 99% of the time, it's immediately obvious what it says.
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's like hiding in plain sight almost. Plus, I think sigilism implies some sort of like mysticism, magic, you know, runes, that sort of thing.
Very much so.
And that gives a little magic to the word, right?
So I know Kendall, who's on the Maximizer team, she did the design work for this robot as well as the merch. You gotta love the fact that the team was thinking about the branding and the merch for the robot pretty much right off the get. Such an important part of this competition. In so many ways, just building up that fan base, getting that support, getting that recognition.
Now, I want to take a second. This shape that Grim Ripper is the exact shape that Maximizer does not want to face. That sloped side, when Maximizer, I said Thagomizer, when Maximizer flips around, hits that curved surface, it is going to destabilize Maximizer.
Ow.
And that's what they need to do. Did you see that? That was a direct on attack. It wasn't the usual flip around and hit the side. If Maximizer wants this to work out well, they need that very, they need a lot of force behind their hits in order to land something that digs into that sloped side of Grim Ripper.
And really just hoping that those weapon-to-weapon impacts can go their way too.
Yes. I don't know a lot about Grim Ripper's weapon, but it certainly is nothing to shrug off.
No, they've been doing some massive hits with that thing all day. Undercutter, especially when you've got wheels as big as Maximizers, it's a scary proposition. Nice pin there. Getting that wedge underneath Grim Ripper. They're going to take 7 seconds out of that pin. They're not going for the full pin, just enough to show the judges, get some control points.
Kyle, Maximizer has entirely lost his weapon at this point. It's hard to say sometimes because it's such a high spinning device.
But it's gone.
But
You're right.
It's sitting
That's
on the
it
floor
over
there on
there
the right side of your screen.
When did that happen?
Oh, a few moments ago. But this is where the maximizer design really comes in clutch. You can see that wedge becomes a very viable strategy. It can push with its, I don't know if that's the face or the butt, it's hard to say, but it can do that all day long, and it can win a fight that way.
Yeah, the style and design, this Thagomizer style design, the idea is you come in with that wedge, you take the impact from the weapons, and then at the right moment, you pivot that back weapon into the side of your opponent, ripping off wheels, ripping off side armors, belts. It's an excellent idea, and it's something that really Jake Hoffman has mastered with this Maximizer design.
Would you say he's maximized it?
He's absolutely maximized it. It's an incredibly effective robot, but yeah, even without a weapon right now, doing very well against Grim Reaper.
This is also a robot that it is not easy to drive effectively. It's easy enough to drive, but if you really want to make the most of it, it takes a lot of practice. And I got to say, Jake's driving in easy mode as we come down to the last seconds of the match. Without that big spinner on the back, you can really, really concentrate on being an effective wedge. You can see he's very happy with the performance.
Yeah, even losing a weapon, he's very happy with that performance.
Yeah, they have done so well. Congratulations to them. I mean, bravo.
Grim Reaper keeping all the armor together in this fight, not something they were able to do in their last fight against Meinen and Plussel. Bot looks great. This one will go to the judges, with Grim Reaper looking no worse for the wear after that fight.
Yeah, this is going to have its pluses and minuses, not as a Meinen and Plussel reference. This is just going to be something that comes down to our rubric, right? Yeah. How do we weight damage versus control versus aggression, and it is going to be in the hands of the judges because no one factor in and of itself, or even all the factors balanced equally, would come out to a very clear decision here.
Wow. There we see some of our audience, NHRL rock sign. I agree, NHRL does rock.
It papers and scissors too, let me tell you.
So we'll see what the judges have to say about Nelson Barrios and Grim Reaper, but right now, let's go to Cage 4 where destruction is happening. This is Weather Report, the shuffler vertical spinner going up against Project Liftoff 12.
Project Liftoff is immobile in the arena. That is a tap out. That is a one-hit KO, Kyle.
That was a heck of a hit. Wow.
That's one of those ones we're going to need to go back and look at later. Weather Report is such an interesting and powerful robot. They have struggled all of today. They struggled in the weeks coming up to this event. They were one of the robots that we had to stay in touch with coming up onto this event to make sure that they were going to make it, be able to do what they needed. Oh, great. We are going to be able to go to a replay here, folks.
I'm happy to see it. Yeah, Weather Report brought to you by Kerry Weaver
here
from Seattle, Washington.
Project Liftoff about to boom! Look at that!
Chunk of plastic flying off. They distorted the bottom plate, so they are just high-centered, can't do anything.
One more angle here. Project
Liftoff
rush. They did get up to speed.
Happening. Look at that. And check out those shuffler pods. Look how fast and smooth they were. That was a box rush with shuffler pods.
That is something I don't think it's long, Kyle, until NHRL and really the combat robot world at large re-examines the weight bonus that is given to non-traditional opponents, specifically shufflers.
Yeah.
There are shufflers now at this competition and others that can move almost as effectively as regular wheels.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's all, you can see the design iterations. I mean, Jameson Go was really kind of the first one to do it, where we saw a shuffler pods that made his bot, his 3-pound bot, move so fast across the arena, you had no idea that they were shufflers. You thought they were wheels. It is now becoming commonplace to see that in all of the weight classes.
Right, and for those at home that that might not have the context here, you get a substantial bonus to your robot in terms of how much your robot is allowed to weigh because you don't use wheels. That bonus is there to encourage creativity, new designs, interesting fight dynamics. But at this point, the additional weight that's required to achieve that is not that high. and the reward you get for having extra weight is immense.
Absolutely.
So it's legal now. We're happy to see it now. I think we're going to see it for quite a while yet, but it's catching up fast.
Yeah.
We're going to take another look at Flip and Cut 12. Oh boy, it is. Sorry. Yes, Project Liftoff from the Flip and Cut team.
Look at that. That is completely shredded. So normally for the smaller weight class versions of this, he uses a printed material called TPU. He is not able to do it for the larger weight classes. This is a billet of UHMW. He had some issues with this billet. It wasn't like finished or heat treated the proper way, so it was warping when he was cutting into it. He had to reheat it and rewarp it kind of back into shape. Well, this is completely bent out of shape now, not because of any heat issues, but because of a direct impact from that weapon.
It's like a bow bun.
Yeah.
You know? No, I will say, UHMW is one of those materials that you see a lot in different weight classes, and it behaves completely differently once you get out of the 3-pound weight class. It takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience to know how to use it, where to use it, what its drawbacks are, and what its strengths are. And using a big billet like that, you really got to know what you're doing, Kyle.
Yeah. UHMW is a similar material to what you'll find in a lot of the cutting boards in your house. It is a very heavy-duty plastic, unusually high molecular weight plastic, actually.
Ultra, you might say. Oh, look at those fans waving. That is an excited crowd today.
So many young fans here making signs, hanging out, checking out their favorite robots. It is a great event to bring your family out to if you happen to be in the area. We're taking this show on the road, by the way, this year. You're not just going to be seeing us here in Connecticut. We're going to be trying to bring this to a bunch of other different places, so we'll see.
Yeah, we've got a number of states ahead. We've got some Midwest locations. We've got New York. We've got West Coast locations.
South locations?
Yeah.
Happy to see it.
It's coming to a venue near you, folks.
Taking NHRL on the road brings all sorts of other challenges in different ways that we have to present our arenas, bring our arenas to safety.
I cannot underscore that enough. It is amazing that we have this venue here in Norwalk, but there are so many things that take so much additional work to recreate, to bring it to different places. But here's what I'm excited about, Kyle. It is going to be a different show in each different venue that we go to. It is going to be a very different experience.
Yeah.
And that's one of the interesting things. I don't think, well, for instance, we'll be in Rochester relatively soon.
Yep.
I think the experience at Rochester is different enough that if you're someone that attends or watches an NHRL event in Connecticut, if you make the trip down to Rochester, it is going to be a very different experience compared to, we were out in California last year at the Open Sauce event. That was something that was completely different, different experience, novel, entertaining in a way that we don't have here.
And like convention vibes surrounding the event too, which was very cool.
Right, it is kind of amazing. This building we have here, we've got so much to do. We've got food trucks, we've got, we've got skee ball for Pete's sake.
Yes, we do.
But imagine wandering off and going see, a Tesla coil display, or motorcycles doing tricks in a giant flaming cage match. As we go to different places and have different juxtapositions, it really brings a different kind of vibe and dynamic.
And I know I personally am really looking forward to the different foods in the different places that we go. We're going to have some yummy pizza when we go to Rochester. We're going to go down south. We're going to have some really great barbecue in Georgia. It's going to be nice.
Kyle, I got to say something here. As much as I love the food trucks, I love everything that's put forward here at NHRL.
Sure.
Previous to NHRL, Motorama was kind of the East Coast hub of the biggest competition that you've got, right?
Absolutely,
Hands down. And
completely different experience than this one, but yeah, very much so that was the hub for a long time.
Yeah. Do you know about the food sensation at Motorama?
Oh yeah, my podcast mates and co-hosts, that's all they talk about is those Amish Hot Pockets.
Amish Hot Pockets. We need an Amish Hot Pocket equivalent for NHRL.
If we tell the Amish folks far enough in advance, they could get the horse and buggies ready.
No, you can't take NHRL stealing other people's signature food.
Fair.
We need a signature food of our own.
It's the equivalent of.
I'm being told. Yes, we have a judge's decision coming in for that last fight. Excuse me, not the last fight. That was a pretty definitive knockout. I believe, though, we're going to come up on here on screen.
So, yeah, what have we got going on with the...
Oh,
so we did get the decision. Grim Ripper did officially defeat Maximizer by judge's decision. Can't say I'm too surprised about that one.
I don't want to say I'm surprised, but it was not a sure thing. I think there was enough aggression and enough control shown in that match that there was an argument for Grim Reaper. I'm glad, don't get me wrong.
It's true.
Glad Maximizer won.
But this is where rubrics and what you see with your eyes can differ a little bit, right? If at the end of the fight, one robot's in several pieces and one robot's all the way together.
Yeah.
The guy who's still together won. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's it's weird with, you see that with other combat sports as well, where it's like, oh, the judges ruled that this guy won, but that guy's got bruises all over his face, and the other guy looks fine. Did they really win, though, or did they just get more points?
Right. I understand, and it's something that we've dialed in quite a bit here. I will say this puts a huge damper on Jake's day.
Yeah.
Maximizer is officially out of the tournament. They will not be in the bracket, and that is massively surprising.
Yeah, I mean, they were heavily favored to win the entire 12-pound division today. But the 12-pound division is terrifying. I mean, that was one thing we said when we looked at all of the bots that were showing up. There's paths to victory for so many people in the 30-pound division. There's paths to victory for so many people in the 3-pound division. Everything in the 12-pound division is terrifying today.
Yeah, that is something we saw about the middle of last year, people capitalizing on that 12-pound weight class as a way to break into the bigger weight classes, make their name for themselves, and wow, have they been taking advantage of it. We are actually going to go to cage 3. We have a fight going on now. Sir Spinny going up against Onimusha. Am I saying that right, Kyle? Onimusha?
Onimusha, yeah. I believe they're officially in the bracket now.
Yes, I believe so.
Check it out. Opening round in the bracket, 3-pound division. Nice shot there. Beautiful hit. So you can see kind of old meta versus new meta here with a Peter Bar kit going up against a FingerTech beater bar.
For reference, the blue robot, folks, is the FingerTech beater bar robot sporting a FingerTech beater bar, I should say. The pink Onimusha is the Peter Bar kit.
Look at that armor package bent up on Sir Spinny.
Yeah, that is hampering movement dramatically. It's still got enough movement to qualify as, functional.
But man, Onimusha full mobility and launching the multi-bot across the arena. That lifter on the multi-bot for Sir Spinny doing great work, but really not able to get under the front of Onimusha.
Oh, you can see the mini-bot coming in very handy there. Look at that! Look at that lift! Fantastic! Sir Spinny's multi-bot half coming into play, lifting a much larger robot in the form of Onimusha.
Onimusha captained by Didi. In feudal Japan, Onimusha were female warriors who fought alongside samurai. Gotta love that.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to look that up more after this event. I was told that little tidbit, but it sounds like a compelling story.
Didi doing a phenomenal job, literally driving circles right now around Sir Spinny, not being super aggressive, saving the bot a little bit. Doing just enough to show aggression. But really, if they just ride out these last 41 seconds, it's going to be a pretty handy and easy judge's decision for them at this point.
Well, there is a countdown occurring and stopping and restarting on Sir Spinny. Remember, that multi-bot, that smaller piece, is less than half of the weight of the robot.
Right.
The bigger piece needs to be able to show movement for them to continue in. You can hear the countdown going on now.
Knockout just happened, and the multi-bot of Sir Spinny making a statement, getting one more lift and flip on Onimusha before the competition was over. Didi loving that.
That was an incredibly
flexing for the cameras.
That was an incredibly impressive showing by the smaller half of that multi-bot. it was not enough to bring home a win or even stay in to avoid that knockout.
No, I think once Didi knocked that side armor askew on Sir Spinny, the main robot, the heavier part of the component, it was all over. It was just chewing away at it until it was no longer mobile, getting that knockout victory for Onimusha. And Didi flexing for the cameras at the end, feeling confident in the bracket.
All right, I hear a countdown happening over in cage 2. We're going to take a moment to get over there. But it looks like quite a fight. Yeah, Hurt Caboose going up against IDK Retro. Yeah, exactly. Just getting started here.
Hurt Caboose of Team Shred It. A smaller version, a scaled down version of their heavyweight robot Shred It Bro from the designer, Angel Vidal. It is tight, it is compact, and it hits hard.
Yeah, Hurt Caboose is an absolute veteran here at NHRL, as is Angel. And for good reason. It is a durable robot. It's a compact robot. And oh, look at that. That is something that we see from Hurt Caboose a lot. Not exactly the biggest impacts, but such a smooth transition between one hit to the next if it can combo.
And you could hear IDK, their top standoff seem to be gone as that weapon just grinds away at the floor.
Little bits and pieces.
Tap out.
Yeah, we have a tap out. When you've got that much of your robot lying in pieces on the floor, it's hard to justify staying in the match.
Chris seemed pretty happy with the performance, but he did give us a quick tap out there.
Yeah, no, not everyone would agree with me here, but Angel I always find to be like a calming presence box
He really
side.
is.
He's focused.
You're right.
He's together. He obviously gets excited sometimes, but just something about him. I don't know.
And also, you could tell he's in it for the fun of the game, right? Like, if his robot's getting melted, which we've seen now, he loves it. He's having the best time watching his creation just melt into a pile of goo on the floor.
Yes. I think since those robots tend to be put together well, tend to have their ducks in a row, so to speak, when he's losing a match, it's usually because of a fair fight. You know,
Yeah.
he's losing it fair and square, and there's some inner peace in that for a lot of people.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm not angry that it's going this way. It's just the way it is, and this is what I signed up for, and let's have a good time.
Yeah, Hurt Caboose looking great. Some really interesting design changes on it. It's a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact. I'm looking forward to talking to Angel later on about what he's done to improve that robot. But right now, we're heading over into cage 3.
Cookie Crumbler is going up against, I can't quite tell.
Peer Pressure.
Ah, all right, there you go.
Peer Pressure, the rare Crusher robot in the 3-pound division.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
So you can see Cookie Crumbler, small little drum spinner with a back wedge. Nice pin, but Peer Pressure, Linear Actuator Crusher from Team WPI. Heath Basto. I think this is the first Crusher from WPI. What's interesting about that team is a lot of their designs, you know, the kind of upperclassmen teach the younger classmen about what to do with them, how to build them, how to iterate on them. So you see a lot of the same through lines on those designs. This is the first Linear Actuator Crusher that this team has ever built. So he's kind of all on his own with a brand new thought process for that team. part of why you see so many effective drum spinners and effective overhead attack bots from Team WPI. Is there's just members of the team that have really mastered those designs before the new generation has picked them up. This unstick is taking forever on peer pressure. They are not able to self-right on their own, trying to get some help from the house bot. House bot really struggling on it.
Yeah, that is a hard robot to rescue, let's say.
And you can see Cookie Crumbler doing a little dance. This is the second match in a row she has won with this little robot. Both times because of excellent driving.
Yeah, that is a well-earned victory. I gotta say, there's such positivity coming off that team. And cookies. Like, if you go up in the pits, there's just piles of homemade cookies. I'll point out here, they're individually wrapped, Kyle.
Amazing.
Which is, for starters, they're also marked with allergen stickers to warn people.
Oh my gosh.
Like, that level
of care and consideration.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
Kate's
so
driving really has shown that today. Earlier today, she went up against Zane, and you could see her picking her shots to make sure she was getting the tail end of the rotation on the weapon before she hit it.
Yeah.
Just careful driving, considerate driving all day. And she really just was able to flip peer pressure over.
It's the same
One
thing.
quick, smooth move.
Same thing we were talking about earlier, Kyle. When you've got passion and attention to detail, it translates into everything you do here.
And her branding's on point. Look at her cute headband. Look at the shirt. This girl's doing great today. I am loving seeing this bot perform so well. Her driving's been on point. The bot's performing well. We're going to get a good little run from them today.
Don't cut off the supply of cookies. It gets ugly real fast.
Yeah, well, fair. And, you know, distracting the competition with delicious cookies.
Yeah. Oh.
Providing fuel as well.
Remember, Kyle, the cookies are free. The antidote is very expensive.
Oh, no. Oh, no, she's a cookie pusher. Look out.
Well.
Oh, that's too funny. But yeah, the bot's working great. I'm really impressed. I think that that she's really doing well in this competition, dialing it in. You see that sometimes when somebody like hits a competition where their stride just starts to happen. We're seeing a little bit of that with Cookie Crumbler today. It's cool.
Sometimes it's just your day, too.
Yeah.
And I'm getting those vibes.
Yeah, that's cool. 3-pound competition, going to be interesting today. We've got a lot of really great bots. But man, that's one where I have no idea who's going to even be at the top of the food chain. We think it might be Caldera, but we don't know.
It's a wide open playing field. We're going to go to cage 6 here. I don't know if this is an official match or if this is a freestyle fight. We've got Red Pearl going up against Whirlpool.
Wormhole is the small horizontal spinner down in the lower right-hand corner.
2.
Thank you for the correction. Appreciate that.
It hits hard. That's one thing that's for sure about that. Red Pearl having some mobility issues right off the bat, but doing a little dance. Wormhole we've seen in this competition many times. It's got a very simple strategy. Thoughtful, slow, considerate driving, and really picking the shots for those big hits. You don't see a lot of weapon-to-weapon impacts from this bot. You see them really choosing to hit on those side armor plates, choosing to hit on the back plate.
And this is a very different drive strategy than we see from a lot of robots now. There is so much fast-paced point-and-shoot style driving in the 3-pound weight class. Seeing something that is measured and considerate and careful, like Wormhole, it's kind of a treat because it's mixing up what we usually see. And what happens, this is another example of a slower spinner. The spinner on Wormhole, not spinning at a crazy speed. Those are measured hits. They don't destabilize Wormhole when they connect. But they do take chunks out of Red Pearl or whatever opponent they might be going up against.
I mean, you see little pieces of plastic all over the arena that used to be a part of Red Pearl. Wow, that was a weapon-to-weapon impact there, sending both bots flying back into their respective corners. And it does look like, ooh, nice shot there. It does look like Wormhole is inverted, still able to move around. But that does put their weapon directly into the line of damage from Red Pearl.
This is a damage so interesting. We see it so often where a drive system drives fine in one direction, but trying to reverse it just does not work out. And it's a failure mode we didn't used to see, and it is so common now, and it makes for weird exchanges. Because you have a robot that's upside down, you have a robot that's backwards, they're hitting it off angles.
Both of these bots really struggling with mobility at this point while they're on their heads, not able to get a lot of engagement.
No, and that's double trouble for Wormhole. That is a robot with cleats on the wheels. Makes it very hard to drift around the arena when it has limited mobility.
Right, those cleats really stick into the plywood, doesn't give them much room to drift or kind of slide.
Precisely.
When everything's working, you want that grip into the plywood. You want that poke in there, kind of like the stabby, cleaty feel. But that's not necessarily great when you're trying to use their kinetic energy of your weapon to drift you around.
Well, remember, too, the more grip you have to the arena floor, the more damage happens to your robot when you enter a weapon exchange.
That makes a lot of sense.
Your robot is gripping harder to the floor. That means that someone else can hit you harder.
And you're just going to absorb it into your frame, into your motor components.
Exactly. This is going to go to the judges. I think this is relatively straightforward, Kyle. I don't think we've got any mystery here, but we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're going to go to Cage 3. One of my favorite things to say here, we got a firefight.
I am happy to see it. Absolutely. Kokoda Amane and kill it with fire.
To me, this is the little robot that could. Kill It With Fire has had a lot of stumbling blocks.
Yeah.
But I love the way that this robot shows up, commits to not to the gag. I mean, this is a real strategy. Commits to the strategy, and just tries to do it best. Gets a little better each time.
And Kokoda is a builder who is, we were talking about different goals, right? Kokoda wants to try new things. He wants to try interesting ideas and concepts out. Great success at the New Bots event with drill bots, something that's been kind of a joke in the community for a long time, but he's able to have quite a bit of success for that, he and his teammate Brian Boxall. And then this is such a unique idea. It is a flame bot, but they deliver that flame in an overhead attack with a concentrated fire, one of the really, really hot lighters that you would see for like lighting a cigar or something like that. Driving very hot flame through the top plate, through the kind of weaker components of its opponent. That last match that we saw left lingering flames inside of its opponent after each engagement.
Yeah, it's, we look at it, it's not a lot of fuel, it's not a lot of fire, but if you can deliver it to the right spot, it's incredible.
And the simplicity of it, that's just an actuator that literally clicks the lighter on.
Right.
That's all it does.
Yeah. And I want to point something out, too. That kind of massive tape on the top, I was speaking to Kokoda earlier, that looks like a mess, right?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty well engineered. There are 3D printed parts under that are holding it in place. They're very flexible, and the tape compensates for the level of flexibility. It's a designed feature. He wants to improve it, make it look a little better. But in terms of functionality, it's like dialed in.
Yeah, makes sense. And what I love about it is it's just old school duct tape.
Yeah.
It's nothing fancy.
It's not even gaff tape.
No.
No. That is run down to your local Ace Hardware and pick up a roll and slap it on your robot and go.
Gaff tape, by the way, is kind of like a cloth version, I would say, of duct tape in a lot of ways.
It's something that gaffers use.
Yep.
Gaffers
on film sets, on TV
5,
sets.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
In the production world, it is considered, I guess, the superior tape, but duct tape is something everyone has access to.
Yep, you can see that flame is going. But this design of Kill It With Fire relies entirely on being able to get under its opponent. Oh, and there it is! There it is!
Nice.
He's going to hold that pin as long as he can and try.
I believe the flame went out. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of spinning air.
A lot of spinning mass.
Drawing the fuel away from the fire, if you will.
And this is still a great pin. By any means, whether or not that flame is burning or not, this is incredible control. This is showing off your design intent. And to be able to do it against a robot like this, look at that, lifting, slamming down. I saw little, oh goodness. I see little sparks of fire, but I also see some dangling wires on the fire assembly on Kill It With Fire.
Yeah, not good.
I would be lying if I said I didn't want to see that lighter just get a little bit deeper into that spinning blade.
I also want to see that.
Listen, we put a lot of work into that cage. I want to see that thing explode, Kyle. I love that we're building on the lineage of just like a hot explosive thing coming out of Connecticut and building this as a hub. Who would have thought? Just the wonderful things that happen here, and it is, I love it. I would like to see that fire, though. I really wanted to take off. Kill It With Fire is really able to dominate this match with or without its flame attachment, which is really saying something. Kokoto has had a pretty solid day here for a robot that is really focused on experimentation and a robot that is trying to do interesting and new things. At a certain point, experience, even if it isn't intended to be competitive, is just experience is experience, and you can show off and really bring it to a match. You can see the smaller part of the multi-bot really doing its best to push Kill It With Fire around. And you are going to have a judge's decision. Everyone at home, we will be going to the judges. You can see Nate Franklin sitting there as a very happy driver. Kokoto and his team also looking relatively pleased. I think he would have liked to keep that fire going just a little longer. I think we all would have. Kokoto showing off mostly mobile, certainly a lot more than its opponent. But that's a substantial amount of damage that also happened to Kill It With Fire. So it's anybody's guess how this is going to go. We are going to go over to Cage 2, keep it going with the 3-pound matches. We have
5, 4.
Yes, we have Little Bob
3,
going up against Ghastly.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Ghastly, the purple robot coming out of the blue square, going up against Little Bob. Both beater bar kits, we'll say, are built around the Fingertech beater bar basis.
How's it going, Ricky?
Sam, what are you doing here?
Oh, just watching some
so-and-so.
I enjoy mirror matches like this. You really see where you can find the advantage in a certain design type.
Absolutely. There's something about mirror matches on who can get the most out of a design type, but also who can capitalize on the driving. Sometimes this is really a match that all comes down to who's the more talented driver.
Yeah, when the robots themselves are mostly pretty balanced, that's where you can find that edge.
I will say, Sam, it looks like in this match that wedge on the underside of Little Bob is making all the difference in the world.
And I find that surprising. You usually see a wedge like that for fighting a horizontal opponent, but it seems to be doing a lot of work on the forks on Ghastly.
Well, I think it's also something when you come through and manage to get that beater bar in there, if it hits a sloped surface like the wedge on Little Bob, it's not going to do damage. It's going to bounce off, at least until the wedge fails.
whereas a fork will get bent up and then become pretty ineffective from then on out.
Yeah, once a fork gets bent, it's worse than not having a fork at all.
Yeah.
So,
but both robots still up to speed, still spinning.
Yeah, this is still anybody's match. So far, it is clearly Little Bob's match, but oh, and I am not seeing a lot of movement from Gasly now. And that is a tap out.
There it is.
Your winner, Little Bob. Oh, I like those shirts. I wouldn't expect a Team Gasly, you know, a nominally Pokemon-themed robot, to go for the baseball aesthetic.
But it works.
You know, thinking about it, like Gasly is kind of like a baseball surrounded in smoke.
Okay, yeah.
Just spray paint a baseball dark purple.
And then surrounded in smoke.
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, baseball, I think, historically has been surrounded by smoke, or at least chewing tobacco.
And speaking of smoke, our next event is in April. Just kidding. March 30th.
Listen, that is important. We're going to get to that. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to Sam. We have a wonderful, let's see, addition to the desk. It's been a while since you and I have been on screen together.
Maybe this is the first time this year?
It might well be.
You were pretty busy last event.
It was a lot. We covered that ad nauseum. I don't want to go into it too much.
Yeah.
But I will say it's good to be back on screen with you. Welcome. Thanks for having me back. I mean, I think we can both thank each other.
Yeah, it's nice to have you back for sure. Yeah. But it was cool to watch you win a tournament.
Who would have thought?
Honestly, Ricky, I did the whole time. Unwavering confidence.
You guys, it was actually kind of I thought you might have been doing it on purpose at one point. It was a little bit of a psych-op kind of thing, the amount of confidence that was being thrown at me cage side. I was like, I did not expect to come in here competitively, and then you guys were very confident, and that was almost more disturbing. But
yeah, well, you did it.
Yeah.
What have you been into so far today?
Oh, boy, we have had a lot of fights. We've had some good firefights. I think the big bot fights have been really fantastic. There haven't been as many. We have had a couple of one-hit knockouts.
Yeah.
And they were really fantastic from newcomers, no less.
Okay.
But the driving skill that is on display today is something else. The fight earlier with Jake and Maximizer, even though he didn't bring home the win in that, the strategy and the technique that came out of that robot once it had lost a weapon was really something. I think we've been seeing that a lot. People trying to make, the best out of lemons, make some lemonade. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the talent that becomes apparent.
Yeah, adapting on the fly is crucial, not only in the box where you're fighting and something happens to your robot and your strategy has to change instantly, but in the pits as well. Maybe you forgot a spare, and so you have to make do with what your neighbor has, or maybe a less than optimal damage-ridden part.
Yeah. Oh, I am getting noticed now. We do have a judge's decision on that match from a moment ago. Wormhole won a unanimous decision in that fight, so they will be continuing to move on. Congratulations to them.
Right.
I think well-earned. Don't think it was a big surprise there.
Makes sense.
But we'll be seeing them in upcoming fights.
Cool.
So, sorry to interrupt you, but...
no problem. I've already forgot what I was talking about.
Yeah, where are we? Where are we, Sam?
We are in beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut for NHRL's March 2nd event, and so far it's really been great. I've been mostly up in the pits, and it's cool to see people hustling to get their robots fixed up there. It's cool to see people excited for their next match. They know when it's coming up. They know who their opponents are, and so everyone's in full prep mode, and it's buzzing up in the pits.
That system has been dialed in. We are going to go to Cage 7. We have Tomato Soup going up against Beetlejuice.
This is a family affair. They are both on Team Pandemonium.
I love pandas. Oh my, the whole front of Tomato Soup is detached. I enjoy Beetlejuice. It is such a low-slung, sleek design. I notice it tends to take kind of catastrophic damage when it does get damaged, and that happens when you have a low-slung design. It's much more likely to warp on a big hit. But until it gets hit, it functions so well. You can really put a lot of eggs in one basket in terms of a big, heavy-hitting blade that's hard to get around.
Now, I'm really impressed that the front wedge on Tomato Soup broke before it came off. That's some thick AR steel. That's some impressive damage.
Yeah, I don't know if it caught a corner or what. We'll have to go back to a replay in a little while. But I am certainly impressed. So we have a tap out. You can see at the end the drive on Tomato Soup petering out. Beetlejuice will be your winner. Just in time for the sequel. Did you know there's a sequel to Beetlejuice coming out in rapid succession? I see the pain on your face. Let me say this to you, Sam. The entire original cast has been excited to do this sequel since the day the original movie came out.
Then what took so long?
I think it was the people who went, do we really need a sequel to Beetlejuice?
Oh, so everyone else?
Yeah. Need we go tropical? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, I think, most good sequels usually happen, 30 years later?
Yeah, it's really the key to success. It all comes together. Well, we say that, and here we are in the greatest revival in combat robotics. Well, the only revival, but still, combat robotics was peaking in 1999 and 2000.
Yeah.
And then right around 2018 to 2020, sudden resurgence. So I'm not going to knock something that comes back decades later better than ever. I'm going to withhold some judgment.
4, 3, 2.
Looks like we got a couple of horizontals in cage
Robots
6.
Fight.
That's Ankylosaur in the white, and Reputation is in the black. Ankylosaur seems to be almost on the Thagomizer spectrum, looking to really swing that smaller weapon around with their drive system to get the broad side of Reputation. But not a lot of movement from either their drive or their weapon right now. Looks like Bert's getting in there to do some sort of unstick. And the belt has come off of Ankylosaur, so that weapon will not be spinning again for this fight. And their movement is not there either. So let's go ahead and switch over to cage 4, where I see some flames. We've got 12-pounders going in this one. It's the ambiguously dynamic duo Spittin' Flames versus Brat. And they are really just smothering Brat in the flames. I am not seeing a lot of movement from BRRT at all.
Tap out.
Cooked him. Straight cooked him. Now, we haven't seen too many multi-bot flamethrowers where both of the robots are spitting flames. So this is kind of special. And it seemed pretty effective. You got your head chef and your sous chef on the line.
Gotta have the whole line, right?
Exactly. Because when it comes time to firing those mains, you gotta fire them.
Behind! Behind!
Oh, there's Fluffy's classic sneeze to cool off the flamethrower robots.
That's a CO2 extinguisher in there, right?
Yes, a full-size fire extinguisher. Fluff. Oh, speaking of full-size fire extinguishers, here is Chris Tasico. How have you been?
That certainly was hot, hot, hot.
Welcome to the desk. It's nice to have you. I'm excited. It's kind of a special day for you, is it not?
Well, it's March. It's the March of Madness.
Yes, it is.
But I think you might be referring to the fact that this is my name day, and I am here calling fights alongside of one of my best friends, Sam. Thank you. It is my birthday today.
Well, Chris, happy birthday. Thanks for being born. Thanks for being here. I think a lot of the builders have brought their A game for your birthday in both some theming and definitely some fights as well.
It is I'll call it a fantastic day of fantasy. Especially up in the pits. It's wild, and I love it. I'm living for it.
And what have you been liking so far?
Oh, I've seen everything from knights to crusaders. I've seen maybe some demons. It's a more dangerous place up in the pits than normal.
Yeah, I think maybe a religion started up there or something. Maybe a cult. I can't quite tell.
That's the pit desk.
Yes.
We don't talk about the pit desk right now. No. That is a dark place.
Yeah. But they're moving the fights along. We've been having some great ones in all 8 cages, just about. So I'm excited for what we have next. And until then, why don't you go ahead and tell us, Chris, about the March of Madness a little more?
Oh, well, as I'm sure some folks out there are aware, we have a podcast, Behind the Bots. And the March of Madness is a little contest that we threw together for some of the builders and some of the community here to just kind of keep things fun and energized. And so Behind the Bots has sponsored a prize pool for those that are willing to kind of foray into the theming a little bit of sword and sorcery. And so that's why you see, literally, I see children right now running around that are gnomes and maybe a couple of rogues. But we're giving away a couple of gifts, including a Magic the Gathering Commander deck of March of the Machines and a miniature paint set, as well as some really cool invites to a D&D one-shot series for builders only.
That's an incredible prize. And speaking of winning, in the Kill It With Fire fight, they took the judge's decision over Dimarcus.
Fire won.
The Fire won.
Fire can win.
I've been so impressed with Kokoto, not just in this tournament, but the last tournament as well. He's bringing some of the strangest oddball designs that really don't seem like they would be effective, but he's putting them to such great effect. He's catching things on fire. He was able to drill through robots with his drill robots. His top attacks are on point. So let's go ahead to Cage 6. We've got Stag Beetle Bot versus Derecho. And I believe Derecho is the wider, darker one. Stag Beetle Bot with the silver lid.
Stag Beetle Bot is a 3-pounder hero built by Michael Cross. And, Michael in the wide world of builders is relatively new, only been around for about a year. And it's been an incredible transformation process watching Stag Beetlebot evolve so much over such a short amount of time. He's really done a lot to push this thing further and further and further, and here we are.
Absolutely.
We're making our way towards the bracket.
You can really tell that he has a lot of passion for the sport and for the community and for the robots, and it's reflected in his growth.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have, say it again with me, Derecho?
Derecho? Like a storm, a type of storm.
Is
that comes from the right?
Is that like a haboob, as they call it?
I'm not sure. But let's go ahead and switch to Cage 7.
Derecho is inspired by a type of strong thunderstorm with a wide, fast-moving, distinguishable storm front. Ah,
okay.
Well, the more you know.
There you go.
Dun, dun, dun,
so in Cage 7, we've got Rick Roller in the pink square. And in the blue is that Icy Hot? Is that its name or its sponsor?
Master Control Bot.
Okay, MCB, of course. Rocking the Icy Hot sticker.
Well, it's been a long day so far for some bots. You got to apply the Icy Hot where it's necessary.
A little bit of soothing relief on the back of MCB.
All right, this cage is locked up. It looks like they're ready to go. We'll see if we get our count in.
Perhaps the builders themselves are doing the pre-fight stare down, trying to up the intimidation factor.
Sometimes you do want a, I guess you would call it like an intimidation check.
Right, of course. So which one of these robots do you think will be rolling with advantage on that intimidation check, Chris?
Well, I would say that it's the one that likely has the more dominant weapon type. However, there is that finesse aspect of Master Control Bot, who's not there to deal, a critical strike, but more is there to try to grapple its opponent.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Now, both of these robots are comprised of 2 robot teams, so it's a bit of a 2-on-2. Luckily, they've color schemed themselves. So
it does help.
The darker robots are Rick Roller, MCB in the blue with the lifter, and the blue and orange wheeled wedge.
Now, the 2 main bots are, trying to, let's just say, assert dominance, while the 2 mini bots kind of look like they're both struggling with one side of their drive each.
So it's pretty balanced.
It is balanced, you could say.
Neither weapon has been put to good effect just yet on either MCB or Rick Roller. Rick Roller is looking to catch an edge with that beater bar, but there's a lot of sloped sides on MCB, so he's finding it tough.
I think that all 4 of these bots have perhaps encountered a party of gremlins. Definitely something going on with Rick Roller's right side drive. And MCB is also a little bit spastic around the box in this fight. 2 minutes in, 1 minute left on the clock.
Now that might just be inherent to the 2-wheel design. They're hard to steer. It's pretty easy to oversteer where you spin farther than you intend to.
Yeah, especially with the gyroscopic force in the front with an egg beater spinning. Got a nice pin here from MCB.
MCB most likely not going to be winning on damage if this goes to the judges, and so those pins are crucial.
I see a little bit of magic smoke coming out of MCB in the back.
Looks like the drive is still functioning though, so I wonder if that was weapon related.
Yeah, sometimes when you get a bot that's pinned and is trying to drive, it could be a lot of different things smoking, right?
Certainly. That one definitely seemed electronic and not like it was coming off our tires, though. But that's the match. And that one's going to go to the judges.
I'm curious, Sam, what do you think?
In that one, that's so tough, but both of the small partner bots were damaged. So that kind of evens
5,
out.
4, 3.
Let's hit up cage 4.
1.
Fight.
Where we have RoboCat and Killer Whale. Killer Whale coming out of that burnt blue corner. RoboCat, the more dense, smaller black robot from the pink corner.
Ooh. A little weapon-to-weapon action to open things up. And now RoboCat is on its head. Usually RoboCats land on their feet, but this is not a good position for them to be in, especially with such a powerful horizontal spinner coming out of Killer Whale. Oh, and there's a belt.
They called for an unstick, and Killer Whale gave it to them.
That was an unstick if I've ever seen one. Whew. We'll see if it can limp its way back over to the door. Oh, we're immediately in cage 6 action.
We've got Temporal Terror versus Knife Fight. Knife Fight is the wider, oranger guy. Looking like it's getting its smother on.
I am a big fan of this defensive configuration in the front. It's wide-bodied. It's meant to scoop and corral. It really wants to land those pins. Versus Temporal Terror, a very dense vert, a couple of great forks on the front, Good armor package. Not a lot of opportunity to get under Knife Fight, with Knife Fight also being so low to the ground in the front. Designed to go head-to-head with bots like Temporal Terror, doing exactly what it's designed to do right here.
And there you can see Knife Fight's lifter going up. But with that two-wheel design on Temporal Terror, it's hard to get good purchase without them squirting away with that lifter.
You could just take a look at the size of the difference in the wheels on these two bots. Knife Fight coming in with those chonky wheels in the back. Really able to kind of assert some of that dominance in the control aspect of the fight.
Some really solid pins from Knife Fight. Nearly inverting Temporal Terror.
Coming up on 1 minute left in this match. Temporal Terror is going to want to really kind of put some visible damage on Knife Fight, especially if this goes to the judges. They're going to need that for the tabulation.
Both robots still functioning pretty much fully. I'm not seeing any damage on either. Nothing's. Oh!
No. Oh, I think that they are entwined.
That's amazing.
Oh, there we go. Knife Fight freeing Temporal Terror off of its head. Oh, wow! Oh!
Knife Fight had Temporal Terror up on the edge, but they were able to free themselves with just the force of starting up that blade. However, that's the match.
This will go to the Council of Judges. They will have to consult the stones, Ricky. Sorry, Sam.
It's quite all right. Have you ever had to go to before the Council of Judges?
I don't think so. My bots either explode, break down, or win by default.
Okay. It can be nerve-wracking.
I've been on the Council of Judges, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
They're very strict.
Well, it's a lot. You've got to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot riding on your attention span. You know, that attention to detail. There's a lot of things that you got to pick up.
Now, it looks like the judges have requested a functionality test, so each competitor here is making it clear which elements of their robot still works at the end of the fight, so the judges can use that to assess the damage that they've taken throughout the fight. And now weapon locks are being re-added to the robots to make sure that nothing moves that shouldn't be moving when the robot is outside of the safety of our fighting cage.
I wonder if there is a sheath that goes on to Knife Fight.
Okay, so actually, that functionality test is automatically triggered, so it's no longer requested from the judges. It just happens at the end of every fight.
Oh, that's interesting. That's smart. I appreciate that they're doing that. That's some good forethought there.
All right, let's hop to Cage 7, where we have a zoo fight. We've got Rhino versus Red Panda.
Two endangered species facing off here in Cage 7. I hope everybody wins.
I feel like these animals might just get along in real life.
Yeah, I think so. You know.
Red pandas just always seem like they're looking for a hug and all right, in the Rick Roller fight, they took it over MCB.
Wow.
There we have a Rhino.
It looks like a rhino.
Red pandas in the blue corner.
It doesn't look so much like a red panda. Maybe. I honestly, I think I know. They look like a big red raccoon. Yeah, it's red. It's halfway there already.
All right, so Red Panda's coming to us from the WPI crew. And that's Jaren. I think he's on WPI. Am I mistaken, Chris?
Let me see here.
5, 4.
So yeah, that is
3,
Team WPI. They
2,
have exited
1.
the lily
Fight,
pad of
robots,
frog-themed
fight.
robots and now have a red panda in the fight.
The revs on those weapons.
Woo! Nice shot onto Rhino there, sending it up against the wall.
And that looks like some forks stuck under the kick plate on Red Panda. He's able to escape and go right back at Rhino. Red Panda's looking very stable in those hits, just planted on the ground. And Rhino is looking like it's on its way to getting split in half.
Oh yeah, both of these endangered species are currently limping a bit. Oh wow, here, both weapons spinning down.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Looks like, is that Chet coming in for an unstick?
Could it be a double unstick? Red Panda is still mobile, but will we see some life out of Rhino? I don't see those wheels spinning, so I wonder if there's actually like an electrical issue or something else happening. An RC issue?
I think they're dead.
Oh boy.
Yep.
There's
Despite Chet's best efforts, there's nothing to unstick.
Knockout.
Red Panda's gonna take that one. And Rhino's gonna get pushed back to the door.
So this just came in from the judges. Knife Fight has won against Temporal Terror. The ground game took the points.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable decision. They've definitely had the pins on lock. They had the smoke coming from their opponent.
Not a lot of visible damage on Knife Fight, and so, yeah, that really comes down to the control and aggression aspect of the match, and Knife Fight had that.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. I think there's a flurry of things happening in the boxes. We have Cage 1 getting ready to fire up. That is going to be Doppelgator versus Enid's Revenge. Doppelgator is coming out of the pink corner. And there we'll see Enid's Revenge in the blue. That's the horizontal that you see down there.
5, 4.
So this is the last match in the 12-pound class
2,
where folks will be
1.
qualifying
Fight,
for our
robots,
bracket.
Fight.
So the winner of this will go on to the bracket, and the loser has to pack their bags and just hang out by the food trucks.
Wow. A full panel just got ripped off of.
That's the back armor plate, and I see a belt there in the center of the box, Sam.
And I still hear a gnarly death hum.
I believe that must be the belt off of Enid's Revenge, because that weapon is not spinning. A little bit of an issue, maybe a pinched wheel or something out of the front left side of Doppelgator.
Is only one of the egg beaters spinning on Doppelgator? I believe so. So they have the dual egg beater system. So
interesting.
2 independent spinners up front there. And it looks like one of them has gone down.
I'm sure with half of that weapon system down, it makes it very difficult to drive. All that gyroscopic force is now isolated to just half of your bod. Whoa! Oh, man. Enid's Revenge is still very mobile, but you're starting to see that chassis coming apart.
And Doppelgator's really slowing down as well. Their hum doesn't sound as vicious. Looks like they're having left side drive issues. They're looking to primarily point the spinny part at their opponent the whole time now. They're not going to be maneuvering around them or getting any specialty moves going. They just got to spin the part that's working at their opponent.
.30 seconds left in this match, Sam. Will they connect?
I don't know. Is Doppelgator even moving?
Oh, wow. Oh, we got to barely assign a life out of the drive system of Doppelgator. But Enid's Revenge has certainly seen better days.
Whew. This is going to be a match that has some repairs after it, for sure.
Yeah, someone is queued up right now for an intensive pit session to get ready for the bracket. And the other bot is going home.
Who would you give it to?
I mean, like there is so much visible damage on Enid's Revenge, but the second half of the match, Doppelgator was really unable to kind of move around the box. But really what it's going to come down to for the judges is were they maneuvering, were they controlling, were they aggressive for Enid's Revenge? And that has some question marks next to it for sure.
All right, let's take a look in cage 2 where we have Caldera in the pink square versus Hurt Caboose in the blue. This is going to be a good one.
2 heavy hitters for sure. The #1 ranked Caldera and Hurt Caboose, who has been known to absolutely obliterate a bot in one shot. There you see Drew Davis.
It's Drew. He's mini-botting. Excuse me. He's driving the red robot there for Angel, I believe. All right. These bots are poised in their corners. The refs are getting the ready state from everyone. The cage is locked. Brad is
5,
on.
4, 3.
The countdown has
2,
gone, and here
1.
we go.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh boy, here we go.
Ooh, just a few jabs at first, but there is a big hit. Looks like both bots still spinning after that. Hurt Caboose seems to be inverted. And now a beautiful drum ride. And they're back on their feet. The weapon blade slowing down on Caldera.
Oh boy. Good pin with Caldera's mini-bot here. Hurt Caboose locked in the corner. Oh! Another big hit. But you see a piece of the side armor off of Hurt Caboose.
I still think Hurt Caboose took the better of that exchange. Oh! But that Caldera follow-up. Oh. Caldera seems to be having some mobility issues, but they have instantly been resolved.
Is that weapon working? You see a little bit of that death twitch, Sam. Oh, that's not good.
I wonder what that is. Is it mechanical? Is it electronic?
After a few of these exchanges, it could be anything.
Yeah, the more bent you get during a fight, the more friction you have in your robots, the harder it is on your electronics. So even a mechanical thing can cause an electronic problem.
Yeah, with a horizontal bar, whoa! Like that, I mean, that thing is dialed in. It has so many RPMs that even the slightest bit of waffling that you have in that blade can cause untold issues. But her caboose is still firing up at 100%. But can they land the hits on Caldera?
Caldera really seems to be intermittently struggling with mobility. Like here. But they get bumped and then they move fine. So I wonder if there's something lodged underneath. But there's not a lot of movement from them at all. They're getting counted out. But saved by the bell. That one's going to the judges. Whew.
Oh boy.
That fight was cool. It had a lot of back and forth. It had me worried a bit for Caldera, and then relieved, and then worried again. Her caboose didn't spend a lot of the match upright, but still dished out some amazing hits.
Yeah.
Was able to recover every time.
We definitely saw parts of the armor package on her caboose get sheared off, but you know, that's a 3D printed material that's kind of designed to take some of those hits. But we did see the weapon on Caldera go down. That's pretty big in the eyes of the judges. That counts as, some significant damage points that can be awarded.
Our judges are going to have a tough one with this one. Our cage crew is going to have to do some sweeping in that cage.
Yeah, absolutely. I see plenty of splinters already.
Wow. What's going on here?
So I think I see the apparatus that has been driving around in the pits since last night. This is essentially what has been piloting a virtual attendee of this competition.
This thing?
Yeah.
This looks like a fighter.
I know, it does look like a fighter, right? It looks like a shell spinner. This is, we've had an omnipresent robot that has been bringing a virtual attendee to NHRL here in March.
Okay.
And so there has been a robot literally being piloted from miles and miles and miles away that has Sterling on the other end of I don't know if it's like a Skype session or something, but he is driving this thing remotely. It is really cool. I've had a chance to stop and talk to Sterling a few times. There's like a tripod configuration that goes on top of this, and he's just there, seeing NHRL virtually.
So he's in the pits. He's driving around with a first-person view system, and he brings this robot to the cage, and then he fights from Texas.
Yes, he's in Texas. He's here virtually, and you know, we've seen people pilot robots in the world of combat robotics virtually before, but this is the first time that we've actually had a virtual person here to compete virtually.
This is getting too meta for me, Chris. I'm struggling to keep up. I feel like we should just talk to this Sterling guy.
Yeah, we got to get behind who is doing something that is virtually impossible. So let's maybe bring up our virtual participant in the March of Madness. And here we see, coming in behind you, wearing a very adorable cowboy hat. We have Sterling. Hello. Can you hear me? Let me see if I can get a mic on you. Let's see here. I think I have a microphone somewhere. Oh, well, I don't know if we can use a headset.
I think so.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sam's on this. Sam's got this figured out. Hold on.
All right, Sterling, you're mic'd up now.
Hello, guys. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Amazing.
Hello. Good to be up
Sterling.
here. This is Sterling Brown from the Combat Collective, not bringing you everything you want to know from the world of robot combat, but driving a robot, this has been a phenomenal experience. I am still goosebumps over this whole thing. How are you guys doing today?
So good. This is a fever dream come true, Sterling. You're the first telepresence robot I've ever been on stage with. Sterling, can you tell us a little bit about TCC and what you do down in Texas?
Yeah, around 2021, I started doing like a podcast YouTube channel called the Combat Collective. Always knew there was a lot of YouTube channels and podcasts out there covering primarily BattleBots, sometimes Robot Wars as well when that was happening, but there was never really a good channel that covered the whole scope of robot combat like there are for some basketball channels or wrestling channels out there. So I decided one day, let's make a channel about that really went around the sport of robot combat, connected it all together. Events happening in Russia. There was a big event happening in Russia lately. China, of course, Europe, Australia, Canada. There's so many places, so many great teams that have such good potential that we may see one day in NHRL or BattleBots. And I just want to bring it to a bigger scope, the whole sport of robot combat as a whole, try to use the tide to rise every ship possible.
Nice. Sterling, I need you to prove for all these folks out here in the stands that you are not a figment of their imagination. Can you shake your head back and forth?
No, he's a figment.
Show some life.
Apologize if y'all are saying something. I couldn't hear that at all.
I'm just saying, Sterling, prove to the folks out there that are here live that there is life to this bot. Can you move your head? Can you turn?
Oh, of course, yes. So, in fact, let me nod my head to show you I can do that. Oh, nope, I'm shaking my head. 1 second here. There we go. This is like looking down at the robot. I can look down at your monitor screen.
Oh, you don't want to see.
You don't want to. You have, Chris.
You don't want to
see. I love
what's
that outfit. I've been looking at it all day.
So Sterling, how is it fighting so far away from where the robot is?
Oh my goodness. So I was thinking about it all day. Of course, originally we were scheduled to fight Project Liftoff, and then we learned late last night it was probably going to be Mr. Roper for our first battle. Watched their fights from last month over. So I felt confident and knew it was going to be a good test for the robot. We didn't have to worry about fighting some of the real terrifying robots in the competition, and especially in this class like Emulsifier and Plasma Gun, which is super exciting to see that team back. But if anything was going to happen to us, it would be to our own volition, and that's exactly what happened with the battery thing. But driving was phenomenal. It was I can't even describe the experience. The endorphins I was feeling when I was actually, especially during that one big hit that we had against.
All right, Sterling.
Sterling, hang out with us here for a bit. We have Beast and Animosity currently in cage 4.
And we've got pieces flying to the ceiling.
Oh, there goes the wheel! Oh, wow!
That is it. Fast and brutal.
Whew. Sterling, I don't know if you felt that all the way over in Texas, but that was high intensity right there.
Yeah, that was pretty quick right there. I was able to see it all. I just saw the hit on my feet. I've still got the live stream over here on a little bit of a delay, so I do apologize if I react to something a couple seconds late. Animosity is a historic robot. It would be exciting for us to fight it. Same with Beast. That was a quick one, though, yeah.
I'm curious if you have to ever deal with that, or throughout the day have to deal with that lag when it comes to your matches, that delay. Do you have like a different feed that you're watching the fight in?
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that? My apologies. Let me turn my robotic head.
Sterling, do you have to deal with lag while you're fighting?
Sterling, do you have to deal with lag in your matches?
I'm not getting anything at all. That's 1 second, sorry.
This is the craziest thing I've ever done in my life.
All right, Sterling. Thank you so much for driving up here on stage and servoing around. It's been a pleasure, and we're so happy to have you here in a telepresence form.
But try not to clip any more ankles upstairs.
All right.
That's Sterling waving goodbye. You'll probably see Sterling scurrying about around NHRL here in March. Thank you so much for joining us, Sterling.
Of course. And this is going to get better every single time. I know the audio thing was a little bit iffy, but we intend to bring this robot back, make it better. Team 57, I want to say thank you to them real quick. They're the brains behind this.
That's great. Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, now we are off here in Cage 2 with Project Liftoff melting his way against Onimusha. Project Liftoff started up with a nasty spin, but took a huge hit.
Wow.
And Onimusha from Poughkeepsie, New York, delivers a huge blow.
Were Project Liftoff's wheels touching the ground after that?
I don't know. Mine weren't.
Wow. Weapon locks back on for Onimusha. Jim Kazmer just really taking it all in, assessing.
Displaying the Onimusha drip right now on the top of the armor. It's a beautiful bot for sure.
Wow. Okay, so Enid's Revenge took it over Doppelganger. That was the one with the dual disc spinner, I believe.
Yeah, we saw, Enid's Revenge was able to kind of deliver a lot of that damage, and then obviously was awarded some of those aggression points with the weapon, which ultimately steered things in their direction, and they took it in judge's decision.
Yeah, having two beater bars, if one goes down, you take damage. You can. So in the eyes of the judges, you're hurt, even though your weapon is still functional and you're still able to deliver hits that can send your opponent skyward.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy. We have another box getting ready here. We're looking at Cage 3, or we're going to jump to 7 first, and then we have another fight queued up in 3. Oh, wow. So we have Mako and Jelly Baby in this. 2 wide body bots, one the overhead cutter. But while they get into their corners, we're going to actually jump back to 3, where we have Impact and Cookie Crumbler
Okay, these are pretty close-looking robots, but Impact is the one that is not upside down. It's got the white sides, it's got the beater bar, it's got the black accents, and it just roofed Cookie Crumbler. Whew, that's Lars Elliott giving him an unstick.
Yeah, Lars doesn't mess around. It doesn't matter if you have cookies or not.
Another roof! Wow! Oh my gosh! Is that gonna be it? Is he gonna do it again? Might as well. Impact just sent Cookie Crumbler right towards the driver of Impact, Lars, right at his face. And I didn't see him flinch once. Pretty dominant.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It looked like at one point, Impact had pretty much killed Cookie Crumbler, hit him again, brought him back to life, and hit him again. When you go from being knocked out to back on your feet, it's quite the saving throw.
Yeah, it's quite the saving throw. I agree with that synopsis there.
Knockout.
I respect the no tap out from Cookie Crumbler. And I respect that Lars held back at the end there. Didn't need to keep hitting him. All right, let's hop on over to cage 6 where we've got Polywhip and Wormhole.
We're already about halfway into this match.
And let's see, so the robot with the white wheel guards, that is Polywhip. Wormholes featuring the all-black design. Looks like some struggles from the beater bar on Polywhip. But I'm not hearing much spin out of Wormhole either. Both weapons seems to be down, and now we're pushing.
.45 seconds left in the match. Now our judges are privy to that first minute and 30 seconds where
it all went down?
Where it all went down. A good grapple there coming out of Polywhip on Wormhole. Wormhole's weapon is down. So in a way you could say it's disarmed.
And now a classic corner pin from Polywhip. Not much you can do when your robot is so weapon focused and it's Sans weapon. But a pin is something. Well,
so these bots, they are powered down now. They're gonna go, they're back over at the cage side. There we see them, they're gonna do their safeties. And now this is on the shoulders of the judges.
All right, hopping over to cage 1, where we've got Catalyst 30 and Vodka Tank. So Catalyst 30 is there, right there in the pink corner. Blue front armor, blue blade, white uprights. So gnarly looking. That weapon is chonky.
Catalyst 30 coming out of the brain of Corey Nason, who in 2023 had one of the most memorable fights of all time in combat robotics, going head to head to head with Droopy and Lynx If you have not seen that fight, you have missed out. Check
That was
it out.
the greatest fight of last year.
Absolutely.
Award-winning fight.
And we see the team behind Vakatank.
5, 4,
appropriately
3,
donning
2,
a cow onesie.
Fight, robots, fight.
We're very serious here at NHRL. We have no fun. It's all business. Speaking of all business, Catalyst 30 crossing the box and pointing that weapon. Oh! At Vakatank's mini-bot, who took the brunt of that.
Vakatank seems a bit sluggish, but not afraid at least.
That is still a pretty hefty weapon on the front. You got to be careful, even if it's not spinning, coming in with a vert like you would see on the front of Catalyst 30. Some great teamwork here, though. High centering Vakatank while Catalyst 30 comes in and makes some of those hits. Big hit there on the side. Oh.
Well, that's a position.
Catalyst 30 doing some cow tipping.
They call that a tap-out position where your guts are just on the line. I heard an ESC reset in there.
Generally something that you don't want to happen during the match.
And Fluffy, or Flo, just kind of doing some tapping, some petting.
Yeah, Flo, very, very low dexterity. Doesn't really have the ability to kind of place you where you need to go. Can just give you a good nudge.
But a lot of charisma.
Very high charisma.
What they lack in dexterity, definitely make up for in charisma.
You got to make it up somewhere. It might be Constitution.
Certainly. Well, a tough loss for Vakatank. And here we are with Jake Hoffman. Hello, Jake.
Good to be up here. Good to see you guys.
Jake, how's your day going?
Oh, man. I've had 3 great fights, and I've lost twice, won one. Every single one was an absolute blast. You know, you got to lose before you can win, so we got some losing out of the way today. Caldera was an awesome fight, just an absolute dog fight. He took out both of my wheels. Grandeur was awesome. That's the first time I fought a big-wheeled robot, so I'm pretty stoked about how I did with that fight. And then my last one against Grim Ripper, I never expected to lose my weapon, but oh my gosh, he got a good bite on it and shot that thing across the arena. It was so cool. It was such an awesome fight.
So what was it like adapting after your weapon got ripped off?
Well, people were like, wow, Jake, you drove so great after the weapon was gone. Well, it drives awesome without the weapon on it, so it was not too bad.
All right, I just heard from production. We have a huge judge decision. Can you repeat that for me just so I am certain? That's right. Hurt Caboose in judge's decision wins over Caldera.
I believe it.
Wow. All right. So Glenn, great job. Hurt Caboose is going on.
All right, let's hop over to cage 3, where I see Eruption in the pink square and Kill It With Fire in the blue corner.
WPI on WPI.
Absolutely. So, who do you think's going to take this one?
I don't know. Brian's got a little experience. He fought with Komodo Kokoto last January, and now he's back to fight with him again, but on the other side. So that's an interesting dynamic.
Oh boy.
Who do you think? Who do you think?
Well, Kill It With Fire definitely has the ground game going. Those heavy-duty forks. He's got a bit of flop to him, which might be good for taking some hits. But I watched a fight earlier with Eruption and was kind of blown away by how planted they are and stable, and just like the viciousness of the punchy attacks where they just go full throttle into you. I was really impressed.
Brian's just one of those all-out drivers, just day in and day out.
And Eruption's hitting so hard today. But Kill It With Fire, I believe, is probably the most effective articulated arm overhead butane lighter robot that we have ever seen.
No tape, no aluminum tape on Eruption. Let's hope that doesn't play a factor.
Yeah, I wonder if he feels a certain way about adding defensive elements. I don't know.
Is Eruption the hub motor?
So inside the weapon, I believe so.
Okay. Well, there's no belt to take out, so that's going to play a big factor.
You always can drop a super hot, intense flame onto a motor, which I'm sure it doesn't like.
Yeah, magnets aren't big fans of heat.
So we have a fire fight here, so that means that we're just having our fire marshal ready on standby before we begin the fight. And it looks like they're just about ready to go. So we're going to get our count in momentarily.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And here we go. Oh! Those forks doing some work with Kill It With Fire.
Oh, Eruption.
But Eruption gets around to the side.
Another big hit from Eruption. We have not seen that flame turn on from Kill It With Fire. They're gonna have to kill it with something else.
Sometimes you gotta click it a few times. If I've ever, if I've ever made a creme brulee, I know that those things are a little finicky.
Regardless, Kill It With Fire still doing a great job of not hitting the ceiling.
Oh,
massive
there
hit.
you go.
Oh, that's a battery.
Oh,
and a quick tap out. Well done, Eruption.
No. Tap out.
Kill It With Fireball, or Kill It With Flame, cast Fireball. It's very ineffective.
Kill It With Fireball sounds like another collab between Kokoto and Brian.
I'm ready for the 30-pound Kill It With Fireball. Let's see it.
Yeah. And Brett gently pushing that lithium polymer battery right back to the door.
Otherwise, we really will have a Kill It With Fire scenario going on.
Brian pitching in, helping clear out the box. Thank you.
It's everyone working together. It's really a community effort here at NHRL.
You could almost say the power of friendship.
It's coming forth again. It transcends that robot, you know?
The real power of friendship are the friends that we've made along the way.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, at cage 2, we have Black Havoc and Little Bob. Black Havoc in the pink corner, Little Bob in the blue. Looks like a mirror match. A couple of gold beater bars on either of these robots.
Yeah, just to, for those out there watching, just to avoid confusion, let's see here. We have...
That's Black Havoc with the googly eyes.
Yeah, so Black Havoc is the one with the gold beater bar, and Little Bob is the one with the gold beater bar.
I see.
Conveniently, there is a little blue sticker on Black Havoc.
I like that addition.
Yeah. In the past, we've used it for robots that are comprised of multiple robots. So you can keep track of who's on which team. But it helps to know who's in which starting corner as well.
And they both have googly eyes, so they can both see everything. That's important.
It's necessary. We just know it's science. Robots with eyes do better.
20/20 vision.
Hear me out. 40/40 vision, double the eyes.
4 eyes.
I guess you could say they both have relatively high perception.
Certainly. But let's see who rolls highest for initiative with this first contact. We've got 2 very similar robots. Let's see what happens.
And we do have a judge's decision in the poly whip fight. It is poly whip over wormhole by way of the judges. Congratulations, poly whip.
All right, it looks like the Black Havoc team is discussing strategy in the corner as we wait for this fight to start. Something along the lines of keep the spinny end pointed at the opponent.
Just don't get hit.
Just don't get hit.
Don't get hit.
They say the best defense is just not getting hit.
All right,
Now,
both these teams look like they're ready to get this match started.
nothing like a delayed start to a fight to really up the jitters. You're there, you're ready, you're hyped, you're thinking, ref, let's get this thing going. I'm ready to go. I've got my plan. I discussed it with my dad, and I'm ready to execute. My friends are at home watching on YouTube, which you should definitely be subscribed to if you're just checking in at home now.
I think that my guess is that both teams are going to go into this with relatively the same strategy.
Let's find out. It's happening now.
All right, we got the flicker of the lights. That means that we're going to get our count in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Sounds good in there.
Ooh, that's a good hit from Black Havoc. Oh, a massive roofing.
Black Havoc inverted. Does a full flip. Now they're both upside down.
A little bit of a tussle. Opposing strength checks from both Black Havoc and Little Bob.
Two very evenly matched robots.
No slowing down on either weapon. Pretty much weapon-to-weapon engagements. It looks like Little Bob's stuck on its side. Will he request an unstick from, is that Brad in there?
It looks like it.
Looks like yes.
Got a little movement out of the house bot here.
Now Brad can see where to tip Little Bob over. Rocking the spectacles. But can he quite perform the unstick? Yes, there it is.
Oh! Both of these weapons still alive.
Couple of good hits there out of Black Havoc. Can only be identified with the pink sticker at this point, but Black Havoc is not spinning.
Wow.
25 seconds left.
They press that unstick button.
We got a twitch of life from Black Havoc.
Let's see if they can
They
hold
called
on
in
for
for their
13
unstick
seconds here.
from Brad the Bard.
was a solid back and forth fight. Looks like some excited little drivers. Now let's hop on over to cage 3, where we have
one of my
Chainsaw
favorite
Kitty.
robots in the 3-pound class. I could lie and I could say it's one of my favorite 3-pound robots in the weight class, but it's my favorite robot in the 3-pound weight class.
okay to
It is
say.
my favorite.
And they're going up against Taurine in the blue corner.
It's so well driven.
Robots fight.
It's so aggressive.
Here we go.
And it's not moving. Oh
Chainsaw,
no!
what's going
What
on?
is this? The weapon is barely twitching, and she's back.
Woo. That was scary.
It was a feigned death scenario. Chainsaw Kitty very much back alive.
Completely in this fight.
Oh, yeah!
What a
Back-to-back
massive
hits on
fit.
Taurine.
Taurine just getting smothered and it loses a wheel.
Wheel is gone.
Oh, wow.
Another massive roofing.
Oh,
A
my
second
goodness.
one. Back-to-back roofing from Chainsaw Kitty. A third roofing. Give us another.
Big tumbles after that hit. Oh, but that was so high. Juggling
Taurine
now.
is just disoriented.
That's the second wheel. Oh no, that's the first wheel. Barely clinging on to this fight. Taurine is not tapping out.
Oh, and there goes.
There's the second wheel.
Wow.
A critical strike from Chainsaw Kitty.
What an amazing fight.
I can see why Chainsaw Kitty's your favorite 3-pounder.
It's my favorite 3-pounder.
It's like a skilled soccer player just juggling their
gosh.
opponent.
And Kazai is such a talented driver. They can absolutely get behind that robot and just put it exactly where it needs to be.
That start was a little nerve-wracking, though. It was pretty reminiscent of one of Chainsaw Kitty's earlier fights where they were struggling with that the entire match, it seemed like. This one, once they fixed that gremlin.
Yeah, the first 15 seconds of the match, we saw Kazaya go through the 7 stages of grief, and then it was just like a bull out of the pen. Unbelievable.
Had to give Taurine a little bit of hope and then immediately crush it.
Oh, wow.
What a great fight.
Unbelievable. I love watching Chainsaw Kitty fight. It's fast. It hits hard. It's always just non-stop action. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's fun. Oh, boy. Now as I catch my breath. Woo.
So Taurine's, are they now totally out of the tournament? Do they still have another chance? How's it going for them? Because if
that is Taurine is now out of March.
That seems to beat having to do those repairs in crunch time, but tough loss for Taurine.
But Chainsaw Kitty moves forward into the March of Madness.
Bringing some madness along with it.
Yeah, of course.
You ever get into D&D, Jake?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Some LARPing, perhaps?
I could see myself doing that.
Maybe some trading card games?
Potentially.
If you were to say that you were some kind of, I don't know, D&D character, do you know what kind of class you would be?
I like fire.
Okay, okay.
Perhaps a pyromancer.
Wielding fire against my opponents.
Would you ever consider making a fire-wielding bot?
Perhaps.
Oh.
Maybe Maximizer can be a fire-wielding bot. You can look into that.
Have you looked into that?
I've not looked into that. We can look into that.
There was some stank on that. I feel like you are already going through some propane evaluation in your head.
You know. We'll see what my landlord has to say about me firing that one up in the parking lot, but you know.
You just don't tell them. That's that's the secret.
Jake, you brought a huge crew here this tournament?
Yeah. We brought 27 students from the University of Cincinnati. We've got underclass teams. We've got senior design teams, and they're all mostly new builders. So being able to work with a broad group of both majors and students has been such an honor. It's been so cool, and being able to watch them learn about combat robotics and really come into their own and build up engineering confidence has been such a cool experience. This is the second year that I've done it. I'm handing the club off next year as I'm graduating and going out into the world, but so it's been so
Have
cool.
you found that you yourself have learned a lot in the position of teaching the next generation?
Well, because you can't like get away with stuff. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna hold you to the same standards that like you yourself are gonna hold them to. So like it's such an important back and forth. And the coolest part about combat robotics is you can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. It doesn't work like that.
Speaking of next generation of builders and drivers out there, I love seeing the crowd. I love seeing the signs.
Uncle Paul.
What do we have there? What does it say? It says, fight.
I love you, Uncle Paul.
Fight. Nice. And then a shout out for Uncle Paul. Yeah,
Uncle Paul.
I'll extend that.
Uncle Paul is great.
Uncle Paul is great.
Uncle Paul.
I have an Uncle Paul.
Nice.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same one.
Uncle Paul, along with my dad, taught me to fish.
That's a good skill.
It's a good skill.
My Uncle Paul just gave me a fish.
Right?
Not as good.
They say if you give a man a fish, he eats for a day. If you teach a man a fish, you gotta buy tackle and a pole. You gotta rent a boat. Who is this man?
It's not expensive. Just go buy a fish.
Yeah, it is cheaper than fishing gear.
Cheaper than fishing gear.
Yeah.
Boat, water.
It might be more complicated than that.
Yeah.
Hooks.
There's some finesse to it.
Is it?
It's an art.
Yeah.
Noodling. That's an art.
Oh, yeah.
I am from Kentucky. I know.
That I've seen some of those catfish.
I've heard about that.
So noodling is when you go down into the stream and you just stick your hand into places that is just muck you can't see in the water at all. And all of a sudden you pull out like a 50-pound catfish that's trying to swallow you whole.
That's real fishing.
And some of them are like 12 pounds. And speaking of 12 pounds, Jake,
what a great segue. What an amazing segue. We've got some 12-pound robots.
Yeah. What do you think of the field of 12-pounders this go around?
It's so intense.
Yeah.
It's so intense. Oh my gosh, the weight class it is the growth weight class right now. There's no doubt about it. Everyone is putting more and more power behind their 12-pound robots. And for a lot of people, that's all they're doing. Like they don't do 3s, they don't do 30s. They're doing the 12-pound weight class, which makes it really, really cool.
And are you one of those people?
I am one of those people.
So
I got nothing else going on. I'm just, well, sort of. But
with graduation looming, maybe you graduate to the 30-pound class?
We'll see.
Max 30 has a nice ring to it.
Max 30 does have a nice ring to it. Well, and with the 3-pound event coming up in Ohio later this year, I've got a 3-pound that I've been designing on my YouTube channel.
Nice.
And so I'm very excited about that little guy, and I'm going to have that little thing running around and maybe get some more stick time on it.
Minimizer?
We'll have to ask Sean about that. We'll have to ask Sean Becker about that.
Minimizer could also be an ant weight, so you might have to go like mediumizer or something. Minimizer. Oh.
That was the name of... Never mind.
Not minimizer. Let's
Here we got Red Panda.
Red Panda from Jaren.
And Till Death.
Till Death is in the pink corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
Cockfight, robots fight.
And a nice box rush from Red Panda. Now he's going to try to use that big horizontal wedge to get, oh, and a massive hit. That is exactly what Jaren wanted to do there. Another massive wall shot.
I'm not seeing much from the ring spinner on Till Death. Tough when it's propped up on the kick plate like that. Now that they're back on their feet, can they get it spun up? I'm seeing them full body spinning, but not ring spinning.
Oh boy. This is a little bit of a back and forth here between Till Death and Red Panda. Minute and 45 seconds left in the match, but Red Panda is currently on its ears and not mobile. There we go.
Red Panda attempting to go for that self-right right now. And he's back over.
Has some ground to make up here with the last minute and 15 seconds.
The wedge mini bot on Till Death being very effective here, getting underneath Red Panda's mini bot.
Oh!
Red Panda's weapon very much back.
Great hit from Red Panda. Sending Till Death into a somersault, landed back on its feet.
Till Death looks a little bit high-sided on something underneath their chassis. It's going to come into factor here with those two wheels. They're going to keep getting high-sided on something.
All right, is Red Panda pinned by themselves here? Oh, there's a pin happening on a pin.
Either bot trying to score a last-second hit here.
Red Panda ending the matches with a few more pops on Till Death.
Jaren's kind of on a tear today.
Deep in the bracket.
Yeah. And Red Panda has been looking really good.
Not super deep, but
I mean,
they're there.
I haven't seen him lose. And he found a Red Panda onesie.
Wow. Well, that's why he's doing so well. What else could it be?
The theming is on point.
It's got to be the onesie.
You do the onesie thing ever, Jake?
I haven't been. When they come out with a Maximizer onesie, I assure you, I will be absolutely there, 100%.
Okay, so if someone came out with a Maximizer onesie.
Someone. Who?
What about you, Chris? You a onesie guy?
I've never owned a onesie. It's true. You know, I prefer, you know, different articles that can be put together to make an ensemble.
Not just one.
Yeah, one and done. It's not really who I am.
That's fair.
Yeah, you know, it's also I run hot, so I gotta avoid encapsulating everything.
Not the most breathable.
Yeah, totally. I guess, I mean, technically I have a sleeping bag. That's a onesie. You just sleep in it.
I have a Snuggie. Does that count?
It's kind of like an open face sandwich of a onesie.
Yeah. It's like a onesie without a bottom. So maybe that's not a onesie. I don't. It's tough. What's going on in these robot cages? Let's head over to cage 2.
One corner we got Crush. The other corner we got Rick Roller.
All right, these builders are currently lined up here in cage 2. We have Crush over there in the pink corner, and Rick Roller in the blue.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we're off here. Both mini-bots got like a very short pin on each of the main bots. That's pretty cool. And look at that. Oh,
Crush
wow!
immediately taking it to the back of Rick Roller.
Crush came in for a big hit. Another big hit. Oh!
Wow.
A third.
Those TPU forks on Crush are just getting under Rick Roller over and over again.
I'm starting to wonder if Rick Roller's ever going to be able to run around and hurt Crush.
Never give up.
Jake, I'm impressed. That was before your time. That's pretty good.
Wow, and it's done the thing.
Now it looks like Rick Roller is going to call for an unstick from the house bot here. Here comes the house bot to try
Never
and
gonna let
tip
them
it.
down.
Oh, there you go,
Wow.
Jake. Jake, I didn't know that Rick Rolling was still cool with the kids. That's great. All right. 90 seconds left here in this fight. Big hits from Crush. Chris Monroe and Crush. He's our letter carrier from the U.S. Postal Service here in Norwalk, Connecticut. And just killing it here.
Yeah, we're seeing great maneuverability, we're seeing great control, and we're seeing damage. Oh!
Wow. Huge hits here. Fantastic.
Crush really showing what you can do with a finesse weapon. Even against a brute like in Rick Roller.
Wow, look at this. The armor package on the side of Rick Roller's being peeled apart.
Yeah, that's definitely some armor penetration damage.
30 seconds left here in this fight. The weapon on Crush is down. Rick Roller is hobbled here, but I do think they're going to take this the full 3 minutes. This one will be going to the judges. The judges will be deciding who won here, Crush or Rick Roller. I hope that Rick Astley is watching this match. That'd be great.
I feel like it's out there. It's in the stars.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, and the bots make their way back to the door. And speaking of making their way, we have Luke, who has made his way back to the desk.
Hello.
Hello, Luke.
Now, Chris, the problem is that this medieval cowl is being lost here on the stream. I'm wearing something very cool. Look at this.
Wow.
Oh, Chris, I'm here to call your fights.
That's got to be warm, right?
It's great.
It's bottling in the heat.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not cold here. It's quite hot under these lights.
They're LEDs.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know. It's psychosomatic, Chris. Very quickly, just self-indulgently, it's Chris's birthday. Hello, Chris.
Hi.
I'm assuming from the garb you're about 800 or 900 years old. Is that right?
Oh,
this is original, right?
This old thing?
I also want to say hello to my brother who's tuning in for the first time from San Francisco. Hello, Todd and family. Hello, Alex. And yeah, I am so glad that you're here on the stream. Hi. Yeah, I don't know. This is pretty cool.
I was also super surprised. Lindsay had put together half of my Dungeons and Dragons group. Came here to Norwalk from 3 different states.
Oh, Lindsay!
To join in at the House of Havoc.
Well done, Lindsay.
I honestly shed a tear when I saw the whole crew together in person because we've been doing things virtually for, the majority of COVID.
I've been telling Colby for years now that he should allow me to wear a hood, okay? Because I just feel like it's high fashion, Chris, all right?
They say design and aesthetics, it's all a cycle, right?
5,
and, I think they had
3,
things figured out 700 years ago.
1.
We're over in cage 3 now.
Fight.
Knife fight, the wide orange corral-style bot coming out of the blue corner versus Cemetery Drive.
Now, these are both lifters, so you're not going to be seeing super destructive spinners here in this fight. These are corral bots. These are control bots. They're trying to rack up control points. Now, here in Combat Robotics, you can hold a pin for up to 10 seconds, and then that counts toward your total score. It's not all about fire and flames and eviscerations.
You could almost say that this fight is really going to come down to a grapple check from both of these bots.
Now, interestingly, Cemetery Drive is a modified Crash Fest kit, and Knife Fight is running the lifter mechanism from an SSP kit. So these are 2 kits adjacent robots, I would say, and really being piloted expertly here in the box.
It's interesting to see, especially, here with the SSP kit, the diversity that you can really muster, with 3D printed parts and taking Seth Schaefer's core components and making it something wildly unique.
Now, Chris, we've entered the bracket portion of our fight. Each one of these, of our evening, each one of these fights is single elimination. This is now we're in the round of 32. Every single time that you see a robot losing a match here, they are going home. They are done for the day. 70 seconds left here in this fight.
There's a lot riding on this.
Wow, this is a good pin here from Knife Fight on Cemetery Drive. Another good pin here on Cemetery Drive. Knife Fight racking up points here with the judges. Oh, look at that, a little reverse Uno card here. With Cemetery Drive pinning Knife Fight.
Oh. Some push and pull here. Cemetery Drive using that paddle to kind of use a pincer move to grab Knife Fight. But Knife Fight is pushing back in this struggle. And there is your 3 minutes. So this will go to the judges. one of these bots has the chance to move on in the competition and go for a golden dumpster and ultimately be invited to the World Championships later this year.
Chris, I am beginning to sweat a little bit. This is like heavy wool.
Yes.
Did we think this through, Chris? I mean, at least it wasn't leather, you know? Could have been a leather cowl.
I mean, I think I saw a barbarian running around in full-clad fur, and you're complaining about the wool?
Well, yeah, okay, that's a good point. It's much worse, I guess, for the barbarian. But, you know, he's lucky because he's got those little, you know, animal pants, you know, those short shorts, you know?
You only wear shorts, Luke.
It's true. All right, we're going to go over to Cage 1. I see the telepresence robot is back here in Cage 1. That means that TCC is here. Now, over in the pink corner, this is very cool. Sterling Brown from the Combat Collective is remotely operating this robot from his home in Texas.
Wow.
So thousands and thousands of miles away. And facing off here against Smacko Lantern in the blue corner.
1.
Fight.
This is like
Robots
Zoom
fight.
Norwalk Havoc. You just zoom into your fight.
Now Sterling Brown successfully spinning up that shell spinner on TCC, ready to deliver a big hit. Oh no! Oh, he did! Smacko Lantern losing pieces. Well done, Sterling.
One fork down. Smacko Lantern, the 30-pounder coming from Paul Tortorici from Peekskill, New York.
Hey, there we go. That's close to us, Chris.
Another Hudson Valley team, Peekskill, very close down to that Sleepy Hollow region. I see what they're going for here.
Are we getting good spin up here from TCC?
Wow, and the weapon just got removed from Smacko Lantern.
These are,
wow.
Good eye, Jake. That weapon is just hanging off dead by a thread here.
He had to get a better look there.
Now this robot, this weird robot, is piloting this. This is awesome.
A massive hit.
Oh, I felt that in my teeth.
Wow, Smacko Lantern is being destroyed. It's being picked apart. It's like teenagers attacking your decorations outside of your house, Chris.
Yeah, I think TCC is really kind of scooping the guts out of this pumpkin.
Wow, 90 seconds left here in this fight. I just love the shot of this telepresence robot, Chris, with its tiny little cowboy hat.
TCC is spinning at, I think, full speed, but not moving a lot. I wonder if TCC needs a firmware update on their driver.
My favorite is that they made the telepresence robot wear its name tag. Okay, like as a builder. That is great. Oh, no!
Oh, boy.
We need to see some movement from TCC. Wow. Flo the Housebot coming in here to try and nudge TCC, but killing the robot in the process.
A little touch of movement from the shell.
There is way too much time here. Oh, TCC spinning back up.
Spinning up, but no motion yet.
I wonder if Sterling is high-centered on something, or perhaps his internet is having some issues in Texas.
Wow, they're calling for motion on TCC. Even though he dominated this fight, he is going to be losing because he cannot move.
Get a better look.
Wow.
Wow.
Knockout.
A massive turnaround in that fight.
Only seconds away from being saved by the clock. TCC gets counted out, and Smacko Lantern moves on in the March of Madness.
Now the shell continues to spin, Chris. That's not good. The match is over.
Well, it might power down, but it takes a second for that.
Sterling, no! He's trying to get into the box, Chris.
I mean, sometimes we see builders slam into the side of the Lexan in frustration after a tough match.
Okay.
And he's just trying to do that.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just trying to smash his little smartphone face into the Lexan. That's perfect. Now, if a robot is not able to make itself safe, this is going to be a big problem. Typically, as part of your safety routine, Jake, you can talk to this, of course, because you've passed safety many times. You have to kill your connection with your robot, and the robot should be spinning down by itself within 60 seconds.
Fail safe.
It's been 60 seconds. Something is clearly happening.
Yeah.
They've lost control, like connection with their robot, and we are going to have to see what happens next. Typically, that means if they really can't get it to stop, they will allow that robot to continue to spin in there until its battery runs out. When it typically goes up in flames, because LiPo batteries don't like to be run down violently to 0%.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
I've had many a Zoom call drop out. So.
Oh, the housebot is assisting with the
stopping
with the decommission of the bot.
Interesting. I suppose if we can get the housebot in there to really wedge it up against the rail, we might be able to go in there and turn it off manually. There's like a little switch. You've got to put a key down in through the top of the robot.
You have to make sure first that the bot is prone, so that it's no longer dangerous before you go ahead and you turn it down.
Yeah.
Big consideration.
Interesting. All right, that's a developing story in Cage 1. We will let you know what's going on as we get more information. All right, we're going to go over to our other big box cage here. I can see Killer Whale here in the blue corner, run by William Marchese, facing off against Grim Ripper. This is a 12-pound fight.
Robots fight.
William Marchese, good start out of the box, meeting Grim Ripper here. Now, Grim Ripper is an undercutter, and it is very mobile. Immediately, Killer Whale losing its weapon belts. That weapon will not be running for the rest of this fight. This is Grim Ripper's fight to lose. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. It looks like one half of the drive might be down on Killer Whale. William Marchese, I will say, does not have a tendency to tap out. He will take his robot home in pieces before he taps out.
Grim Ripper is such a heavy weapon, and oh my gosh, every time it makes contact, it's just a hard, heavy undercutter hit.
I just love the shell configuration around the side of Grim Ripper. You know, there's no hard edges for like a vertical or horizontal to bite into. It's a, almost a 360 wedge essentially around your entire robot.
And the manufacturing process that Nelson has gone through to get it working and perfect has been, I got a chance to talk to him about it. He machines the entire shell in a flat CNC machine and then folds it into that shell.
Really?
Really.
That is incredible.
Wow.
And he's like, I'm like, how many times did that take you to get it perfect? He's like, I can't count that. All of the tries.
All of the tries.
All of the tries. And eventually he just found a multiplier that he can multiply that shell by, and then when it folds up, it's perfect.
Interesting.
You can almost say he's in an armor class all his own.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. It's a massive amount of work. And what's surprising to me is how it doesn't get high-sided either. You know, you see those ground scraping wedges really get stuck up on seams and stuff on the floor, but Grim Ripper is doing great.
William Marchese refuses to tap out. He is down basically 2 wheels here.
Yeah, it looks like almost a quarter drive at this point. He has one very aggressive flapping wheel that seems to be giving him a little bit of movement, but
in combat robotics, you never know what's going to happen to your opponent. Grim Ripper could very easily get high-centered on a bolt that's sitting here inside of the box and get counted out. I don't think that's going to happen. They've taken it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges, but I think that this is very clearly a win for Grim Ripper. Wow, that robot's looking good. William driving in here today from Long Island here with his friends and his girlfriend. I saw them earlier today. William joining me for my 2 VIP tours this afternoon, which is very cool. Talking to the kids about how to get started in the sport. And yeah, just a really good time. Like his vibe is solid. It's solid.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, one of the best parts about the VIP tour experience here at NHRL is that you get to go and see the pits. And, you know, oftentimes we're able to pull builders into that VIP experience to answer your questions. And you never know where that builder is coming from. It could be from heavyweight divisions. It could be someone who's known from around the world. You never know who's going to pop up. And every builder that I've ever experienced that have gotten pulled into that VIP experience has been just so charitable with their time and answering questions and sometimes signing autographs. It's really neat.
Yeah, we were doing some like celebrity photos together. So like Leanne Cushing, people took photos with Leanne Cushing. People took photos with Jamison Go today. People took photos with Sam Hansen, which was really fun. And no one asked to take photos with me, Chris. Okay. I was their tour guide, and I was like, does anybody want to just a little souvenir photo? Not a single person.
And they just all turned their
started
backs?
looking like in different directions. Like, no thanks. No, we're good, you know? It's tough. It's tough, Chris. That's like a real wake-up call, all right?
I don't know what to tell you, Luke. Maybe you should build a robot.
Yeah, okay. All right.
You keep acquiring robots. Now you have a positively hysterical, and you have a shredded bro.
Oh, I've got more than that.
You have another robot?
Wow. Yeah. I'm getting a Warhard in the mail.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Jonathan Morris is sending me a Warhard.
No way.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
You have your own bot museum.
I do.
But we need you to build a robot, Luke.
Yeah, well, okay. Here's the thing. I want to build an ant weight.
Okay.
I can't bring it here to NHRL because this is my workplace. You know, like if I started winning a lot here at NHRL, you know, people would start to, you know, suspect some shenanigans. You know, listen, all the refs
perhaps.
Love me. Okay. The judges love me, all right?
The food truck people love you.
Yeah, well, I'm putting all their kids through college, Chris. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, here's a question, Luke. If you could, through the whole NHRL universe, if there was one bot that you could also own to add to your collection, which one would it be?
I want a Frank. Yeah.
I think that could be. You might be able to print a Frank at home.
No. I wanna have like a battle ready, like a battle damaged Frank. Yeah.
Mustache.
Like kind of caved in, hard hat, mustache askew, you know? Yeah. Yeah, a Frank. Let me think. Maybe like a Dutch oven. Kind of like the opposite of Frank, you know?
It's a hit at barbecues.
Super destructive flamethrower, like our most destructive, disgusting flamethrower, you know, that's ever come through the competition. Yeah. I'm interested in the extremes, you know?
Jake, you've probably amassed a small collection of parts that you have been awarded by opponents that you have either obliterated or defeated. But if there was a whole bot that you could have from NHRL, what would you want to add to your collection?
Well, I'd just take all the parts and just put them together into big...
Here we go.
Trash robot.
Yeah. Can we have a tight shot here of Jake? I mean, like, I'm assuming you're some kind of... like desert traveler or something. Is that right?
Traveler.
Look at this. Yeah.
He just sold me some magic beans, Luke.
Yeah.
So I got that going for me.
Yeah. Looks like like he's been traveling, you know, the Silk Road or something.
I have.
You know?
I have.
Yeah.
It's from Cincinnati to Norwalk.
Is that
Little
the
known
Silk
fact
Road?
is that is the actual Silk Road.
Interesting.
Not through Asia at all.
No, not at all.
From Cincinnati to Connecticut.
It took him 9 weeks to get here.
Yeah. What do we trade with Cincinnati? That's what I want to know.
Camelback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Hard to refuel a camel at a Sheetz.
Yeah. Cincinnati, I guess, what are we trading with Cincinnati here in Norwalk? Obviously, we have fish, okay? Because we're by the sea.
Conies, Skyline.
Got it.
Those are
Okay.
I don't like either of those things, but
I feel like
I'm a
maybe we're trading
transplant.
hot dogs or something
Yeah,
with
it's definitely
Cincinnati.
some kind of processed meat.
Yeah.
We have processed meat. They have processed meat.
Yeah.
It's just like two logging trucks passing on the highway.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
Okay.
I hear that we do have an update from a judge's decision. Can I
Make you
get
look
one more
great.
repeat on that? So Crush, in fact, defeated Rick Roller
Okay.
in the eyes of the judges. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Well, congratulations, Crush. They go on into the March of Madness. The bracket, let's see. The bracket is only a couple hours away.
We've already entered the round of 32 for Beatles. So the bracket is live. Every single Beatle fight that you see from this point forward is going to be an elimination fight.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, we're trying to get the 12-pounders and the 30-pounders to catch up before we go into our primetime broadcast. And before we do that, I think we're just going to fully transition into a medieval set here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Was I not? Oh, gosh. Okay. There's nothing in my chalice, okay? All right?
Can we get...
I was expecting mead, Chris, all right?
Can we get... Do we have a Yoo-hoo or something for Luke's chalice?
We're going to go over to cage one here. We've got another big box fight. I can see loading in. We've got Steggy facing off against Enid's Revenge.
This is one of my teams.
Oh.
Enid's Revenge.
Okay.
From the University of Cincinnati.
And
all freshman engineers have to take this one class, and it's called Ened.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Is that
No
an
one likes
acronym?
it.
Is
No
that an
one likes
acronym? What's the acronym?
Who knows?
Or is it a
Who knows?
teacher named Enid who's like teaching it?
5,
A finger-wagging
Yes.
Enid.
2, 1.
And they are
Fight,
facing off against
robots,
Steggy
fight.
from Gator Robotics from Florida.
Yeah, Florida State. Yeah. Now this is Steggy is built by John Flack, who built Extinguisher on BattleBots. This is a modular robot. In the previous fight that I saw with Steggy today, he was running an undercutter configuration and did great.
Oh.
You can see Steggy successfully pushing Enid here up against the rail. Really keeping the pressure on Enid's Revenge. Now, Enid looks very cool. There's this big yellow armor package on the back, Jake.
So Enid's Revenge, and this might sound crazy, started as a dual horizontal.
Okay.
Okay. They were overweight and they were having some weapon problems, so they just kind of sawed this robot in half.
What?
And now it is a single side horizontal. That is what's happening here. So a little bit of backstory. This team has worked crazy hard to get this robot going. They left Cincinnati at 11 p.m. on Thursday. That's right, 11 p.m. They drove through the night, got here, and just had problem after problem
my
on
goodness.
Friday, but they powered through it, sawing the robot in half in the process.
Wow.
Said, we don't need that.
So that is yellow tape on the back of the robot.
Yes.
Like a bandage.
Yes.
Wow.
Like an
It's just
amputation.
keeping their entrails tucked in there safely.
Right.
That's wild.
No, this team, and
that is really
I could
funny,
not
Jake.
be more proud of how this team has buckled down and just stayed in the fight. An incredible will to stay in the fight. And it's worked out for them so far. This is their first fight in the bracket.
You can hear Steggy spinning up, really hoping to score a knockout here in the last 60 seconds of this match.
Steggy reminds me so much of the glory days of Hot Leaf Juice. It's so cool to watch in that undercutter configuration.
John Flack really piloting this robot very well here in green. 45 seconds left. Enid's Revenge has lost its weapon very early in this fight, and Steggy's really been dictating the pace of the fight. I think that this may be a quick exit for Enid's Revenge, but really cool ingenuity in chopping your robot in half to make weight. That's fantastic.
Certainly a great educational experience with a lot of takeaways. I'm sure that they all come out of this better builders.
Absolutely.
10 seconds left. Enid's Revenge has taken this the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges. But I do think that Steggy is going to pick up most of the judges' points.
They were using zip ties as belts. So that could have been why the weapon went down. I didn't want to say that before, but potentially that's why that weapon went down. Great job, guys. Absolutely, UC Bearcats all the way. Well done. Well done.
Like one very long zip tie or multiple zip ties?
What I told
together?
them as I left to come down here was use all the zip ties in my bag. Just get it working. That was my instruction.
There we
so
go.
Who knows how many zip ties were on there?
Wow, that's great.
Make it work.
Wow.
So, there's the engineering education, and then there's the emotional learning that you have to do.
Yeah.
Just solving problem after problem to get things done, and that's what makes combat cool.
This is like practical application of your engineering education.
It so is.
Like
so is.
when your boss comes to you and says, "Listen, we got to ship this project in 30 minutes. Can you just cut this thing in half?
Make it work.
Just glue, just tape the back together. It's fine."
Yeah, almost 9 times out of 10, I would take an engineer that has a combat robotics background over anyone else, because I know that they've probably been in a position where they have sweat bullets and they've had to come up with an impractical solution to an impractical problem.
Yeah. Very cool.
And they did not miss a single fight.
Good.
All those problems, and they did not make us miss a single fight.
That's fantastic.
They were running TPU pulleys on their weapons.
Okay.
We spun it up yesterday, and they exploded instantly. So we had to go over to the 3D printing station upstairs, and so they ran red PLA pulleys.
Wow.
Just improvisation after improvisation. That's what makes it fun. That's why we're here.
Awesome.
What a fantastic showing from us. I'm so proud of my entire team.
We're going to go over to another big box fight here in Cage 4. This is Creature from ASU, Team ASU, facing off against Weather Report.
Weather Report pumped over here. That 3-pound horizontal has gone ham today. It is on top of every 12-pounder.
Wow. Weather Report is a brutal-looking vert.
Whoa!
Punting its opponent into the air.
Nautilus vibes out of Weather Report. It's so cool. It's got these shuffling mechanisms on either side, and it's just taking it to Creature.
Where did that giant belt come from?
Yeah, look at this. Weather Report on its head, trying to get tipped back onto its feet. This is a brutal robot here. Creature keeping it on its head. Well done, Creature.
Oh, Creature's lifter is a little bit off kilter, a little askew.
But
however,
still pinning.
Still working.
Very much so.
Wow, forcing the save from the house bot very early in this fight. There's still 2 minutes left here, and Fluffy is going to try and get Weather Report back onto its feet. Let's see if it can fire up that weapon. It can.
Weapon fully functional.
Wow.
And both drive pods fully functional too.
I got a close look at Creature up in the pits from the ASU team, and that armor that goes 360 degrees around that robot is really, really awesome. It is like a skirt that is made out of hardened steel, welded using flat plate and tubing. Oh, wow! Oh!
That arm somehow is damaged. It is hobbled, but it is continuing to work. Wow. That little hand at the end, it's being torn off here in real time. 60 seconds left in this fight. Does Creature have 60 seconds left of life here? Wow.
That weapon has not slowed down at all.
Now, Weather Report is just sitting here in the center of the box and pivoting. They're going to have to make some more aggressive moves. They're way ahead here on the points. With a control bot like Creature, you don't want to wait for your opponent to come up with some kind of viable strategy.
And is the weapon down on Weather Report? That is what Creature is hoping for right now. Any sign of weather reports slowing down.
Amazingly, the second robot here, this multi-bot from Creature, is come back to life in the last 10 seconds. Wow.
What an interesting fight. Lots of control put down from Creature on a much, much larger 18-pound walking robot.
Fantastic. Now we can see Creature here from Team ASU, Combat Ready Robotics. You can see them wearing this big Creature skull here as part of their ensemble. And yeah, taking a look at this match that went the full 3 minutes. Fantastic.
You look like they belong up here.
Yeah, now I hear that Ashley's coming down.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes. Ashley's here. Now, very quickly, today is Chris's actual birthday, so we're going to sing happy birthday for him. And I'm going to kick you off because I've got the best voice here in the house, all right? So, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chris. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Well done, Chris.
Thank you.
Now, I know that you've had hundreds of birthdays by this point, but this one is extra special because you're here at NHRL, so that's very cool.
Yes, and I sincerely appreciate Carbohydrate Tower. This is a fearsome structure, nearly impenetrable, except by, I don't know, some kind of level 20 monster that can just pluck these things off and... Do you make it? Funfetti.
Ashley is the best. Now, Chris, we have another present for you, a fight in Cage 2.
Could you ask for more?
Now, this is Anamusha here facing off against Jelly Baby.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Now, Anamusha here is in pink, and Jelly Baby here is a lifter in orange. Jelly Baby here in orange and white, this lifter, and Anamusha is just pursuing. What a sledgehammer of a robot here in pink. Anamusha here run by Didi Jezu here from the Hudson Valley. And she is suffering here through a very good pin from Jelly Baby. Now these are good pins after good pins here from Jelly Baby on Anamusha. Whoa, ooh, big hits there.
Big hit from Anamusha. Really just the icing on the cake.
Wow, another good pin here from Jelly Baby. Being lifted in the air by that lifter.
Oh!
Wow, 90 seconds, 80 seconds left here in this fight. Another good pin from Jelly Baby, really showing off their drive quality here. Wow. Jelly Baby inverting Anamusha.
Oh, I love the Chainsaw Kitty sticker.
Yeah, good sportsmanship here. Jelly Baby is from the same team as Chainsaw Kitty. Sleepy Girl Anime Club or Sleepy Anime Girl Club.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes, it's one of those.
It depends on what hemisphere you're in.
There you go.
Anamusha has one of those forks stuck under the side rail right now. Jelly Baby comes in for the lift assist on its opponent, but is going to go ahead and take all 10 seconds of that pin if it's able to.
20 seconds left here in this fight. And Anamusha's drive is impaired. Didi can't back out of the blue square here. And Jelly Baby coming in for one last pin.
I am pretty sure that that fork is wedged into that side rail.
Wow, taking it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges. And Jelly Baby, fantastic, fantastic driving. Now the judges, they judge across 3 criteria: damage, aggression, and control. And we saw a little bit of damage, it looks like to me, with some impaired driving from Anamusha. So Jelly Baby racking up some damage points there. And obviously racking up control points. You saw so many good 10-second full pins there with Jelly Baby. Fantastic. I know there was a lot of speculation about what Jelly Baby was going to look like before the competition started. My hope was that it was going to squirt like strawberry jelly onto its opponent.
That's ridiculous. Why would you build a bot that squirt anything?
Yeah. I feel like if it hardens fast enough, then it's legal, you know?
Yeah, I think that would probably meet the criteria of bot designs.
Yeah, there you go.
Should look into that, Chris.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah. Chris built a squirting liquid robot, I don't know, what, 6 weeks ago?
Yeah, it was in conjunction with...
it was so gross, Chris.
Clyde Magnuson, who is another builder here at NHRL and lives here at NHRL and works here at NHRL. But yeah, it was the first of its kind hot glue gun bot.
It was like a double dare snot nose, you know?
Exactly. Yes, Mark Summers would be proud.
Yeah, these are all people who were alive before Jake's parents even met each other, okay? You know, like this is ancient history. Chris knows about this.
Lawn.
Yeah, because he was already 560 years old by that point, you know, by the time Double Dare came around.
Right.
So, yeah.
Still playing on loot.
It's relatively still a new development for me.
Yeah.
And TVs and powered lights and stuff.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go over here to cage 3. I can see loading into the box. We've got Hurt Caboose from Angel Vidal facing off against Hyperdrive. Now, these are 2 very powerful custom egg beater spinners. 2 verts here.
4,
very fast,
3,
very zippy, very
2,
well driven.
1.
The exposed wheels are so cool on the back of Hyperdrive. Wow, and crossing the box fast to meet Hurt Caboose.
Wow, Hyperdrive really taking control here early in this match. This is the round of 16 here for the 3-pounders.
Oh, wow.
A massive rebuttal from Hurt Caboose. Heard some parts go flying off of Hyperdrive.
Wow, Hyperdrive's weapon bumping along the floor. That is not good.
Amazing the different ethoses between these 2 robots. You've got one that's very long, very fast and slender, and then Hurt Caboose, which is totally stout, totally planted to the floor.
Yeah,
Just
really well
tanky.
armored. Yeah. I got to see Hurt Caboose's performance just last weekend at Motorama. Angel is running a hub motor here with Hurt Caboose and just doing great with that design. We saw a little bit of life from Hyperdrive, so Angel said,
Hitting him again up on the wall.
I'll come over. Ow! Fighting the house spots! A minute 45. Hyperdrive is back. Well, kind of. It's now on its head. That robot is looking sad here, Jake. It's looking sad.
Yeah, it's a little dinged up, that's for sure.
Big hit there.
Hurt Caboose continuing to deliver damage while Hyperdrive stuck upside down here.
Angel Vidal is a very aggressive driver. He's way ahead on the points. He scored a ton of damage points. But he's going to come in here and continue to hit Hyperdrive until his opponent taps out. Now, Hyperdrive is a Gator Robotics robot here from Florida State. And Hercaboose's multibot going in there to pin Hyperdrive.
Looks like there's a wheel down on Hurt Caboose, but that is not slowing Angel down at all.
So there was a high centering on Hyperdrive with Hurt Caboose's mini bot. Under that, you just heard the ref saying release the pin, but it was impossible with Hyperdrive being donned like a hat on the mini bot from Hurt Caboose.
20 seconds left here in this fight, and Hurt Caboose racking up control points by landing a good 10-second pin here. This has been an incredibly dominant match from Angel Vidal and Hurt Caboose, who is all but guaranteed to advance to the round of 8 with a judge's decision win here.
Wow.
They took the full 3 minutes, but I think that this is our last time seeing Hyperdrive here today. All right, very
impressive,
good.
Angel, impressive.
Yeah, really, really fantastic work. You know, Angel has worked on designing a lot of other robots, and this is the platform that he's really putting a lot of time into, because the stuff that he's trying out here, he wants to scale up to Shred-It-Bro at some point. So things like the armor skirt around the wheels, things like the hub motor design. I had a question back there. Someone was like, oh, you keep saying hub motor. What is that? So typically, a conventional design is you have a motor that spins a belt, and the belt is connected to your weapon, and that belt, through, you know, connection to the weapon, spins the weapon. With a hub motor, you're putting your motor inside of the weapon itself. It is better in some ways because you can't clip a belt, lose a belt. However, every single time that you make connection with your opponent, there's a huge amount of energy that gets thumped back into your motor, and you run the risk of breaking your motor in these big impacts. So you've got to really carefully engineer a hub motor.
Now it sounds like we are loading into Cage 4, where Caldera 12 is returning and facing off against Caldera 12.
Caldera 12 and Caldera 3, 2 Calderas, 1 cage.
Now in the blue corner, we've got the ambiguously dynamic duo, which are 2 flamethrowers. I love a flamethrower. We're about to see 2 of them.
Now, Caldera 12, I fought it earlier in the day. It is not the same Caldera from January. It is absolutely much more devastating. It's
3, 2,
now, this is very important for ambiguously. It is very important to never get between a Caldera 12 and her cub.
Now,
all right,
Caldera
we've got one flamethrower here.
Caldera does have foam wheels and plastic armor.
Oh!
And they have not wrapped these in aluminum tape.
Yeah, that is a really interesting choice from the team, from the Boxels. There's no aluminum tape anywhere on these robots.
It looks like the flames are actually coming out of the inside of one of these bots from ambiguously dynamic duo. That is not where the flames are supposed to come out of. They're supposed to come out of the front, not out of every orifice.
Wow. Yeah, that looks like it's uncontained fire on one half of ambiguously dynamic duo. Really, ambiguously here has to pin Caldera and blast it with fire, and they haven't been able to do that yet. It looks like one half of these ambiguous robots are dead.
Yeah, and they have to be running low on gas at this point. That was some big expulsions from the get-go.
Caldera absolutely taking it to both of these two. He's so mobile.
At this point, without flame up, there we go.
All right, Caldera is your winner. Ambiguously dynamic duo, their last fight of the day. I love seeing a flamethrower. It is very, very cool.
Boxels are celebrating after that. You know, you got so much fire on the shirt. I mean, It's like
Yeah.
they're used to it.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of fire and flames instead of a caldera, you know, like of a volcano. Yeah.
The heating bill at the Boxel residence is very low. The flames are just constantly there.
Yeah.
Flame shirts, flame pants. It's hot, hot, hot.
It's good. I can see that we've loaded into cage 2, Chainsaw Kitty, the return of Chainsaw Kitty.
Now Chainsaw...
Sorry, go ahead,
No.
Jake.
Oh, okay. Chainsaw Kitty had a little issue earlier, Luke. Came out of the box and just kind of froze.
Maybe it was just playing dead, though. Maybe it was all part of the strategy.
Yeah, I called Chainsaw Kitty's first fight of the day, but in subsequent fights, it's performed a lot better. Kind of that classic Chainsaw Kitty performance that you expect. Keziah Sky here, making it into the bracket. This is still the round of 32, and she is really hoping to advance to the round of 16. Facing off against Little Bob, a.k.a. Bob Jr., a.k.a. Bobarito. Are there other, I don't know.
Robert.
Oh,
Robert
okay.
would be his
Robert.
legal name.
Yeah, diminutive Robert. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, Little Bob pulled it together quick. Was on the wait list to get into the to the March of Madness here up until only a couple of days ago, and then got the call and is here.
5.
And now
4,
about to go head to head
3,
with Chainsaw Kitty.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Good start here from Chainsaw Kitty, meeting Little Bob there in the corner.
Go! Ow!
Good hit from Chainsaw. This is that kind of brutality you want to see. Ripping off one of Little Bob's eyes here.
Oh, and that front wedge is now gone.
Wow. Keziah Sky is not here to play around. Ripping off the armor here.
Oh!
Another big roofing from Chainsaw Kitty on Little Bob.
Waiting for their moment, just taunting Little Bob. Robert.
Taunting small Roberts here.
Robert.
Wow, going weapon to weapon. Chainsaw Kitty just so aggressive, peeling up that armor package, trying to get through to those wheels.
Oh, wow. Like most feline predators, Chainsaw Kitty not afraid to play with its food. This is brutal.
Wow, ripping off a wheel. Little Bob is down a wheel. Huge roofing there with 1:45 left. Will Little Bob tap out? And now Chainsaw Kitty is going after the back of the robot, tearing off that armor package in the back. There are bits and pieces of Little Bob all over the place. Wow, absolute brutality from Keziah Sky. She is so far ahead on the point, she doesn't need to do this, but she wants to.
This is sending a message to every other bot in the bracket. I'm here for a dumpster.
Wow, more pieces coming off with every single hit. 60 seconds left. Little Bob, protect yourself. I think she's gonna get that other wheel, Chris. She's going for the other wheel, Chris. Oh my God.
Stay in there, Robert. Hang
Little
in
Bob
there,
is
Robert.
considerably lighter now than it was when it went into the box. Its armor is gone.
The weapon is back on Chainsaw Kitty. It is not quitting.
Little Bob doesn't really stand a chance at this point, but I admire the courage.
Now they've taken it the full 3 minutes. Little Bob refusing to tap. That weapon still running. And Keziah Sky here all but guaranteed a judge's win. She will very likely be advancing to the round of 8.
What a fantastic fight.
Wow. A little smile here from Kazaya. I think she knows. She very likely has this in the bag. But you never want to bring it to the judges. You never know. You know, like, we are not judges. We're just announcers. I thought that was a decisive win for Kazaya. But, you know, the weapon wasn't running at the end. She did successfully rip off wheels and a bunch of armor packages and did just dictate that pace of the fight. But yeah, if you can score a knockout, it's more comfy than if you take it to the judges.
Now, obviously, I don't believe in superstition and magic, so I can confidently say, is March here the run of Chainsaw Kitty?
She hates it when you bring this up. She's like, you guys are going to jinx me, okay? I absolutely believe that Kazaya, you know, is super well positioned here to take it very, very deep. She's already advanced, I believe, here with this match. I'm still waiting for the official judge's call. But yeah, like, Kazaya has a tendency to finish in 5th place, just outside of qualification. This year, with our expanded schedule, she's going to have to win 1st place or 2nd place to guarantee her spot in the finals. But with performance like that, we might be seeing Kazaya hoisting a golden dumpster here at the end of the evening.
That'd be incredible to see.
Absolutely.
Absolutely incredible. Whew. Got to catch my breath after that one.
Yeah, it looks like a tornado came through this box. There are so many pieces of Little Bob all over the place.
The good news is Little Bob doesn't have to be taken apart to be put into a carry-on to get home, and that is, I guess that saves him a few minutes, right?
Yeah. Or just throw the robot in the trash, you know? Build a new one.
I wasn't going to go that far.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, here we've got Beetlejuice in green, driven by Ariel Smith, and this is a big horizontal, facing off against Count Forcula.
What is that got ripped off?
There's a big piece of something in the box. Count Forcula has these many, many, many forks.
Beetlejuice spinning up. Wow, look at that gyro dance.
How many forks does he have, Luke?
I don't know.
Is it 1?
Two. Jake, this is a Sesame Street reference, okay? We were watching Sesame Street in the 70s, okay? All right?
I mean,
before your parents even met, Jake, all right?
I knew Count Forcula back in the 17th century, and what a jerk.
A good pin here from Count Forcula on Beetlejuice.
Very nice.
Oh!
Wow.
Look at that gyro dance.
Hear that weapon blade go off of the house bot. Made a clang. Made me glad I had a headset on.
Count Forcula here has really chosen the right fork package here. Horizontals just hate being, put up at an angle. They really hate being slammed into the wall. And Count Forcula is doing great. Even though part of its fork here on the left-hand side is getting peeled up. Now you see this very cool black and green paint job from Ariel. She told me she painted that by hand. Very cool, right?
I love it. And interesting, you see Beetlejuice in the box, but you also see Beetlejuice outside of the box with Ref Nick.
Yeah, exactly. Now it looks like Count Forcula is dead, and the housebot is coming in here to try and extricate. Maybe Count Forcula is high-centered on something, perhaps. The unstick is complete. Oh no, Ariel going straight after the housebot. That was an error.
At
Trying
a
to
certain
take out
point,
that second wheel.
At a certain point, the housebot is allowed to defend itself.
Wow.
Again.
This is 3 big hits on the housebot.
all that shock is being put into that carbon fiber, stressing it.
With 13 seconds left here in this fight, both of these opponents have taken it the full 3 minutes. And Ariel landing one last pin here as we send it to the judges. You gotta love the little message on the underside of Beetlejuice. It's a skill issue. I love it. I love it.
Taunting.
Taunting.
Harassing its opponents.
Yes, yes, yes. Now, as we take it to the judges are looking for damage, aggression, and control. We saw some damage here on these forks from Count Forkula, losing some of those forks. However, that primary weapon is still waving in the air. The weapon on Beetlejuice went down in the last 14 seconds. I don't know if she turned off the weapon or if it was resetting. That is not, I mean, it's, I wonder if that's going to be counted as damage. But Count Forkula showing great control, multiple pins, and really just dictating the pace of the first part of that fight. This is going to be a really close judge's decision, I think, and a lot harder to call than it looks like, perhaps from first glance. Okay. All right, so we have a judges update. Judges have called it for Chainsaw Kitty advancing here in the bracket.
I believe it. I believe that.
Yeah.
That was maybe the most brutal fight of the day. Was it
Every
not?
single hit, something else came off on Little Bob, all right? Like, I was like, oh, there's no more parts for it to come off. Yes, there were, because I have found them, you know? Just little pieces from
He came
here.
as Little Bob. He's leaving Robert with a 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, right. All right, we're going to go into cage 2. I can see loaded in Crush facing off against Stag Beetlebot.
Robots fight.
Stag Beetlebot here in black. Michael Cross with Stag Beetlebot building a totally custom robot here. Michael is one of our most promising rising builders here. And Crush from Chris Monroe really just showing his absolute dominant, aggressive driving style. Chris is our letter carrier with the U.S. Postal Service here in Norwalk. If you live in Norwalk and you've received your mail on time recently, thank Chris. He maybe delivered it for you.
Oh, Michael, what's going on? Your weapon! Stag Beetlebot's egg beater is not spinning.
Wow. Saw a little piece of black something go skittering away here in the box. I wonder if that's something off of Stag Beetlebot. The weapon and the drive still looking very good on Crush.
Crush has these TPU forks that have been rising in popularity, and it absolutely wins every ground engagement with them.
That is really interesting.
It looks like one of the wheels has been lost on a mini-bot.
Steel forks. It's old news.
It's true.
It's
I mean, because if you have a TPU fork, I mean, it's part of your body. You don't have to screw it into anything. There's no failure point.
It's ready to go.
It's got a melting point.
True. Oh, wow, and look at this.
Oh, wow. What is happening?
Crush's weapon spinning down?
Oh, my goodness.
Tap out.
What?
Wow.
Oh,
Michael
my
Cross
goodness.
Celebrating there. Is this a win for Stag Beetlebot? Wow, that is a surprising finish here for Crush.
Crush was looking strong that entire fight.
We've entered the single elimination part of the bracket, so this is Chris Monroe's last fight of the day with Crush.
What happened?
Wow. But he's still smiling, Chris.
It's the most important part.
I'm gonna tell you, Chris Monroe is like one of the just like best vibes up there, people. When you go and talk to him, he's just happy to be here. He started here as a fan. He got a Facebook ad just to people here in Norwalk, like, hey, do you like fighting robots? You should come and check this out. And he was like, oh my God, it's like a mile away from my house. He came here as a fan and then came back as a builder, and he has been doing great. I love his story. I love his robots. This is fully custom now. And he went super deep in the bracket here today. Michael, staying alive in the bracket, entering this fight definitely as the underdog and coming out victorious. Very, very cool.
It sometimes it pays, to just hang in there, keep driving. If you're willing to risk it, you can get the biscuit.
True. Yeah. Is that like a food delivery reference or something, Chris?
It's a biscuit delivery reference.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, Michael Cross, food delivery driver, very cool. He worked in manufacturing for a very long time and now semi-retired and driving for DoorDash, I think.
Well, no, now he does auto parts deliveries and everything for businesses and all sorts of stuff. It's cool. It's cool. He juggles a lot, and he has really pushed himself as a builder and driver. Again, I had mentioned this before. Really impressive to watch the comeuppance there in just the last, I think it's 14 months?
Yeah.
That he's been part of the league and building Stag through multiple iterations. I'm really proud of him.
Michael is very serious about the sport. You can see that in his build reports. He is building increasingly custom pieces of that robot. I would be surprised by the end of this year if we didn't see a completely custom Stag Beetlebot.
I mean, it's mostly fully custom now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down to the LEDs that he even has behind the weapon, which I think is pretty neat. It's a little flash. You need a little flash.
You do.
If you don't have googly eyes, you got to have something glowing.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that we've locked the box here in Cage 3. In Cage 3, it's Knife Fight facing off against Red Panda. Now, this is going to be our last 3-pound fight of this part of our stream. We're going, so we will have finished the round of 16, and we will have built our round of 8. Now, Red Panda here, appropriately, the builder is wearing a Red Panda onesie, Chris. Now, you can see here, Knife Fight is in orange. It's this lifter. And it is being pinned by the multi-bot from Red Panda.
Wow. That's
up for a hit.
That's an impressive feat to do against one of the better control bots here today.
Wow, Red Panda really dictating the pace here early in this fight. Knife Fight just trying to get around.
Wow. That was impressive.
Corralling both robots. Red Panda stuck upside down now, throttling that weapon, trying to get back off. Can Red Panda make it to Eddie's back right side up? Solid hit there. This is just going to come down to whoever's forks can get under. Knife Fight again inverted.
Throughout the day, we've seen Knife Fight do a great job of staying squared up with its opponent, but this multi-bot configuration out of Red Panda is leaving Knife Fight a bit dizzy, not knowing which direction to turn, and they've been using that to deliver pop shot after pop shot to the back of Knife Fight.
Wow. Here we go, another good pin from Red Panda. Going into a reverse pin from Knife Fight. Wow, 60 seconds left here in this fight. Another good pin from Red Panda on the back of Knife Fight.
Coming up with 50 seconds left in this match, Knife Fight now is not only going to want to deliver a pin on Red Panda, but potentially send Red Panda's weapon into the side rail, something to try to change the perspective of the judges.
Wow, with 25 seconds left here in this fight. Here we go. That's a good pin from Knife Fight on Red Panda.
Red Panda again, throttling that weapon, trying to get out of the pin.
Now it looks like both of these builders here have taken it the full 3 minutes. This one will go to the judges. And we end Stream 1 on a cliffhanger. Wow, this is our final fight of Stream 1. This is the end of the Brett Zone coverage here. Now, very quickly, we're going to be returning at 7 p.m. on the main NHRL channel for the stream. This is the start of prime time. Now, this is going to run all the way through to the end with our presentation of the Golden Dumpsters. It looks like it's going to end tonight, the presentation, around 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Chris is going to be cage side. I'm going to be a pit reporter upstairs. And it is going to be a very tight best of the best finals here. We will see, can Chainsaw Kitty do it? Will Caldera win a Golden Dumpster in the Beatles? The big boxes, what are we going to be seeing from our favorite robots here in the 12s and the 30s? Tune in at 7 p.m. Eastern here, so that is an hour and 20 minutes on our main channel. And like, comment, and subscribe to the Brett Zone and to our main channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Everyone here in the building, we have a special treat for you for the next half an hour. We're also going to be doing an AMA here, so feel free to ask us any questions. More reason, if you're a fan of NHRL, to come and check out the competition here live. My name's Luke Stengel, Jake Hoffman, Chris DeSico, your broadcasting team here as we close out Stream 1. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you in an hour and 20 minutes on Stream 2.
Bye, folks.
Bye.